Pandemic World Online, a combat MMO game in which a huge number of large-scale battles take place. This game is played by a man named Kisaragi, Tagi. He is currently fighting against other low-level players compared to him, who are shouting that they absolutely must stop the monster in front of them. It turns out that Kisaragi Taya is the strongest berserker in the history of the game who has seen countless battles. His level is quite high, 702nd. The player character has light green eyes and metal armor. It turns out that in the world of this game, Kisaragi belongs to the kingdom of Henrietta, which is located right before another kingdom called Luneta. When players attack the berserker, he skillfully dodges the player's blow. Zafonsi is also involved in the war. It sends mercenary warriors to both other kingdoms. Every night, the three kingdoms fight for control of the lands in an endless war. Suddenly, the smoke around Kisaragi clears, and the other players realize that he has blocked all of their numerous blows with his blade, which he still holds in his hand. This blow turns out to be completely insignificant for the berserker. The other players, seeing Kisaragi block their attack, are surprised that he took no damage and avoided the attack with just the Buster Sword. They can't believe that he did such a good job because they are level 400 themselves. It turns out that the maximum level in the game is 999 and only 0.1% of players manage to reach only level 500. Kisaragi is one of the players who is level 700. He's becoming stronger every day, making his name known everywhere and participating in more and more battles. Many players feel it is unfair that he is such a high level and they try to get rid of him as soon as possible. But unfortunately for them, their attempts are in vain. Kisaragi, in turn, breaks all their attacks and helps his comrades in arms open the way and advance further. The battle ends and the kingdom that Kisaragi belongs to wins. Everyone is happy and says that the battle was wonderful. The warriors return to their kingdom Henrietta and go to the tavern to celebrate their victory. At the tavern, the warriors discuss their work and decide to celebrate their victory by drinking various drinks. They realize that their enemy was especially formidable today, but thanks to Kisaragi, they were able to win. Tuya himself, a berserker who uses the Buster Sword, intervenes in their conversation. He wants to tell them something, but is embarrassed by such compliments and says that the other warriors are wrong since they were able to win only thanks to their combined efforts. The players laugh at Kisaragi and ask what happened to his merciless berserker personality. The warriors recall that he was very dangerous when they fought. While Kisaragi continues to drink and act embarrassed, one of them says that he is very happy to have a level 700 player as an ally. It turns out that Kisaragi spent many sleepless nights to reach his level. He put in a lot of effort to achieve such a high result. Taya thinks it's good that his comrades continue to praise him, and the boy doesn't worry about anything. Suddenly, the players start discussing which monster to go after next. One of them suggests going to Lolorok's cave. Kisaragi hears this and says that he doesn't mind going into the cave, but would like to sort out his things first. It turns out that today's reward is called Robe of the Magician, and it is completely useless for a berserker. Kisaragi asks other players to wait for him. The guy wants to re-log in, that is, to leave and re-enter the game. He points the cursor at the exit button in the game and leaves online, after which he clicks join and returns to the game again. But Kisaragi returns to the game not as a berserker. He returns as a blonde guy with a fur cape and black clothes. The guy looks very attractive in his new appearance. He fastens his robe with a clasp. One of the warriors asks him if Toya made a mage account. Kisaragi happily replies that he decided to make a new mage account because he has accumulated a lot of materials and things for the rise and leveling of a character of such a race. The guy explains that because he can't use some of the materials with the berserker account, he created a new one to store them on. He also adds that he only uses the new account as a storage for things he doesn't need. Another player, upon seeing the appearance of the new character Kisaragi, exclaims what a wasteful youth he is, to which the boy replies that despite this quality of his, he still put a lot of effort into the design of the mage character's appearance. One of the players suggests that the others go hunting. Kisaragi replies that he cannot go hunting as a mage, since this account is only level 1. He asks him to wait in order to change the account to a berserker. Suddenly, the mage character Kisaragi is surrounded by a white light, and many magic circles appear under his feet. The other players shield themselves from the light, squinting, while Kisaragi exclaims in surprise as he does not understand what is happening. Players start writing a lot of confused messages in the chat. Kisaragi is confused. The guy doesn't understand what's going on. It seems to him that there was some kind of bug or system failure in the game. Suddenly, an even brighter light appears before his eyes, as if some glass was breaking right in front of his face. Immediately after that, a beautiful and slender blonde girl appears in front of Taya's face. He cannot understand who she is. Suddenly, Kisaragi finds himself in a castle full of other people. This girl is standing next to a priest who is dressed in a monk's robe. Everyone in the castle is happily exclaiming that they got something right the first time. Kisaragi doesn't understand where he is. The guy is in great confusion. He apologizes to the girl he sees and asks her. The guy's voice expresses genuine misunderstanding. He asks everyone present to wait, then asks where the monitor he was sitting at is. Toya looks around and realizes that he doesn't know the place he is in. The girl, with genuine happiness in her voice and a contented expression on her face, suddenly hugs the young man, calling him a hero and saying that everyone was really looking forward to his appearance. Taya is very embarrassed by this gesture and does not know how to react to it. The girl moves away from him, takes a few steps back, and apologizes for not introducing herself first. She says that she is the first princess of the Henrietta Kingdom, and her name is Sharon von Henrietta, and she is pleased to meet Kisaragi. The girl's face shows that she is very nervous. She apologizes to the hero for the second time and explains that she was very excited and hugged him without thinking at all. Kisaragi turns away and, embarrassed, asks him not to worry about it. Suddenly, the girl's voice becomes serious, and while Kisaragi is still confused, she asks him in a desperate voice to lend his power to the kingdom. Toya sincerely does not understand what kind of power he should lend. The girl's face expresses genuine sadness. She bitterly tells that their kingdom is at war with the kingdom of Luneta. She also adds that countless lives and lands were taken from them in this war. Suddenly, the princess's face becomes very serious. She says that the people from the Moon Kingdom killed even innocent women and children. Sharon explains to Kisaragi that they have decided to use the power of their national treasure, the Summoning Pearl, to help summon a hero to their land who will save the kingdom. Kisaragi is very surprised by such words. He thinks to himself that he himself is not in the game of the novel, so he cannot be summoned. He decides to tell the princess another important detail about himself. Kisaragi takes a step towards Sharon and says that he is an ordinary worker, 35 years old. The girl looks at him in bewilderment and replies that he seems very young to her. Toya tries to argue with the princess. The guy asks why he seems young to her. Toya starts describing his appearance, starting with his platinum hair, but suddenly notices that he has never had platinum hair. The hero does not understand what has happened to him. The young man stretches his outfit and sees that his body is in very fit and athletic shape. The knights who guard the princess do not understand this gesture. They start yelling at Kisaragi about what he is doing. The girl stops the servants and says that it is absolutely normal that the guy is confused. The princess asks Toya to check his status to prove that the boy is a hero who is called to protect the kingdom. Suddenly, a translucent window appears right in front of the guy's face. He is very surprised by this and exclaims. Kisaragi tries to touch the window, but does not have time. Many words appear on the pop-up window. The first thing that is displayed is his name, race, gender, age, profession, title, level, abilities, magic, and special abilities. The guy is genuinely surprised by this because this list is very similar to the one in the game. Kisaragi looks at the list carefully but suddenly realizes that the word hero is not written anywhere. The princess is very surprised by this statement and asks what title the guy has then. Kisaragi turns to Sharon and says that his title is called The One Who Was Summoned. This entire action is accompanied by puzzled exclamations and looks from the other people present in the castle. The princess continues to stand her ground. She says that those who are summoned are usually of high level. She addresses Kisaragi and states that his level must be above 100. Sharon's great regret and bewilderment. Toya says that his level is 1 and he is still very far from the 100th. The crowd around the hero begins to riot. They do not understand how it is possible that the hero they summoned to protect their kingdom has the level of a newborn. Kisaragi concludes that the people around him are very angry. The guy starts making excuses, looking around and saying that, apparently, the people in the castle summoned the wrong one. Toya asks to return him back to his world. One of the knights gets very angry, calls the guy names and says how he can think about his own home at such an important moment. Sharon stops the night again and says that everything is fine. The girl says that the summoning pearl has a counterpart, which is the reverse summoning pearl, so the people in the castle will be able to easily send Kisaragi back to his world. Sharon says that although she has the power to bring him home, she will first need to perform the summoning ceremony again. Not only Kisaragi, but everyone present in the castle is very surprised by this statement. The girl, the priest, and the boy go out onto one of the castle's many balconies. The princess says bitterly that the ceremony can only be held once every few years, during the full moon. Looking at the moon, Sharon also adds that she can only create one spell with the magical power she has now. Kisaragi asks if the resummoning ceremony can be held the next day if it is convenient for the princess. The girl sadly looks into the distance and thanks him for understanding. She is clearly unhappy with what happened. The priest and another church official stand near the princess. She looks at Kisaragi indifferently, turns away, and says that if this time nothing worked, then it is worth using the summoning pearl again. One of the knights pushes the guy out of the magic circle and tells him to get out as quickly as possible. At that moment, the priest places the pearl of summoning in the middle of the circle. Another attendant hands the princess a potion to restore her magical powers. She takes the potion and says that they will soon begin the ceremony again. Sharon drinks the potion while the priest looks at her and nods slowly. The princess finishes drinking the potion and gives the bottle it was in back to the priest. Suddenly, a bright light begins to flicker around the girl again. Sharon's face contorts slightly as she touches the summoning pearl, looking up as the light continues to sparkle around her. Everyone in the castle squints and puts their hands to their eyes. They conclude that the light is flickering much brighter this time than when they summoned Kisaragi. Toya also watches this and is surprised. Suddenly, out of the blue, the summoning pearl splits into two halves and the symbol depicted on it breaks into two symmetrical parts. The castle continues to fill with bright white light. Everyone is in shock. Kisaragi sees that a new person has appeared in the circle. He looks closely at the stranger in the center of the hall. The man who suddenly appeared in the castle asks in confusion what happened. He moves his arm in his armor, trying to feel the area. The man turns out to be a young man with blonde hair, light eyes, and metal armor. He claims that he fought a monster and suddenly found himself in a castle. An enthusiastic princess runs up to him, almost knocking the guy off his feet, and asks him to tell her his title as soon as possible. The stranger is a little scared by such actions. Everyone waits attentively for the guy to open the information window and check his status. The guy's face expresses genuine bewilderment, but he still reads his status. It turns out that the young man has the title of a sacred knight and hero. The crowd practically howls with joy. The princess, in complete ecstasy and admiration, is ready to hug the guy with joy. Everyone in the hall exclaims that from this moment their kingdom is saved. The girl hugs the guy anyway. Her cheeks turn red, as does his face. She says that she's been waiting for a hero like him for a long time and she will never let him go. The princess's attention is drawn to one of the servants, who says that she needs to visit the king as soon as possible, who is already waiting for the hero. A disappointed Kisaragi watches all this. One of the many high-ranking officials in the castle orders that everything be prepared for the hero's stay. Another person asks that the hero's summons be reported to the Congress immediately. Kisaragi tries to attract attention, but it is in vain. Toya thinks that his stats and skills are incredible from his point of view, and he has a special ability with great potential. The guy is still trying to appeal to someone, but everyone is busy with the newly arrived hero. Kisaragi walks away from the princess and the hero, very upset and disappointed that everyone forgot about him and his return. Suddenly, as Toya slowly walks away from the hall, a female voice calls out to him, and he turns to look at the source of the sound. His cheeks are slightly red from sadness and despair. The person who called him turns out to be a maid working in the castle. She tells Kisaragi that he should definitely rest before the resummoning ceremony, as it takes a lot of energy. The guy concludes that the girl is right. The girl takes Toya to the room, escorting him through the numerous corridors and stairs of the huge castle. The castle, as the guy notes, has a very luxurious interior. The maid leads the guy down the stairs. Suddenly, the maid takes him to one of the rooms underground and locks him in. This place turns out to be a room with a window on the door. On this window, there's a metal grate. Kisaragi is indignant. As the maid stands and looks at Kisaragi locked in the basement of the castle, he exclaims with fury in his voice that the room he was locked in was not meant for guests at all. Of Kisaragi, who is locked behind a barred door, she only calmly tells him that she left dinner for the guy in the room. Kisaragi slowly approaches the table on which there is a plate covered with a metal bowl. Under the metal bowl on the tray is a plate of nasty-looking soup that Kisaragi thinks is hardly edible, a small piece of white bread, and a spoon to eat the soup with. The guy's face distorts in indignation and bewilderment. He can't believe his eyes and doesn't want to believe that he was treated so unfairly. First summoned to another world and then locked in a dungeon. The boy no longer argues with the maid, realizing that it is useless. He notices that in the cell he is locked in, there is a mirror on the wall. Toya decides to go to it and look at her new appearance. Finally, Toya looks into the mirror and sees a young boy of 16. He can't believe what he sees. Kisaragi touches his face in bewilderment. Continuing to disbelieve and stare at the mirror, Kisaragi concludes that the one whose reflection he sees is probably the magician that the boy created while he was in his real world. After a few minutes, Toya finally moves away from the mirror and, having walked a few meters to the bed, falls tiredly onto it, completely unable to understand how he ended up in such a place. The question of why he is here is spinning in his head. Toya takes off his boots and sits on the bed, when suddenly his stomach rumbles. The guy realizes that he is so hungry that he can't even sleep. The hero takes off his robe and thinks about how good it would be if in such a situation he had at least some tasty food with him. He looks very upset and disappointed. The guy jumps out of bed, puts his left hand in front of him, and decides to try to open the vault. His look is full of determination and hope that it will work. From the first second, Kisaragi fails to do this, and he gets upset. But he decides not to lose heart and laughs at himself, exhaling heavily. Suddenly, a huge list appears in front of the boy's outstretched hand, which curls up into a ring around Kisaragi. This list contains many different items and materials. The guy reads the name of each of them. Suddenly, Toya realizes that he threw items into the storage on the mage account that he did not use while he was a berserker. He scrolls through all the materials he managed to save on the new account with his hand. Suddenly, Kisaragi realizes that there is someone standing behind him because that someone is addressing him. The youth quickly closes the material storage and turns around looking at the person who came with apprehension. This man turns out to be the priest who was present in the castle hall during the summoning ceremony. He stood next to Princess Sharon. The priest addresses the hero, calling him a guest from another world. Toya does not immediately understand the purpose of the visit. Suddenly, 2 more knights appear behind the priest, and he, looking Toya in the eyes, declares that it is time to begin the reverse summoning ceremony. So Kisaragi had better hurry. As they walk to the castle hall, the priest says that the princess is busy at the moment. He also adds that this time the person who performs the re-summoning ceremony will be the priest himself. While Kisaragi walks through the corridors of the castle and looks around, examining the interior and the landscape that is visible from the balcony. The priest says that he is a court magician, so the guy has nothing to worry about. While looking at the scenery, Kisaragi suddenly sees Princess Sharon and the hero who was summoned for the second time to save the kingdom, having a nice conversation from the balcony. They are standing and having a nice conversation about something. Kisaragi is a little upset at the sight, but is immediately encouraged by the thought that he can finally return home. Toya abruptly turns away from the view of the city and begins to look ahead. Kisaragi takes one last look at the city he found himself in and realizes that the next day, when he returns to his real world, he will have a lot of work to do. Toya reaches the hall where the ceremony is to be held. He stands in a previously drawn magic circle. On the floor next to him, a man places a pearl of reverse summoning. The court magician declares that it is time to begin the ceremony. The court magician begins to cast a spell. When he says the right words, he also raises the magic wand in his left hand, pointing it toward the ceiling. At the end of the wand is a glass ball. The volume with which the wizards cast the spell increases. A white light appears around Kisaragi. Toya is genuinely happy that he can finally continue his daily life and routine. Kisaragi's health worsens, his cheeks turn red, and something happens to his consciousness. But he still continues to be confident that after some time he will remember this situation as a very ordinary dream. Toya only understands the last words of the priest who says them. But he does not fully understand even them. The minister says that the person who ended up in these lands must be transferred to another place, after which Kisaragi disappears. Finally, the boy gets to his feet and realizes that he is in the middle of a steppe with almost no trees. He looks at the sun and hopes that this is all just a joke. He cannot and does not want to believe what has happened to him. For some time, sitting in the middle of the steppe, the hero still cannot get used to the idea that he has not returned to his world. Kisaragi does not know what he should do in such a difficult situation. Kisaragi sits silently in the steppe for a while, and again repeats the question out loud about whether he can return to his world, the answer to which is probably negative. He still can't get used to his new appearance. Telya touches his platinum hair, looks at the robe that is thrown over his shoulders, takes a few steps to the nearest large stones to sit down. He sits down on a rock and decides to take a little rest from the shocks. Suddenly, while the guy is sitting, another important question appears in his head. Kisaragi sits on a rock and looks at the sun. Right now, all his thoughts are occupied by just one short question. But despite this, it is very important. How should he live on? The hero remembers how, in the previous world he lived in, the guy went to work and earned his living that way. He also remembers that in the previous world he had no relatives left, so Toya was alone. On the one hand, the young man is glad that he has no one to worry about, but his philosophical thoughts are interrupted by the rumbling in his stomach. Even in such unpleasant moments, the guy is still hungry. Suddenly, Kisaragi remembers the spatial storage again, where he has many materials and items for leveling up his character. He opens the storage and scrolls through its list, reaching the desired item. Finally, having already leafed through a fairly large number of objects and a significant part of his own inventory, he finally finds the bread, which he has stored in the amount of 99 copies. Taya is very happy with such a find. Kisaragi sits on a rock, eats some freshly mined bread, and concludes that everything that happens to him is not so bad. In addition, Toya also notices that when he took the bread out of his inventory, the number next to the name of the item he took decreased. He finally decides to get up and take some action. Kisaragi still cannot find an answer to the question of how he should live now, because he is not used to living in a completely different world, which is so different from the one in which he was born and lived for a significant part of his life. The hero does not give up and does not give up. He concludes that the best solution is to check the storage again, but do it more thoroughly. The guy waves his hand, and the list appears around Toya again. After examining his inventory, Kisaragi realizes that the storage is full of weapons and items that he once used in the game. In addition, there are also many miscellaneous items, such as a helmet and shield which were worth a fortune in the previous world. The longer the hero checks what is in his vault, the more he realizes that he really misses the world he used to live in. But Kisaragi also knows that he is powerless at the moment. Suddenly, the boy finds the very first Buster Sword, which he once used in the game from his past life. He decides to use the sword as a weapon for now. Taya decides to start his survival by chopping down trees. The hero was a little disappointed that the tree didn't even budge from his blow, but he is in no hurry to give up and swings again. Kisaragi confidently grips the Buster Sword with both hands and decides to strike the tree one more time. Telya is determined, and it is clear that he is not going to give up so quickly. An hour later, the hero still fails to cut down the tree, but instead he is convinced that he can use a weapon that is not intended for magicians like him. After working with the wood for a while, Toya realizes that he can hit a little better. He is very pleased with the idea that he can use the Buster Sword while being a mage. The hero leaves the tree and concludes that he first needs to get to a village or a city. Having done this, he will make his plans further. In order to get to some populated area, Kisaragi decides to see if there's anything in the storage that he can use to help him cover such a distance. Suddenly, while checking his inventory, Kisaragi sees a horse in it. He remembers that he used a horse in the game until he reached level 100. After he got a better vehicle, he moved the horse to storage. Suddenly, a bright light starts to flicker above his head. The hero is very surprised by this and exclaims with genuine shock in his voice. Taya takes a few steps back from the source of the light. Suddenly, a horse of absolutely enormous size appears right in front of the guy. The horse has a long black mane, and it is several times larger than Kisaragi. The guy cannot believe what he sees right now. Suddenly, the horse looks at Kisaragi and starts to neigh loudly. The sounds it makes scare the boy a little because they are so loud. Toya doesn't know what to do in this situation. He waits to see what will happen next. Suddenly, the horse takes a few steps towards Kisaragi and starts to lick the boy's face affectionately. Kisaragi doesn't really like what the animal is doing and asks it to stop. Toya thinks that he doesn't look like any kind of tasty food. Kisaragi wipes his face with his robe, where the horse's drool remains. He tells the animal that he would like to go to a populated area and asks the horse to take him to the nearest village. The horse turns out to be very obedient, and immediately after Kisaragi voices his request, the animal lowers itself to the ground so that the boy can sit on its back. The young man climbs onto the horse's back and breathes a sigh of relief. He understands that he will finally begin his life in this new, unknown world. The horse begins to move. The hero begins to scream in fear and surprise. The boy tries to stop the horse sitting on its back, but it is in vain. He screams, begging the animal to run a little slower, otherwise the trip will definitely not end well. In the frantic pace of the ride, he notices a cart standing not far from him. Looking around the area near the cart for a bit, Toya realizes that the cart was carrying travelers who were suddenly attacked by a horde of goblins. The monsters want to attack the boys. The travelers are scared but ready to fight, while Kisaragi is riding his horse. He tries to figure out if the battle he is watching is a pattern. The hero is at a loss and does not know what to do, help or leave. While the goblins are showing signs of attacking the travelers, Toya is still hesitating whether to help the boys. He is not sure if it is a good decision, since he is only a first-level mage. Kisaragi, sitting on a horse, addresses the animal and asks it to listen to him. The hero, with hope in his voice, asks that the horse be able to help Toya himself defeat the goblins who attack the travelers. The horse, neighing loudly, gallops towards the goblin horde. The monsters do not have time to notice the enemy that suddenly appeared and still want to attack the travelers. The danger literally hangs over their heads. Neither Kisaragi, sitting on his horse, nor the goblins, already under his hooves, have time to understand what happened, since the animal acts very decisively and quickly, completely sparing no one. It turns out that not only the goblins and Toya himself were surprised by such a sudden appearance, but also the travelers, who had no hope of outside help. While the boys stand there in amazement, not knowing whether to move into battle, the horse continues to beat its enemies. It shows no mercy at all. Kisaragi, on the animal's back, is in shock, just like the travelers. While Toya is busy trying not to fall off the back of his horse fighting monsters, a limb of one of the monsters flies past him. He looks at it in amazement, but almost immediately turns away, not deciding to continue watching this picture. The goblins begin to fuss and are very frightened when they see the force with which the animal destroys their relatives. They forget about the travelers and try to escape as quickly as possible. The horse makes another very unexpected, sharp movement, and several drops of goblin blood fall on Kisaragi's face. The boy does not know what to do and so continues to sit on the animal's back. Finally, the horse stops and silently looks at the travelers. While Kisaragi looks around him frantically, seeing the numerous dead bodies of the monsters killed by his four-legged friend, the horse begins to neigh loudly and look around. While fidgeting, the animal accidentally steps on one of the monster's torn-off arms, and Kisaragi, seeing this, experiences unpleasant sensations and covers his mouth with his hand. Finally, Toya comes to his senses and, still sitting on his horse, looks at one of the travelers who decides to approach the animal and its owner a little closer. Kisaragi decides to get off his horse, but realizes that the three travelers, who were previously attacked by a horde of goblins and subsequently killed by the animal, are afraid not so much of the owner as of the horse itself. Seeing that the travelers are still afraid of the stranger and his animal, Kisaragi decides to make the first move himself. He jumps off his horse and says that he did not want to scare the guys, and the horse simply did not obey him. The travelers exhale. The fear of the travelers, previously attacked by goblins, gradually evaporates, and one of them takes a step towards Kisaragi to talk to the boy. The boy puts his sword back in its sheath as he approaches Toya. He says that the hero doesn't need to apologize, since he saved them and that's worth a lot. His face shows genuine gratitude, but also a bit of disbelief. The guy who addresses Kisaragi also adds that he is very surprised by Toya's ability to ride a warhorse so well. The hero is genuinely surprised when the guy calls his horse Warhorse but accepts it. The horse starts licking Kisaragi's face again, thus expressing his gratitude to the hero. Toya says that the horse did everything for him himself, to which the boy replies that even if this is true, the horse still loves his master very much. Toya is a little surprised that the horse has actually become so attached to him. He wipes the animal's drool off his face with his robe once again and then returns to the conversation. It turns out that the guys the hero saved were accompanying a merchant's cart at the request of the Adventurers Guild. The travelers are packing up their things to continue their building. Kisaragi realizes that the story that just happened to him is very similar to the Isekai story he read in the light novel. Another man, a merchant, gets out of the carriage and thanks the hero for saving him. One of the travelers saved by Kisaragi offers the boy to go with them to the city, explaining that such an offer can be regarded as gratitude for help. Kisaragi listens to the merchant's offer and is delighted. He finds it hard to believe that someone would be able to help him like that. He immediately begins to thank the people who offer to help him get to the city. One of the travelers says that there is a guild in the city where they are heading. The guy offers the hero to get a certificate of conquest, as it seems to him that it will be very useful for Toya. The hero is surprised by this proposal because he does not understand what the traveler means. He asks what a certificate of conquest is and why it is needed. The traveler cannot believe that the hero is asking such questions. The traveler decides to explain what a certificate of conquest is. It turns out that it proves that the person who received it defeated a monster. If you present this certificate to the guild, you can get money for the monsters you kill. Kisaragi recently defeated. He says that for these monsters, the material that needs to be collected is the right ear, as monsters of such a low class do not have a magic stone. Toya says he understands and watches as the traveler cuts off the goblin's right ear. The boy saved by Kisaragi asks permission to do it all for the hero, to repay him for saving their lives. The travelers are genuinely grateful to Kisaragi. They continue to collect trophies from the goblins while happily conversing with each other. Toya sincerely thanks them. In order to not reveal the secret of his appearance in this world, Kisaragi decides to lie to the travelers and tell them that he has lost his memory, so he cannot explain how he ended up in the forest. One of the people sitting around the campfire that the travelers are making asks Toya why he doesn't register with the Adventurers Guild. After all, if he gets the title of Adventurers, his life will be a little easier. The hero seriously considers the offer of one of the travelers. He understands that if he wants to continue living in this world, then such an offer is definitely worth considering, because having the title of adventurer is not such a bad idea. Another traveler also notes that if such a contract also exists, Toya will become a member of the guild. Then he will be able to make a subordination contract with the horse he summoned. Kisaragi is surprised. It turns out that the inhabitants of the New World use magical tools to make a contract between a master and a servant. But it is important to note that the person who makes the contract must be recognized as a monster. Duya learns that it is rare to have a warhorse on hand in the New World, and even many high-ranking adventurers do not own one. It is Kisaragi's turn to guard the camp set up by the travelers. The hero ponders the traveler's words about making a contract of submission while he guards the camp, his horse sitting next to him. The boy turns to the horse and looks at it carefully. Kisaragi asks the horse sitting next to him whether he considers the hero his master or not. It is clear that Toya is very worried about this question. Finally, the travelers and the hero reach the nearest city where the Adventurers Guild asked to deliver the goods. It turns out that the city where the travelers arrived is called Fendi. Walking through the crowded streets, Kisaragi concludes that the city he finds himself in is quite lively and large. He decides to walk along the shopping streets past the numerous stalls standing close to each other. Toya realizes that even near the stalls there are an indecently large number of people. Suddenly the hero decides to look at the people walking down the street. He sees one girl, looks closely, and then realizes that beastmen also live in the city of Fendi, which surprises him greatly. After the hero stumbles upon a girl belonging to the beast race, he realizes that from that moment on he finally believes that he is in another world. Kisaragi is very excited by this thought. Suddenly, the travelers who brought the boy to the city approach Kisaragi. They say that from now on they will have to leave the brave hero behind, and therefore say goodbye to Toya. Hearing this, the boy thanks the adventurers once again. Before leaving, the travelers offer Kisaragi a drink together when he is done with his business. The boy, hearing this, happily agrees and accepts the offer of the merchants and adventurers. Toya looks up at the sky, takes a deep breath, and exhales easily. He walks closer to his horse and confidently declares that he is going to become an adventurer from now on. As the hero has already heard, in order to become a real adventurer, you need to register in a guild. So now his path lies precisely to its building. The guild of the city of Fendi has a simple coat of arms, a crossed axe and sword. In order to enter the guild building, Kisaragi first needs to leave his horse in the stable. The guy takes his pet there, but it does not want to say goodbye to its owner. The horse tries to escape from the stable where Toya left him, but the hero makes it clear that he will not abandon his pet, and therefore asks him to at least wait outside. Kisaragi's requests work, and he manages to hand over the horse to the stable. The young man orders his pet to stay in place and stand still, and also forbids him to go anywhere. The people around him, seeing such a horse, are surprised by him. Before leaving, Toya once again looks back to look at his pet. It is clear from the hero's face that he sincerely hopes that everything will be fine. Finally, Kisaragi reaches the guild building. The decoration and luxury of the room he enters pleasantly surprises him, so the hero cannot help but sigh in surprise. It turns out that in the guild building, in addition to Toya himself, there are many people who are busy with their own affairs. Life in the building is in full swing. Each person came to it to take a certain task and complete it. The more Kisaragi looks at the people in the guild building, the more worried he becomes. He understands that these people have their own business, but it still doesn't ease his anxiety. The people in the building are talking loudly about their daily routines. Some of them are standing near the assignment board. Kisaragi passes two boys who are drinking something from wooden cups and hopes that everything will be okay with him. Finally, the guy reaches the information desk. Behind it, he is met by a young girl who asks how she can help him, to which Kisaragi begins to answer incoherently, embarrassed. Still, the hero manages to concentrate on his goal and formulate it clearly. He quickly and sharply says that he wants to register in the guild as an adventurer. After waiting a few seconds, Toya also adds that he would very much like to make a subordination contract with the horse he owns. The girl realizes that the guy she sees in front of her is new to the guild. Suddenly, the girl replies that horses do not need a subordination contract. Kisaragi, in turn, says that he does not own an ordinary horse, but a combat one. The girl at the counter's expression immediately changes after hearing Toya's words. She states that the warhorse is a B-rank monster, so the hero needs to register it first. Fidgeting and clearly not expecting such an answer, the girl asks Kisaragi to fill out a piece of paper with a form that she gives him. The girl thinks to herself that she would very much like to see a real warhorse. As Kisaragi sits down to fill out the form given to him by the girl at the information desk, he realizes that he doesn't know the language of the world he's in. He looks at the sheet of paper with the inscriptions carefully. Suddenly, the hero realizes that he can read the letters of the language of the world he has entered. In addition, Kisaragi also notices that when he writes letters, they change to the letters of the new world. Finally, it's time to register a guild card for the hero. For Kisaragi, this is a very important moment. It turns out that in order to register a guild card, a drop of the person being registered's blood is needed. Kisaragi's finger is pricked with a small needle, after which the hero places the wounded finger on the magic ball. The hero's registration in the guild is successful. A few minutes later, the girl at the front desk returns to Toya, carrying something in her hands. It turns out that the napkin she's carrying contains the Kisaragi guild card. This card is also an ID card, so it can't be lost. The girl explains that when the person holding the card holds it close to their body, it automatically sucks in their magical power and calls up their registration information. Kisaragi decides to try it. The hero holds the card close to his chest for a couple of seconds, then brings it to his eyes to see what is written on it. The guy peers at the card and realizes that it really does contain his registration information. In addition, the girl also explains to the hero that he can do quests one level higher than his guild level. She also adds that in Toya's case, these will be E-rank buildings. In addition to the information card when registering for the guild, Kisaragi also received amulets to form a subjugation contract with a warhorse. He walks through the building and rejoices in becoming an adventurer. In order to conclude a subordination contract, the master must wear a bracelet from the amulet set. He must put the necklace on the monster with its consent. Only then can the contract be considered concluded. The girl also gives Kisaragi a certificate of the servant's identity, which other people perceive as the contract itself. The girl asks Toya if he has any more questions. Kisaragi, without thinking twice, asks if the girl knows a place where he could leave his warhorse. The girl at the information desk thinks to herself that the guy should not worry about the horse under any circumstances. She begins to consider possible places where Toya could leave his warhorse. The girl finds several possible options. She immediately rejects one of them, saying that renting this place is very expensive. Kisaragi, seeing how the girl is trying to help him, sincerely thanks her and says that she helps him a lot. Suddenly, the girl realizes that she never introduced herself to Kisaragi. She apologizes to him for such a mistake and says that her name is Melia. The girl also adds that she is very pleased to meet Toya. After the girl introduces herself, Kisaragi's face becomes more enthusiastic and the guy says that he is also very glad to meet her. Suddenly, Melia leans over to Toya and tells him that she has something to say about his warhorse. The boy is surprised that she found the information he needed so quickly, but is still willing to listen to what the girl found. Suddenly, the girl's words are interrupted by a noise and crash coming from behind the door of the guild building. Kisaragi quickly turns around to see what is the source of such a loud sound. Out of nowhere, the door to the guild building opens with a bang, and a man, crudely tied with ropes, falls through the doorway onto the floor, clearly in terror. The people around him are frightened and surprised. Someone in the crowd in the guild building shouts that the huge horse in the guild stable has suddenly gone berserk. Kisaragi realizes whose horse it is. To his regret, he learns that the horse he rode to the guild building on has gone mad. The people on the street and the merchants behind the counters are very scared. They don't know what to do. The runaway horse can't calm down. Finally, the owner himself comes running to calm his pet down. To the surprise of the townspeople, he almost manages to cope with the task. Some people, as Toya later understands, are guys from the guild, order him to get rid of the horse as soon as possible. Naturally, the hero is not going to listen to them. The young man demands the horse to calm down once more, but more insistently. He adds menacingly that if the horse does not obey him right now, he will continue his journey without it. Hearing this, the horse instantly calms down, and the anger in his eyes dissipates and is replaced by sadness. Toya is not actually angry with him. The hero would have continued to scold the horse. But at that moment, one of the men standing behind the counters calls out to him. The old man turns to the guy and says that what happened is not the horse's fault, but the fault of the people. The man explains that a horse of such black color is quite rare. The old man also says that the guys from the guild tied it with a rope and tried to take it away, so this made the animal go crazy. The man behind the counter says that the horse has a pleasant personality, and in fact, the animal simply did not want to be separated from its owner. These words leave Kisaragi confused and embarrassed. The old man continues to talk and says that the adventurer's daily life is similar to the day of the incident. He also adds that he does not pity the guys at all, since they themselves were to blame for what happened. The man suggests that Toya cheer up and eat special meat from the city of Fendi. It turns out that there have been many cases in the guild where hearing has been stolen in the middle of the day without evidence. Kisaragi realizes how terrible that sounds. Kisaragi and the horse sit down on the ground next to each other. The boy slowly eats the meat and treats his horse to some. The hero sees how the horse eats the meat with such pleasure and is surprised that the animal does not eat grass. Suddenly, the hero realizes that during the entire time that Toya was playing for another account in the past world, the horse was completely alone in his storage. Kisaragi continues his monologue. He turns to the horse and says that he is his first friend in this new world, and Toya would really hate for the horse to disappear. Kisaragi takes out a necklace from his pocket that would allow him to form a contract with the horse. The hero asks his friend if he can put the necklace on the horse as proof that it is a servant. The horse drops its head as a sign of agreement for Kisaragi to place a necklace around its neck, confirming the contract of subordination. The hero places a necklace on the horse's neck and a bracelet on his arm, confirming the validity of a subordination contract, and realizes that he must name the horse somehow. Without thinking twice, he decides to name it Kokuyo. which means black as obsidian. After Toya concludes and seals a subordination contract, the horse rears up and begins to neigh. It is noticeable that the horse is pleased. Kisaragi turns to Kokuyo and asks him to take care of his master from now on. As a sign of deep love and appreciation, Kokuyo leans towards Kisaragi again and begins to lick his face. Kisaragi does not like this gesture very much, but he endures it anyway. It turns out that someone is watching this scene, standing on the bridge near the river where Kisaragi and Kokuyo are sitting. While Toya yells at his pet to stop licking him, this someone is watching them very carefully. It turns out that a short, dark-haired girl is watching them. Looking closer, the girl notices that next to Toya is not an ordinary horse, but a war horse. While the girl watches what is happening, she slowly chews bread. It turns out that the girl belongs to the unpainted people, which can be determined by her pointed ears. After watching what is happening for a while, she concludes that the war horse is very attached to Kisaragi. She is genuinely surprised by what is happening. During his stay in the city of Fendi, the hero decides to temporarily settle in an inn called Foxtail Rest Stop, which the guild recommended to him. The inn looks very cozy and nice. It turns out that this inn is run by the parents and children of beastmen. This place is famous for its cooking, especially for its orc stew. On another day of Kisaragi's stay at the inn, a girl comes to him and says that she has prepared food for him. Suddenly, the girl who came to visit Toya sees that the guy is still sleeping. She is surprised that he slept through everything and concludes that the hero is very tired. The hero barely hears what she says as he is still half asleep. In response to the girl's question, Kisaragi mumbles something unintelligible and continues to lie there with his eyes closed. Finally, Kisaragi wakes up completely and gets ready to do important things. He is very happy that he was finally able to get a good night's sleep after a long time. While the hero goes to check on his horse, he thinks that he is sincerely surprised by his ability to shamelessly sleep even in such difficult situations. Finally, Kisaragi reaches the stall. Approaching the right enclosure, he greets Kokuyo. In response to the question, the horse once again begins to lick his face. Kisaragi regards this gesture as a positive answer. As the hero wipes the animal's drool off his face with his robe again, he thinks that he absolutely must learn more about the world he finds himself in. Kisaragi recalls that he discovered that he could buy things in his world with in-game currency. He recalls an incident where he went to check into a hotel and paid a small amount of money to rent a room for 10 days. Besides this, Toya also realizes that he doesn't know the value of the money he has. He decides that he must definitely study the economy of the city. The hero warns the girl who accompanied him to the stable that he will be leaving for a while. He turns around and is about to leave when the girl calls out to him. The girl thanks Kisaragi for his help and, while pouring water into a basin for Kokuyo, asks the hero to return to the inn early. She explains her request by saying that the inn is serving orc stew for dinner that day, and Kisaragi must definitely try it. The young man is reluctant to accept the offer, so he feels a little awkward. Once outside, Toya's first task is to find out the value of money in the New World. He begins his study of the economy of Fendi City with a walk through the local market. After spending some time around the market stalls, Kisaragi realizes that he doesn't have to worry about money. While he's walking around the market, a woman offers to buy him some apples, and the hero agrees to buy them. He walks down the street and eats an apple. The hero continues his walk through the streets of Fendi City and suddenly stumbles upon a gun shop. Kisaragi decides to go in and check out what they sell. The guy is very pleased that he found a gun shop in the city. Without wasting a minute, Kisaragi enters the weapon shop. He remembers that in fantasy worlds there must always be weapons. He decides to try one of the swords on the counter and picks it up. After carefully examining the weapons in the weapon shop, Tsuruya concludes that he needs a weapon of a higher rank than the one he has. He goes to another rack with various types of weapons but finds nothing of value there. Suddenly, a blacksmith in a weapon shop, forging another sword, approaches Kisaragi. He asks Toya if he is a magician. After receiving a positive answer, the blacksmith suggests Kisaragi to look into a shop for magic tools. Kisaragi can't believe his ears when he hears this proposal. His joy is almost beyond words. He excitedly asks if there is such a shop in Fendi City and if it sells magic books. The blacksmith replies that it does. Toya remembers that he has never used magic in the game before, but he should still check out the magic tool shop, as it could be very useful. The hero goes outside and decides to go to the magic tool shop. He remembers that the shopkeeper told him that the shop was called Twilight Pavilion. He also remembers that the shopkeeper was described as a bit strange. The hero reaches the store. Without thinking twice, Kisaragi opens the door to a store called Twilight Pavilion and greets the shopkeeper. He sees a very young girl in the shopkeeper's place, and at first he does not recognize her as a living being. It seems to him that the girl on the chair looks more like a doll than a person. Kisaragi looks at the girl more closely and realizes that she is an elf. Suddenly the girl opens her eyes. Toya realizes that he was wrong about her being a doll. Suddenly the girl says that she remembers Toya very well. She yawns lazily and Kisaragi doesn't understand how she can remember him. He doesn't have time to ask a question before the elf interrupts him and asks if he is looking for something. The hero is a little surprised that the owner of such a store is only a little girl. It is noticeable from his face that he is very surprised by the age of the store owner. The elf seems to understand what the hero is thinking. She angrily says that she is actually much older than a man like him. The elf states that even if she looks small, she is still a full-fledged adult girl. Kisaragi laughs at the girl's violent reaction. It's obvious that the guy feels a little awkward. He asked the girl if his own face gave him away. Neither the elf nor Kisaragi decide to continue their argument. Toya immediately says that he is looking for magic books. He also adds that despite being a novice adventurer, he still knows how to use magic. It is obvious that the girl is very knowledgeable about the products she sells. She says that the price of books for beginner mages is 10 silver coins for intermediate ones, 50 silver coins, and for high-level ones, 2 gold coins, and for high-level ones, 2 gold coins. The elf brings several books and places them on the table in front of Kisaragi. The girl explains that if he is a beginner, he should start with the beginner's book, as this book contains spells for everyday life. Kisaragi thinks that while walking around the city, he has already figured out the value of the money he has. It turns out that 1 copper coin is equal to 100 yen, 1 silver coin is equal to 10,000 yen, and 1 gold coin is equal to 10,000 yen, and 1 gold coin is equal to 1 million yen. Kisaragi is in his thoughts for quite some time, as he can't decide which purchase to make. He doesn't know if he should buy all 3 books at once, or if it will be too expensive for him. Finally, having made a balanced decision, the hero says that he would like to buy all 3 books suggested by the elf working in the store. The girl is very surprised by Kisaragi's decision. After the elf hears Kisaragi's decision, she says that the hero is unusually special, even though he is still very young. She asks the hero's name, to which he replies that his name is Toya. The hero realizes that he needs to pay for the purchase, so without thinking twice, he puts his hand in front of him and calls for the item storage to open. The storage appears, and Kisaragi takes out a bag of money. The elf sees that the hero can use the storage, and she says that she is a little surprised by this. Kisaragi confirms that he can use this skill. Suddenly, he realizes something important. Toya asks the elf if he was being careless when he used the storage summoning skill in public. The girl calmly says that he doesn't need to be so careful. She mentions that the skill the hero uses is certainly rare, but if Toya used it, the elf will do the same. Suddenly, a vial of some kind of potion falls out of thin air onto the girl's hand. Seeing this, Kisaragi breathes a sigh of relief as he realizes that the elf can use a storage skill just like him. The girl replies that her storage skill is better than the one Kisaragi has. The elf proudly says that the storage skill she uses is called Natalia's Twilight Sage storage skill, which can store up to 5,000 kilograms of inventory. The hero understands that 5,000 kilograms, which can be stored in the inventory storage, can always come in handy. Kisaragi finds this skill quite good. After thinking for a bit, the guy comes to the conclusion that the elf's storage can't compare to his anyway. Roughly speaking, his storage has long exceeded the limit of the number of items he can store in it. The elf is very happy that she was finally able to show off her skill to someone. The hero supports her in that her skill is very strong, deciding to keep a secret that the girl's skill will never be able to compare to his. Kisaragi with hope in her voice, if he needs to buy anything else from the magic tool shop. but the boy says that it is high time for him to go home. The elf says that she understands that he needs to go back. The girl also adds that if he needs to buy anything else, Taya can always come to the magic tool shop at any time. Suddenly, the elf says that she sees a very good potential of a magician in Kisaragi. She decides that she will teach the boy to use magic step by step. The girl also notes that she will not do it for free, but for a certain price. Tuya turns to look at the girl after hearing these words. He doesn't quite know how to react to what she just said. Kisaragi is silent for a while and then leaves the store. Returning back to the inn, Kisaragi decides to immediately sit down and study the books he bought at the magic tool shop that same day. The guy does not waste a minute of time. Without thinking twice, he lights a candle on the table, sits down on a chair, places a book in front of him and opens it. The hero understands that he must learn to use restoration magic at approximately the level he is at now. The hero doesn't have time to read even a couple of words when suddenly something strange happens to him. Words written in the book seem to start flashing before his eyes. Analyzing his feelings, Kisaragi realizes that all the spells written in the book are imprinted on his mind on their own. The strange feelings pass and Kisaragi, in shock, looks at the stack of books lying on the table in front of him. He cannot believe what just happened to him. Tuya looks at his hand in surprise and realizes that he can already use some of the high-level spells that were imprinted into his consciousness when he opened one of the books. Kisaragi is eager to try out the spells he has just learned. He makes some movements with his left hand and casts the spell itself. First, the hero decides to try using the healing skill. He says the right words and feels his magical power. A bright white light begins to flicker in the room where Kisaragi is. The next morning, the innkeepers, the beastmen, are talking in the tavern. The girl asks her father, who is standing behind the counter, if he saw something glowing during the night. The man is a little surprised by the question, but looks cheerful. The girl's father replies that to his surprise, his health has improved dramatically since last night. He notices that his body feels great. Kisaragi comes down from his room to the tavern. He is greeted by a girl who has already managed to become friends with the hero during his stay at the inn. She says anxiously that she was very worried because Toya didn't come to dinner. The guy replies that he was very tired after he went to the city, so he went to bed as soon as he came. Kisaragi sits down at the table while the girl decides to go and cook him a delicious and filling breakfast. After some time, the girl brings a delicious hot homemade soup and 2 buns for Kisaragi. She tells Toya to eat more, since yesterday he was hungry almost all day. The guy thanks the girl very much. Just as he begins his meal, the hero thinks that he still feels very tired. He slowly lifts the wooden spoon with soup to his mouth and prepares to try the soup that the girl brought him. Kisaragi tastes the dish. He realizes that it is very well cooked and tastes wonderful. The girl replies that the soup is only delicious because it contains a lot of orc meat. After finishing his meal, Kisaragi, out of an old habit from the previous world, presses his palms together with the insides of his hands and brings them to his face. He tells the girl that he thanks her for such a delicious treat. The girl, seeing this, calls Toya strange. She wonders if this gesture is some kind of gratitude for the food from his hometown. Kisaragi, feeling a little sad because of the longing for the previous world, replies that she is right. Inwardly, the boy is surprised that the girl called him strange. He realizes that this is a habit that is difficult to overcome. After breakfast, the hero goes up to his room again and lies down tiredly on the bed next to the window. He exhales heavily. Toya takes his registration card out of his pocket, looks at it, and wonders if he can return to his old world. He also wonders what will happen if he stays in the new world for the rest of his life. Kisaragi recalls the kingdom of Henrietta, which he found himself in when he was summoned by Princess Sharon, and realizes that it is a country within the game. After this, Toya realizes that the city of Fendi, in which he is located, belongs to the kingdom of Sarandi, which was never mentioned in the game at all. Toya remembers the step he found himself in after he participated in the reverse summoning ceremony. He doesn't know if the world he found himself in is similar to the world in the game. The only thing Kisaragi is sure of is that he can still use the storage room, which should contain a lot of valuable inventory. He decides to check what is in his storage room again and opens it. First of all, Toya takes out a ring from the storage, which is an aid for beginners. This ring also has a ridiculous effect. multiplying experience points by 100 times. This ring was given out in order to balance all players. Without thinking twice, Kisaragi puts the ring on his finger. He confidently decides that he must become stronger at any cost. In order to test the functionality of the newly equipped ring, Kisaragi decides to go into the forest. He reaches the entrance to the forest south of Fendi City. The hero takes his warhorse with him on a short expedition. When they reach a certain place, Kisaragi asks Kokuyo to stay on him. He promises to return after he checks something very important. Kisaragi decides not to leave the horse hungry or thirsty, so the hero pours him some water using everyday magic. Kisaragi sees the horse start drinking water and thinks that everything is fine and the horse is smart enough. He also remembers that the people at the inn said that there are no strong monsters in the forest. The hero takes out the Buster Sword, which he intends to use in case of danger, and goes deeper into the forest, looking around carefully. Kisaragi realizes that he should act carefully. As the hero makes his way deeper into the forest, he thinks about how many monsters live there. Suddenly, Kisaragi notices a group of goblins sitting in a circle and eating an animal they killed. The hero, continuing to sit in the bushes, realizes that it didn't take him long to find several monsters. Kisaragi decides not to attack right away, but to think about his plan of action. He hides in the bushes and reflects on how he was an ordinary office worker in the previous world, so he is not sure that he can defeat the goblins. Tuye is especially unsure about defeating the goblins that walk on two legs. He looks at one of these monsters with uncertainty. Suddenly, Kisaragi is sobered by the thought that the goblins are still his enemies, so he should not doubt his decision. The hero takes a deep breath and sneaks up on one of the unsuspecting goblins minding his own business. Kisaragi slashes him across the back with his Buster Sword, dealing a fatal blow. The sudden attack is noticed by the remaining group of goblins. They rush to attack Toya and begin to move rapidly towards him. The goblins say something, but their language is not clear to the hero. Kisaragi continues to mercilessly strike the monsters attacking him with his sword, killing them one by one. He moves very dexterously and quickly, not giving his opponent a second to think about his actions. After killing a few more monsters, Kisaragi looks at his shaking hand and realizes that his feelings are different from what he experienced in the game. This time, he is risking his own life by fighting monsters in reality. Finally, having defeated absolutely all the monsters that were previously in the territory that Toya discovered, he decides that the number of monsters he has killed is more than enough. He stops for a moment to catch his breath. Right after that, the guy opens his registration card to check what the battle with so many monsters gave him. The result he sees there pleasantly surprises him. Kisaragi can't believe that he managed to raise 6 levels in just one go. Right after that, Toya realizes that the effect of the ring he put on at the inn is actually working. The guy realizes that now that he has learned how the leveling system works in the new world, he knows what he should do next. Without thinking twice, Kisaragi sets out to find the orc pack and, without spending much time on it, finally finds it. He hurries to deal with higher-level monsters. The hero completes the task, mercilessly killing them all. He collects materials from the monsters he has killed, of which there are an incredible number. The hero decides that it is time to return to Kokuyo, his horse. Without thinking twice, he turns around and looks at the monsters once more. Kisaragi waves his hand over them and decides that it would be best if he puts the orcs he killed into his storage. Toya's inventory. Now the boy can calmly go to meet his horse. It takes him a lot of effort to get out of the forest. He sees Kokuyo, but notices that the horse is dirty. The hero hurries to approach him as quickly as possible. Kisaragi breaks into a run and runs up to his faithful friend. He realizes that his horse is covered in blood and is very scared by this. Suddenly, coming out onto the road where the hero left his horse, Toya looks back and realizes that the blood in which the horse is stained does not belong to him at all, but to the goblins he killed. Kisaragi praises his friend for a job well done. He says that he expected nothing less from Kokuyo, a brave warhorse. It is noticeable that the horse is very pleased when he hears such pleasant words from his master. Kisaragi looks around carefully, standing on the road, studying how many goblins his horse has killed. The hero counts more than 30 monster corpses. He sincerely does not understand what he should do with so many dead monsters. Kisaragi notices that Kokuyo is sticky from the blood he got while killing goblins. Toya promises that when they return to the inn, he will be sure to wash the horse with his magic. Before returning to the inn, Taya goes to the Adventurers Guild building to hand over the material he obtained from the monsters. The girl at the counter, seeing so many bags of materials brought by Kisaragi, asks in surprise how many monsters he managed to kill in one day. Toya sheepishly replies that he just got carried away. The hero also happily adds that, in fact, there are still some materials left in his storage. For example, a bunch of orcs. Kisaragi is about to say something else, when he's interrupted by the girl standing behind the counter. She, hearing the word storage from him, asks Kisaragi to wait a little. The hero is a little surprised by such words, but still agrees to the request. The girl explains to Toya that she will lead him to a storage room at the back of the building and tells him where he needs to go. Upon hearing the words storage, the people in the guild building turn to look at Kisaragi. The girl explains to the hero that he should still keep the fact that the guy can use the vault a secret. It turns out that the vault is a skill that many people desperately want to get their hands on. The girl says that if the other teams find out that Kisaragi has a vault, they will definitely try to recruit him. Toya, hearing this, understands that he would not want that to happen. Finally, Milia and Kisaragi reach a storage room. They are noticed by a young man working there, who asks the girl if they brought any materials to the room. The guy comes a little closer to Milia and Taya and asks if the hero got them. It is noticeable that at first glance the worker treats Kisaragi a little strangely. It turns out that his name is Dalek and he runs the workshop. The hero decides to introduce himself and says that his name is Toya. Dalek replies that he has never seen the guy in the guild before, so he asks if Kisaragi is new to the guild. He also asks where the materials are. Toya hesitates to admit where he actually keeps the materials he has obtained. After thinking for a while, Toya finally answers that they are in his storage. Dalek is pleasantly surprised that the guy knows how to use the storage, so he immediately asks Kisaragi to put all the items he got on the table. The hero replies that there are quite a lot of them, and he is not sure whether it is worth putting them all out. Dalek confidently says that everyone who works in his shop is a professional, so he has nothing to worry about and the newbie has no one to be ashamed of. Kisaragi replies that if Dalek insists, he will definitely lay out all the items he has obtained. The hero opens the storage with a wave of his hand to take out everything he needs. Dalek and Milia watch in silence. First, Toya takes 200 goblin ears from the vault. They are followed by 10 orc corpses, followed by 30 wolf carcasses. Suddenly, while the hero continues to take the wolves he killed from the vault, Dalek stops him. The workshop worker, in absolute shock from what he has seen, tells Kisaragi to stop taking seemingly endless materials out of storage. Almost the entire workshop is filled with corpses of monsters. Dalek admits defeat and says he was wrong about the hero's abilities. The man asks the boy to stop taking materials out of the vault. It turns out that the bodies of killed monsters do not rot in the vault. The worker also adds that if Kisaragi brings back such a huge number of bodies from his hunts every time, it won't end well. Taya convinces Dalek that he doesn't plan on hunting anytime soon. Dalek asks Kisaragi if he is a high-ranking warrior, to which Malia replies that Toya is an E-rank. Kisaragi also adds that he only reached E-rank because the travelers he saved helped him collect goblin ears, causing his level to increase. Dalek replies that he understands everything. After waiting for a while, he approaches Taya and says that he realized that there is an amazing newcomer in the guild. As Toya is about to leave the guild building, Milia tells him that the evaluation of the materials obtained will be done the next day. The girl is also confident that the hero will increase his rank. Milia says that because Kisaragi is an E rank, the balance of the materials obtained is strange. The guy says that he understands everything. The girl hesitantly asks Toya if he is really an ordinary magician, as his skills do not match his abilities. Milia adds that she would rather consider Kisaragi a berserker than a mage, since he is quite strong. Toya, hearing that there is a berserker job, is truly delighted. He wants to change classes. The girl is frightened by such enthusiasm. It turns out that Kisaragi wants to be a berserker who kills all his enemies when he encounters them. Such a berserker goes beyond the ordinary warrior, but achieving such a status is extremely difficult. Milia sadly says that the berserker in their world is just a legend. She does not remember anyone who ever passed the 100th level. As Kisaragi returns to the inn with Kokoyo, he thinks that it's really weird that no one knows about the possibility of changing jobs after level 100. Toya recalls that the game had an option called Job Change, and some players actively used it. Kisaragi concludes that by using the ring to enhance the effect, he will reach his goal much faster than he otherwise would have, which is good news. Toya opens her information card again. He sees that in one hunt he managed to raise his level to 35. The guy concludes that if he works hard, he will definitely be able to reach level 100. Kisaragi understands that if he changes his job to warrior, it will not turn out what he needs. The hero shares all this with Kokuyo, who is walking next to him. Suddenly, Toya turns to his horse and stops. He happily and confidently declares that he will definitely become a berserker in this new world. He asks Kokuyo if he will fight him, to which the horse, as a sign of his love and devotion to his master, begins to lick his face again, which the guy does not like very much. Toya seriously says that he must become stronger. The hero says that he's eager to begin his cultivation as soon as possible, so he and Kokuyo continue their way to the inn at a faster pace. Suddenly the hero realizes that something bad has happened near the hotel, judging by the excited cries around it. Kisaragi and Kokuyo approach the temporary residence faster and see the worried faces of its owners. The girl and her father turn to Kisaragi. While the girl is worried, her father stands with a completely calm expression on his face. He turns to Toya and says that the hero needs to leave the hotel the next morning, which unpleasantly surprises the hero. After hearing the bad news that the heroes are being kicked out of the inn, he returns back to the guild building. Milia, hearing this, cannot believe Toya's words. She asks again if it is really true. The girl turns to Kisaragi and asks if he is a criminal despite his appearance. The guy replies that there was a terrible misunderstanding. He tells Milia the reason why the owners asked Kisaragi to leave the inn. It turns out that Kokuyo is scaring the other horses in the stable. Milia can't believe it's true. Kisaragi says that he's having problems because some of the guests left the inn because of the horses that were scared of Kokuyo. The hero realizes that this sounds pretty ridiculous. Kisaragi stops telling the story. His face becomes serious and he asks Milia to find him another hotel. The girl replies that the same story could happen anywhere. Milia's head. She suggests that Kisaragi run not a room but a mansion. Toya, hearing such a proposal, is very surprised. He asks if renting a mansion is really cheap. Milia answers that there is also cheap real estate in the city. Milia adds that there will be one special condition for the hero when renting the mansion she wants to offer him. In addition, the owner of the mansion is strange. Kisaragi and the girl reach the store that Toya has been to before. Milia happily enters the building, sees its owner, greets her, calling her Natalia, and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. It turns out that the owner of the building is the elf girl who sold the magic books to Kisaragi a few days ago. She sleepily looks up at the unexpected guests. Natalia stretches lazily and, seeing Milia, says that only a lady from the guild came to visit her. Milia replies that she and her companion would like to talk about the mansion. Natalia is disappointed and asks if someone has come to try their luck and rent the mansion again. The girl also adds that people never learn anything. She asks who exactly came to her. Kisaragi appears at the door, and Natalia immediately recognizes him. Milia, watching this, is very surprised that the two are familiar. Toya waves to the elf. Kisaragi explains to the guild girl that he used to come to Natalia to buy a couple of magic books from the magic tool shop. Natalia says that she understood everything perfectly. The girl calls the hero by name again and asks if she remembered him correctly. While Kokuyo waits for his master outside, the elf suggests going to the mansion and all three people leave the magic tool shop. Natalia, Toya, and Milia walk towards the mansion with Kokuyo, passing the surprised citizens of Fendi City along the streets. They are clearly not used to seeing such a scene of the day. As Kisaragi walks down the street, he hears the crowd shouting about his warhorse. The townspeople are surprised by the size of the animal. Kokuyo scares many with its menacing appearance. After walking for some time, the heroes find themselves in another area of the city. Kisaragi notices that the area they came to is very similar to an elite one. He is surprised that the elf's mansion is in such a place. As the three of them pass by a huge and luxurious building, Natalia suddenly turns around and points her finger at it. She declares that this mansion belongs to her. Kisaragi does not react to these words immediately. When the hero manages to take a closer look at the mansion that Natalia pointed out, He is delighted mixed with horror. It is noticeable that, when he was going to rent a house, Toya did not expect to see such a luxurious building. As the heroes walk to the front door of the mansion to enter, Kisaragi asks in surprise if the house will be too luxurious for him. Natalia replies that if the young man rents the mansion, he should not worry about it. Besides this, the elf also adds sarcastically that it is only up to Toya whether he can live in such a mansion. There is definitely a catch in the rental offer. The door to the mansion opens, Natalia takes a few steps and enters the building. After that, she immediately stops and starts calling a girl named Ferris. The hero cannot understand who she is calling if there is no one in the mansion. Toya decides to make sure there are people in the building anyway, so he takes a few steps behind Natalia and sees a white smoke starting to form near the stairs. Kisaragi doesn't understand what it is, so he gets scared. The elf, looking at the smoke, smiles confidently and says that only the one who is recognized by the girl who suddenly appeared from the white smoke can live in this mansion. Kisaragi cannot believe his eyes. When the smoke finally clears, the hero sees a cute young girl with light hair and light eyes. It turns out that her name is Ferris, and she is the spirit of the mansion they came to. Natalia takes a few steps towards Ferris, who suddenly appears and happily says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. At this time, Kisaragi is still standing in place and can't understand where the girl came from. As the hero stands still and looks at Ferris, he concludes that she is a very beautiful girl, but her expression is completely blank. Kisaragi compares her to a doll. Toya decides to find out more about the girl. He turns to Natalia and asks if the spirit of the mansion means a ghost that lives in the building. The elf turns to him disappointedly and asks if he really doesn't know that. Melia intervenes in the conversation and explains that the spirit of the mansion, as its name suggests, resides in the building itself. This being is the one who protects the house and brings good luck. Toya anxiously tries to remember what this reminds him of. The hero realizes that the spirit of the mansion is similar to Zashikiwarasi from his past world. The guy is a little scared by this thought. It turns out that the house spirit chooses who will live in the house it belongs to. Kisaragi realizes that even if he owns the building, he still won't be able to live in it if Ferris doesn't recognize him. Kisaragi cautiously asks what he needs to do to get a confession from Ferris. Natalia says that he doesn't need to do anything and that getting a confession is very easy. The elf addresses the spirit of the mansion and asks the girl what she thinks of Kisaragi. Ferris looks closely at Toya, and the hero sees himself reflected in her light eyes. Kisaragi for a while. Instead of saying anything in response to Natalia's question, she just nods silently and reservedly, letting the guests know that she gives her consent for Kisaragi to live in the mansion. Ferris's reaction is surprised and for some time does not know what to say. Suddenly, the girl starts laughing and says that she understood everything. The elf concludes that Kisaragi is a good person. Natalia turns to the guy and happily informs him that from now on, he can live in this mansion. Melia looks at Kisaragi with delight and says that he finds it amazing that the hero was recognized by the spirit of the mansion. Taya is very surprised by this and cannot understand what he did for this, but is still happy about this news. While Kisaragi shares his joy with Melia, Natalia thinks about how he was recognized not only by the warhorse, but also by the spirit of the mansion. The elf finds this very strange. The heroes return to the magic tool shop, where Natalia informs Kisaragi that his rent for the mansion will be 150,000 gil per month. She also says that she usually does not give discounts. The hero estimates that he will have to pay almost 2 million gil per year for renting the mansion. He understands that he can easily afford such a price. Without thinking twice, Kisaragi agrees to the deal and tells Natalia about it. The girl replies that during the time they were in the mansion, she managed to get hungry, so she wants to eat something. Suddenly, Kisaragi waves his hand and says that they need to celebrate the deal. After that, several plates appear on the table in front of the heroes, on which pieces of cake appear. Natalia is very surprised by what she sees. Tuya asks the elf if this is her first time seeing a cake. Kisaragi explains that what is on the plate is a confection called cake. Natalia, perplexed, breaks off a piece of cake with a spoon, not fully understanding what it is. Without thinking twice, the girl sends a piece of cake into her mouth. The elf's facial expression changes dramatically and takes on a contented and happy look. Following her, Melia also tries the cake. Natalia asks delightedly what the hero gave her to try. The girl says that the sweetness of the cake delights her and that it is the first time in her life that she has eaten something like this. The hero, watching this, understands that the power of sweetness is terrible. He says that he is glad that Natalia liked the treat. It turns out that the girl finishes the cake very quickly. She asks Kisaragi for a couple more pieces. The guy looks at how quickly Natalia ate the cake with surprise. The hero says seriously that he doesn't have a single piece of cake left. Besides, he thinks that he can't just take things out of storage, and Natalia knows about it. Without thinking twice, Natalia turns to Toya and offers to make a new deal. The girl says that she can give Kisaragi the mansion in exchange for a few more pieces of cake. The hero is so surprised by this proposal that he suddenly gets up from the sofa he was sitting on. Milia turns to Natalia in shock and asks what the elf is saying. Natalia explains her offer. The girl says that she can't live in this mansion anyway, so she can give it away. She asks Toya if this is a good deal and if he agrees to it. Without waiting for Kisaragi's answer, Natalia enthusiastically repeats that she would really like to eat some more cake and shows the empty plate to the hero. She really hopes that Toya will still treat her. Kisaragi looks at Natalia with confusion and doesn't understand what she's thinking. Besides that, the guy also concludes that the deal Natalia proposed is really very good. Kisaragi abruptly says that he agrees to make the deal proposed by the elf. She, hearing this, joyfully asks if the hero's words are true. However, the guy says that instead of cake, he will offer Natalia to try another, no less delicious treat if she doesn't mind. Kisaragi takes another dessert out of storage. Natalia asks what the hero is offering her and indignantly says that she does not see a cake on the table. Toya explains that the dessert is called chocolate parfait and it is no less delicious than the cake. Despite her indignation, Natalia still decides to try the parfait offered by the hero. Immediately after the first bite, the girl understands that this dessert is also very tasty. Milia, seeing how Natalia likes the treat, asks the girl if she can try the dessert too. The elf, hearing this, turns to her and says that she can't. Milia's voice and face become a little sadder after what the girl heard. But she says that she didn't expect to hear another answer from Natalia. The lady from the guild turns to Toya and says that if it comes to a purchase and sale agreement, then he will need to return with the girl to the trading guild. All three heroes leave the mansion and head to the guild building. Natalia happily says that she is very happy with the deal they made. She also adds that if Kisaragi has any more sweets left, she is ready to eat them all. Kisaragi looks calm and at peace. He finds himself thinking that he never thought he would be able to trade sweets for a mansion one day. On the way to the guild, while the heroes are still walking through the mansion grounds, Toya sees a contented Kokuyo having a pleasant time frolicking in the grass. Kisaragi realizes that he is glad that his horse also likes the mansion. Finally, the heroes come to the building of the trade guild, where they manage to finally conclude the purchase and sale deal. The woman working in the guild says that the purchase procedure is now complete. Kisaragi thanks the woman for her work and help in closing the deal and says that it is time for him to leave. The woman asks him to stay a little longer. Suddenly, a merchant guild worker says that Toya will have to pay property taxes after he bought the mansion. Kisaragi asks again, puzzled, what kind of tax he will have to pay. The worker replies that the property tax this year is 2 million gil. Hearing such a large sum that the hero will have to pay, he is horrified. Kisaragi cannot believe what he is hearing. The worker replies that the mansion the hero bought is quite expensive. Toya, fussing, says that he thought Natalia had already paid for the mansion. Natalia calmly explains that the debt has accumulated because no one has lived in the house before. The girl also adds that she did not expect that someone would appear who Ferris would recognize. The elf says that she has decided that she cannot sell the mansion with the spirit to someone the spirit does not recognize. The worker turns to the elf and says that she is an exception. Natalia asks Kisaragi not to pay attention to this. She also tells the hero to take care of Ferris while he lives in the mansion. As Toya returns to his newly purchased mansion, he realizes that he feels very strange. This is not surprising because he never thought that he would have a luxurious mansion in another world. Kisaragi and Kokuyo get closer to the mansion, and the hero thinks about what he should do next. He is in no hurry. Suddenly, the hero turns to the horse and says that he thinks it would be better for Kokuyo to return to the vault for a while. He waves his hand and the horse suddenly disappears. Kisaragi can't believe he was able to return the horse back to the vault. He opens the vault and sees that the horse has indeed returned to it. Tuya excitedly says that he did it by accident and thought that in this world it was impossible to put living beings in storage. He concludes that this action only worked because Kokuyo was originally an item. Unexpectedly for himself, the hero understands that if Kokuyo could be put away in storage, then Kisaragi did not need a huge mansion at all and could calmly stay in the hotel. Eventually, the hero realizes that he can't keep the horse in storage forever, so he decides to get it out. To do this, the hero waves his hand again, and the horse appears, begins to bite Kisaragi's hair and head lightly. It is noticeable that Kokuyo is very angry at Kisaragi for his actions, and the hero understands this. Finally, Toya enters the mansion, opens the huge door, turns to Ferris and says that he is home. Hearing the door creak, the girl immediately appears in the hallway, again taking shape from white smoke. Kusaragi, observing this, concludes that Ferris understands perfectly well what he is talking about. He is going to try to talk to the girl. The hero asks Ferris to take care of him from this day on. He also adds that he knows that his appearance in the house is unexpected and therefore asks to show him the mansion. On Ferris's face, as if he were Kisaragi, Toya can't believe he saw the girl smile at him. He concludes that his imagination was just running wild and that Ferris's face didn't really change. It turns out that Natalia warned him that the expression on the face of the spirit of the house never changes. In addition, the spirits of the house also cannot speak. The hero also learned that before other people knew about it, spirits would live in the house and guard it carefully. It is said that a house in which a spirit lives does not collapse and retains its current state as it is. It turns out that many people wanted to get the mansion bought by the hero over many decades, but the spirit of the house itself chose the owner and master. During all this time, Ferris did not recognize a single person. During the tour that Ferris gives Kisaragi, they enter a huge and luxurious bathroom, decorated with statues of lion heads. The bathtub itself, located in the room, is incredibly large and beautiful. The hero asks Ferris in surprise if he can really use such a large bathroom at any time, to which the girl nods silently. Kisaragi, seeing Ferris's answer, says that it is very cool. After a while, Toya returns to the bathroom and gets into the bathtub. He expected that the people living in the new world were like the Japanese, so they would definitely use bathtubs. Kisaragi realizes that Ferris has done a good job maintaining this mansion. The hero also decides that he should make some changes to his lifestyle and level up, as well as check his belongings. The hero gets up and is about to leave the bathroom. He knows that he has a lot of things to do, when Kisaragi stands up to his full height in the bathroom. Ferris also suddenly appears in the room and sees the hero naked. The girl's face shows no emotion. As Ferris stands there and silently looks at Kisaragi, he becomes very embarrassed and starts to blush. He doesn't know how he should handle the situation, so he doesn't say anything. After a few seconds, Toya asks Ferris to leave the bathroom for a while. The girl, having heard the request, immediately disappears. Kisaragi feels uneasy about the situation. He remembers that he was told that the house spirit would take care of him, but he realizes that such care is not needed in the bathroom. Suddenly, Kisaragi notices that a set of clothes has appeared in the place where Ferris was standing when she appeared in the bathroom. The hero realizes that a girl brought it. Even before he starts getting dressed, Toya decides that he should properly thank Ferris for bringing him a set of clothes. He says that it has been a long time since he took a bath like this. Kisaragi realizes that Ferris will do all the housework for him, so he concludes that house perfume is truly a great blessing. The hero sits on a chair and thinks about why the girl recognized him. Toya understands that he is very interested in this question, and therefore decides to ask her about it directly sometime. While the hero thinks about what will happen if he talks to Ferris, he slowly falls asleep. At that very moment, the girl herself appears in the room and covers the hero, who is sleeping on the chair, with a blanket. After Ferris covers Kisaragi with a blanket, she squats down next to him and looks into the hero's face. The girl looks at him very tenderly. The next morning, the hero turns to Ferris and tells her that it is time for him to go. He also adds that he is going to make some guild requests and level up a bit, so he will stay in the forest for 3 days. Ferris, hearing this, looks very worried. Kisaragi, in turn, asks the girl to take care of the mansion during his absence. Toya notices that Ferris looks worried. He doesn't understand why she has such a worried look. Toya says that everything will definitely be okay. The hero also says that despite his appearance, he is still quite a strong warrior. He convinces Ferris that he will return home soon. Saying goodbye, Kisaragi puts his hand on the girl's shoulder, but his hand goes through Ferris. He immediately apologizes to the girl in the form of Hal after his touch her shoulder begins to burn. Can't people touch the house spirit? Eventually, Kisaragi leaves the mansion and tells Ferris that it's time for him to go. The girl remains in the house, touching her shoulder and looking at him. Kisaragi goes to the central part of the western forest. The hero takes a D-rank request to subdue the orcs. He needs to collect the right ears of the monsters. He copes with the task wonderfully and kills all the monsters one by one. After the battle, Toya sits down tiredly on the body of one of the orcs he killed while Kokoyo stands nearby. Toya deduces that he is working to pay for his house after coming to another world. The hero understands that this means that the reward for the request should be sufficient. However, the hero decides that he should earn a little more money. The hero looks at the ring he took from the vault and says that with the effect of this ring, his level increases much faster. Kisaragi remembers that Ferris said that he would return home in 3 days. But despite this, the hero decides to stay in the forest a little longer. He wonders if everything will be okay if Ferris is looking after the house. While the hero spends time in the forest leveling up, Ferris is still in the mansion waiting for him to return home. The girl is very worried that he doesn't show up at home. During the time Kisaragi was absent from the mansion, he defeated every monster he encountered, and he stored each monster he killed in his vault. It turns out that the hero's storage does not increase in weight, despite the fact that the number of items in it increases significantly. Besides this, spending time in the forest, the hero discovers various interesting things during battles. For example, weapons become dull due to the blood of monsters. But if a blunt weapon is put back into storage and taken out, it will become clean and its sharpness will be restored. The same thing happens with torn and dirty clothes. After a long hunt and recycling of materials, the hero finally decides it's time to open the status and check it. Kisaragi is worried. Seeing the result that Toya achieved, he thanks the ring, which increases the experience gained by 100 times, calling it cheating. It turns out that during his stay in the forest and killing many monsters, the hero finally managed to reach the cellular level. He is very happy and satisfied with his result. Kisaragi turns to Kokuyo and happily declares that he has finally made progress towards becoming the berserker he so badly wanted. The hero is so happy that he trembles with anticipation. Suddenly, the hero sees an option asking if he wants to change jobs. Kisaragi happily states that he does. He is very happy that he can finally change his job to a warrior. But after he clicks yes, his face darkens. It turns out that Toya is frustrated because the only jobs he can move to are High Mage and High Priest. He is very upset that the possible jobs are also related to magic. Out of despair and disappointment, Kisaragi falls to his knees and asks the information window if it seriously means that the other job is also related to magic. He sincerely does not want to believe it. Toya says that he read the magic book and learned all the restoration magic. He asks what will happen if he becomes a high mage. Will he continue to study magic? Kisaragi snaps Kokuyo out of his sad thoughts by biting his head. Toya tells the horse that he is in a bad state right now. After some time having finally left behind his melancholy, the guy says that he should continue hunting, despite all the unpleasant news. He wipes his horse's drool off his head once again and decides that as long as he has a sword, it doesn't matter what his profession is. On this day, Toya's profession is Kisaragi changes to a Tier 1 Hiwaga job. It turns out that Kisaragi's next goal is to raise the profession of a high mage to level 100. Then he would like to know what profession the young man will be able to switch to next time. He does all this effort just to become a berserker. After a long stay in the forest, the tired hero finally returns home after such an absence. Kisaragi enters the house, and the first thing he does upon entering the mansion is apologize to Ferris for being late. She doesn't appear to the hero right away. The hero finally sees her completely. He notices that she is crying. Ferris suddenly tells Kisaragi that he is late and she was very worried while he was gone. A flustered Toya runs up to the girl and apologizes again. He explains that he was too focused on leveling up. He's about to say something else when he suddenly notices something important. Kisaragi addresses the girl. He tells Ferris that it's amazing that she can talk. Toya has a hard time hiding his shock. The girl stops crying and looks at him in surprise. Kisaragi happily says that he would really like to talk to the girl. He also thanks her for looking after the mansion while he was away. At this time, an interesting conversation is taking place in the Adventurers Guild. A certain man says that he is surprised that a newcomer on whom he has high hopes has bought a house in this city. Melia, who was one of the participants in the conversation, replies that if a great adventurer like Toya were to settle in the city, it would be a great help to the guild. A man standing near the window looking out says that he heard a lot of compliments about Kisaragi from Dalok's team. The man turns out to be a middle-aged man who is a sub-guild master named Ebrant. He says that he is looking forward to meeting Toya. After some time, Kisaragi reappears at the guild and learns that his rank has suddenly jumped to C. He says that he only recently raised his rank. Melia confirms this, but says that there is one but. A man appears behind Kisaragi and says that the request was received from him. Toya is not quite sure who it is. The man comes closer to the hero and says that he is pleased to meet Toya. It turns out that the man is a sub-guild master and his name is Ebrand. Hearing this name, many people in the guild suddenly turn around to look at the man. Ignoring the surprise in his direction, Ebrand wishes everyone in the guild a good morning. After a short wait, the man suddenly raises his hands up, trying to inspire the search or adventure. He shouts that the traveler should continue to complete tasks and earn a lot of money. The crowd happily agrees with Ebrand. Kisaragi, watching this picture, sincerely does not understand what is wrong with Ebrand. Melia does not answer him this question and only laughs awkwardly. Finally finishing his pep talk to the travelers, Ebrand turns and addresses Toya, asking if he can borrow some of the hero's time. Kisaragi doesn't know what to say. It turns out that the man approached Kisaragi about the materials he had collected in the workshop. The sub-guildmaster and the hero head there, but Toya doesn't know why. As the heroes approach the workshop, one of its workers turns around in horror. He immediately calls out to Dalek, the workshop manager, and says that Kisaragi has returned. Dalek is unpleasantly surprised by what he hears. Soon, the workers gather around the corpses brought by the hero. They indignantly shout that Kisaragi should be banned from coming to the workshop. One of the workers tearfully asks Toya not to joke about bringing even more materials. The heroes smile awkwardly and decide not to tell the workshop workers that he still has a lot of materials left in storage. Ebrand decides to start a conversation and says that Kisaragi has become a full-fledged adventurer since he became a sea cranks. He thinks that the materials the hero brought will be enough for the guild for now. Toya, hearing that he is already called a full-fledged adventurer, is very pleased that he is considered as such. Suddenly, Ebrand says that he was waiting for Kisaragi. It turns out that he wanted to ask the hero to do some tasks. The task Ebrand would like to entrust to Toya is escorting merchants. Kisaragi immediately replies that he is refusing the task without thinking it through. Ebrand picks up one of the bodies of the many monsters killed by the hero and asks Toya to reconsider his decision. The man also adds that it would be very nice of him to do so. Kisaragi thinks to himself that his answer is obvious because the task given to him by the sub-guildmaster promises to be troublesome. In addition, the hero is also stopped from completing the task by the fact that he does not want to leave Ferris alone at home again, remembering how worried she was when he was hunting. Then I turn to Ebrand and explain my decision. He says that there is something he would really like to explore, so now the young man accepts long-term assignments, like escorting something. Suddenly, Kisaragi and Ebrand are distracted from their conversation by Melia, who suddenly bursts into the workshop and calls for the sub-guildmaster. It is noticeable that the girl is carrying something in her hands. It turns out that the girl is carrying Toya's card with her. An agitated Ebrand asks what happened. Melia replies that she finished updating Toya's card and saw something strange there. The sub-guildmaster examines it carefully. Ebrand approaches him and asks if the boy is really a level 57 mage. Kisaragi can't immediately believe what he's hearing. After the boy finishes looking at his card, he realizes that he now has the profession of a high mage after changing his previous one to it. The boy realizes that this change is not reflected in the card. It turns out that to change something in a card, you need a special tool, since there is no person in the world who could change a name or profession. because cards are artifacts, the principle of which has not been studied until now. Kisaragi is overjoyed that he doesn't have to worry about anyone finding out about his job change. An astonished Ibran says he can't believe what he sees on the card. The man says that he heard Kisaragi changing levels quickly, but that such a change is extremely abnormal. He also says that the highest rank of adventurers in Fendi City is A rank. Ibran talks about a guy who took 20 years to reach only level 42, thus comparing him to Kisaragi. Suddenly, the sub-guildmaster says that judging by the hero's level, he should have been ranked S long ago. Kisaragi is very surprised to hear this. He can't understand how this can be. The hero cannot believe that in the world he finds himself in, it takes so long to level up. On the other hand, Tia realizes that if he thinks about it, in the new world, no one has an item like a ring to multiply experience points. He concludes that there is no way for others to know that they can change jobs after reaching level 100. Ebran says that if such talent as Kisaragi's becomes known to the public, the boy will undoubtedly be invited to work in the royal palace and will be retained in every possible way. The man says this while cutting up the carcass of another monster. On the other hand, the sub-guildmaster says that maybe working for the royal family isn't such a bad decision. Melia says that if he starts serving a royal family, his career as an adventurer will end. Taya, hearing about the royal family, remembers the unpleasant moments that happened during his stay in the castle of this family. Kisaragi's expression immediately becomes very serious. He says with some anger in his voice that Melia, who asked him to serve in the royal family, must be joking. Ibrand, while butchering the carcass of another monster killed by Kisaragi, watches the hero's face change. He says that judging by Toya's reaction, it looks like he really doesn't want to work for the government. While the man is taking a precious stone out of the wolf's corpse, he turns to the hero and suggests that he leave everything as it is at the moment. In addition, the man also asks Melia not to tell anyone about what she just heard. The girl happily says that she will not tell anyone anything. Kisaragi watches as the sub-guildmaster gives a gem to one of the workers in the workshop. Ibran suddenly asks what exactly Toya wanted to follow when the boy spoke of this man. Hearing the hero's request, the man happily says that if this is true, then perhaps he could be of great help to him. The three heroes enter one of the many rooms of the guild building. It turns out that they have come to the materials room, which the guild is very proud of. It really does contain many different items. The hero is very happy that he was offered such a service. The man says that information about the history of the country, neighboring countries, and many other things can be stored in this room, and Kisaragi may be able to find what he is looking for. The guy turns to Ibrand and asks if it's really okay if he uses the stuff in the materials room. Ibrand's face takes on a slightly confused expression, and the man says there's one small but. He explains to the hero that everything he sees in the room is precious, so the boy must pay a reasonable price if he wants to use any of the items. Tuya is a little surprised to hear the word price. Suddenly, the sub-guildmaster offers the hero a deal. He says that if he accepts the task from him, the man will make an exception, and Kisaragi will be able to use the materials in the room for free. Toya thinks that he was talking about the escort mission anyway. He realizes that if he thinks about it, the deal sounds very good and beneficial to him. After thinking for a few more seconds, the hero confidently answers that he fully agrees to the deal that Ibran offered him. The man is pleasantly surprised by this answer. The sub-guildmaster immediately says that he allows Kisaragi to use the materials in the room as he wishes, but the hero is not allowed to take things out of this place. Ebran also says that he and the team are leaving on an escort mission in exactly 10 days. The man asks Toya not to be late. Kisaragi says that he understands everything and sighs a little heavily. Melia also decides to leave the hero and says that it is time for her to leave and sort out the paperwork. As she leaves, the girl says that even though Ibrand had said that there was a fee for using the materials room, he had lied to the hero a little. It turns out that the fee for using items in the materials room is about 1 copper coin. The hero, hearing the statement, is greatly indignant. He concludes that the price for which he could use the items in the material room is approximately 100 yen. If the coins are converted into the currency of the previous world, it turns out that very few people ever come to the materials room. The precious books in this place are the most ordinary manuscripts. Suddenly, Melia turns to the hero and says that she is still very happy. She asks Toya not to say that he would like to give up the position of adventurer. The hero does not respond to this. Returning home, he concludes that he was deceived. On the other hand, Kisaragi realizes that the sub-guildmaster is actually very good. Suddenly, the hero notices a familiar figure near the gate of his new home. After looking a little closer, the hero realizes that Natalia is standing near the gates of his house, trying to get into the mansion. Hearing footsteps behind her, the girl turns around sharply, pointing her finger at Toya and says that she is tired of waiting. The hero asks in surprise if Natalia needs anything, to which the girl replies that she needs yesterday's, as she puts it, thing. Natalia says that she can't forget the taste of the sweet that Kisaragi treated her to the day before. She also adds that she has already eaten everything. The girl plaintively asks if the hero is going to leave her just like that and with nothing in her hands. She asks if Kisaragi listens to her at all. Toya decides not to answer Natalia right away and says that she will definitely listen to her. The guy thinks to himself that he has something he would like to ask the girl about, namely, about Ferris. Suddenly, probably hearing the hero's voice near the house, Ferris appears next to him and Natalia. The girl smiles and says that she is very glad to see the owner of the mansion. Kisaragi tells Ferris that he is home as he steps into the mansion. Ferris asks if anything happened in the mansion while he was gone, to which she replies that everything was calm and nothing happened. The girl slowly asks why Toya came back so early. It is noticeable that she does not talk often. The hero does not answer the question, but says that he understands everything. Ferris does not quite understand what is happening, while Natalia is in shock. It turns out that the girl can't believe that Ferris is talking. She doesn't understand how this can be, and you could say Natalia is a little scared by what she heard, since she has never witnessed the spirit of the house talking. Kisaragi asks Natalia in surprise if she didn't know Ferris could talk, to which the elf replies that she's never heard of a mansion spirit being able to talk. It's obvious that she's very surprised. Natalia says that despite the fact that she lived in this mansion for a very long time, there are still many things that she did not know or suspect. The hero doesn't pay much attention to her words and says that he will definitely see her again sometime. Natalia asks the guy to wait for her for a couple of minutes. Natalia says that she did not want to get the books for free. She offers to exchange one special class magic book that she brought with her and a magic book of search magic for a small amount of sweets. The hero, having heard the girl's proposal, immediately thinks about a book of a special class. He remembers that it contains large-scale magic, which was also encountered in the game from the previous world. Kisaragi thinks that the deal Natalia proposed is not bad and is quite profitable. He decides that making this deal would be a very good idea. Without thinking twice, Kisaragi says that he agrees to exchange the magic books for sweets. Without thinking twice, Toya offers the girl to have dinner with him and Ferris because she is in the mansion. The girl is very happy with this offer. The hero understands that he expected such an offer from Natalia as to exchange 2 books for sweets. After some time, he and Ferris set the table, at which the elf sits on one side. For dinner, the hero decides to serve grilled platter with Natalia, which restores the average amount of hunger. The dish looks very appetizing. Natalia, seeing the dish she is about to eat for dinner, notices that it contains different types of meat. Kisaragi asks the girl not to focus on this and to try what he offers her. While the girl is about to take her first bite, the hero warns her that the dish is hot, so she should be a little more careful. Having finally tried the dinner dishes, Natalia asks Toya in bewilderment what kind of meat he offered her. After eating another piece of meat for dinner, the girl says that she has never eaten such tender meat. It is noticeable that the elf is very pleased with the dinner. Realizing how delicious the food Kisaragi offered her this time is, the girl begins to gobble up what's on the plate faster and faster. The hero is not surprised at all. Suddenly, Ferris enters the room, and the hero turns around to look at the girl. He notices that Ferris, as always, has eaten absolutely nothing. It turns out that house spirits absorb the magical power of the earth and receive life energy from it. Felice replies that she is receiving magical power, so there is no problem with her not eating. Kisaragi says that he understands, but deep down he hopes that one day he will be able to sit at the same table with the girl. Ferris says that when Toya is in the mansion, the earth's magical power becomes very delicious. She flies a little closer to Kisaragi, causing the boy to become embarrassed. Then I'm a little surprised by the fact that magical power, it turns out, has tastes. Besides that, he's also a little confused by the girl's sudden approach to him. Natalia, observing everything that is happening, concludes that there are too many things that she did not know about. The elf analyzes everything she has seen in the last few days since the hero's appearance. Dishes she has never seen before, a talking house spirit. Natalia concludes that the guy who bought the mansion from her is full of mysteries. While thinking about this, the girl continues to eat dinner while Kisaragi says something to Ferris. It turns out that in the end, the heroes never came to a full conclusion about Ferris. Besides, Natalia really liked the chocolate cake that Toya showed her a little later. Having finished her meal, Natalia says that the dinner was very tasty. The girl also adds that she is happy with her evening. The elf says that it is time for her to return home. Almost stepping over the threshold of the mansion, Natalia turns around and says that she won't mind if Taya brings her souvenirs from time to time, to which the hero replies that it's time for her to leave. Kisaragi can't believe that Natalia actually came to the mansion just to eat some candy. While Toya is thinking about this, he holds one of the books he exchanged for the candy in his hand. Returning back to his office, the hero places 2 books on the table in front of him. One of them is a special class magic book, and the other is a magic book of search magic. As soon as the hero opens one of the books, the information described in it is immediately absorbed by him. He says that everything is clear to him. It turns out that, theoretically, the magic of transference in space is possible. Tuya deduces that the magic the wizards used on him in the Henrietta Kingdom teleported him to the exact location he ended up in. Kisaragi says that even with the explanation written on the pages, understanding everything quickly is quite a challenge. He also notes that the book Natalia gave him is amazing. He is intrigued by the author. He opens the page near the spine of the book and sees that Natalia is listed as the author. The hero is disappointed and outraged that the author is his friend. He waves his hand with the book, intending to throw it on the floor. However, the guy stops before he can throw it, and says that despite its author, the book is very interesting. Toya looks thoughtfully at the starry sky outside the window, and asks himself if it is possible for Natalia to be such an amazing person. The hero decides that before the day of departure on the escort mission, he needs to look into the materials room for his research. He wants to get as much information about this world as possible. Kisaragi recalls that when he first opened the map drawn on the parchment, he was extremely dumbfounded. It turns out that Toya was very surprised that the kingdom of Henrietta, the Luneta Empire, and the Sifansi Empire, which he was familiar with from the game, exist in the world he found himself in. In fact, Kisaragi realizes that he expected the countries he encountered in the game to be present in the world he entered. However, the hero notices that in the new world, there are several countries that he has never heard of before. For example, the kingdom of Serendi, in which he is now, is one of these countries. While the hero is trying to find the city of Fendi on the map, where he is currently located, an unfamiliar figure of a girl appears behind him. It turns out that the girl standing behind him hears him looking for the city of Fendi on the map. She approaches Kisaragi and points out the place where the city is on the map. The girl tells the hero to look more closely. The girl asks with interest whether the hero is studying the escort route, looking so attentively at the map. Taya does not immediately pay attention to her question, being very interested in her appearance. Immediately after this, Kisaragi jumps back in fear. The girl watching this apologizes to him for scaring him. It turns out that she already knows the hero's name. The girl introduces herself and says that her name is Lumina, and she is the leader of this escort mission that Toya is participating in. Kisaragi remembers that there are 2 more groups of adventurers going on the mission with him. He shakes the girl's hand. Lumina says Ibrin called in early this morning. She says she's still hungover from the day before. Lumina prepares to leave the materials room and tells Kisaragi that it was nice to meet him. She also says that she has high hopes for him, while calling the hero a rookie. Kisaragi watches Lumina slowly leave the room, confused and surprised. He doesn't know what to say to that. In the end, he decides to remain silent. Lumina rather quickly. Kisaragi looks at the map again. He thinks that according to the map, the kingdom of Henrietta is not far from the one he is in now. Toya is genuinely curious about whether he would be able to return to his world if he were to return to the kingdom of Henrietta again. He decides that at least there he might find a clue on how to return. On the other hand, the guy thinks that he will hardly be able to leave the world he found himself in so suddenly, since he has already gotten used to it. Finally, the day comes for the hero to go on a mission. Early in the morning, he is near the mansion, on its territory, and calls Ferris. The girl immediately appears before Kisaragi, who calls her. He stands next to his horse. It is noticeable that the hero is happy to see the spirit of the house. It turns out that Ferris hasn't shown up since Kisaragi told her he was going away for a while. He tells the girl that he'll be back home in 8-10 days at the most. He asks Ferris to watch the house while he's gone. Ferris's eyes fill with tears. She asks Toya, upset, to hurry up and come back as soon as possible. It is noticeable that the girl does not want the hero to leave her. Seeing how upset the girl is that the hero is leaving the mansion, he considers not participating in the mission at all. In the end, he says goodbye to the spirit of the house. When the hero arrives at the gathering place, he sees Lumina there, who says that their mission is to escort the merchants to the city of Dumler. Their job is to ensure the safety of the cargo and the merchants to their destination and back. One of the teams is called Grassland Fangs. This team consists of young guys. Lumina still says that everyone was notified about the appearance of high-ranking monsters on the way, so everyone should be ready to attack. While Kisaragi is looking around the gathering place, one of the merchants approaches him and says that he heard about the hero from his friend. He adds that his friend told him about how Kisaragi helps the group in the forest. Toya says that he remembers what happened. The merchant says that the hero is very young for a sea crank. He thinks that the boy is a great adventurer. The merchant asks Kisaragi to take care of them. All the travelers taking part in the mission seem serious. Lumina says it's time to go. The heroes, riding their horses, begin their journey. Kisaragi rides Kokuyo. He looks determined. Toya turns to the horse and tells him that they should hurry and finish the mission quickly in order to return home as soon as possible. One of the travelers who follows the hero says that he looks funny because he behaves very smugly. A young man named Doll approaches him. He is convinced that Toya only received his sea cranks because he was on a strong team. He claims that a mage like him cannot kill even a goblin on his own. Dal tells Kisaragi not to act tough just because he has a higher rank than the other members, and says that they are the only ones who can fight properly. Kisaragi's spirits are a little down. He thinks that it's not surprising that the boy probably won't believe that Toya handled everything on his own. Kisaragi has accepted a request to escort traders to a western town called Dumler and is currently working on it. While they are on their way, one of the warriors accompanying them, a young man named Dal, states that he is very bored and hopes that at least one goblin will appear on their way. A girl sitting in the cart he is driving turns to him and tells him that he should not say such words. She believes that it is better when the journey is safe. Dal tells her that he can't help but show his true strength to the seemingly arrogant Kisaragi. Dal looks at the hero and says that he doesn't want the guy to behave so inappropriately. The hero doesn't know how to react to such words. Suddenly, Lumina speaks to Toya and tells him not to pay attention to Doll. She says that it is true that during adventures, the people here look down on mages. Kisaragi asks why this is happening. The hero thinks that healers are important to the team in games, so he does not think of them as useless. Lumina replies that healers are underestimated by many, since they often stand in the rear. The girl also adds that if the vanguard is killed, the healer, who cannot attack monsters, will have no choice but to flee to avoid being killed. Lumina says no one wants to see their buddy abandon them. It turns out that this is especially true for teams where everyone is close to each other. Lumina says that if Toya is fighting alongside someone, then he must understand that. However, Lumina also adds that being a healer is not a bad decision. Kisaragi continues to move, thinking to himself that joining the team isn't such a bad decision. While the hero is thinking about this, his horse calls out to him. Toya decides to break away from the carts with the merchants and turns a little deeper into the forest, stopping at a small clearing and jumping off Kokuyo. The hero touches the ground and declares that the place he stopped at suits him perfectly. The hero folds his arms down and uses the search skill, causing magic circles to appear around him. It turns out that the search spell is a theory that Toya took from a book on magic research that Natalia wrote. He only took the theory from the book but completed the spell himself as his own. Toya uses a skill that subtly spreads magical power within himself, thereby creating a thread of magical power that senses the movement of surrounding enemies. In simple terms, it forms a kind of web. Using a recently learned skill, the hero concludes that there are 3 forest boars within a radius of 200 meters from him. After Toya learns the location of the enemies, he uses a single attack spell he learned after changing jobs to a high mage. This spell is called Air Blades. With their help, the hero cuts down the trees that block his view of the forest. After the trees fall, Toya immediately sees the hidden boars. They charge, but he kills them immediately. After finishing destroying the enemies, the guy dusts off his hands and decides that this should be enough. He is satisfied with his work. Lumina sees Kizaragi catching up with her on top of Kokyo. She asks if he's done with his business. Toya apologizes. The girl decides to make small talk and asks him if he's ever eaten orc meat picked up from Earth. The hero never gives her a clear answer, so the girl says he's just joking. Lumina adds that if they continue moving at the same pace, they'll reach their destination very soon. Kizaragi thinks that he wants to go home as soon as possible and see Ferris's sweet face. He reflects on how he doesn't have time to deal with pathetic enemies. Night finally falls, and the travelers set up a small camp in the steppe. Many of them sit down to eat or prepare dinner. Dahl and his companion eat dried meat. The young man is a little disappointed that he has no other food. Suddenly, Dahl notices Kisaragi walking around the camp and looking around, probably trying to find something. At this time, the youth himself holds a piece of dried meat in his mouth. The young man tells the hero that it is okay to carry food with him. He looks smugly at the magician and asks if he really wants to eat the other team's food too. After such unpleasant words thrown at Kisaragi, his face darkens a little, but he immediately resumes his good mood. The hero waves his hand and, opening the storage, says that he thinks this is a suitable place. The rest of Dahl's team is a little surprised by what she's able to see right now. From the storage room, the guy takes out a dining table, a chair, a couple of plates with a mug, and a huge pot of stew. It is noticeable that the hero is very pleased with his preparation for the mission. Dahl, not believing his eyes, looks in shock at Toya, who is happily eating dinner. The hero says that the food is still hot because when it was first cooked, the guy immediately put it in his storage. Kisaragi begins his meal. He notices that the food is really hot, so he tries not to burn himself. Meanwhile, his astonished companions watch him eat. Suddenly, Lumina comes up to Toya from behind and says that the food the hero is eating looks very appetizing while she is only eating dried meat. The girl hints that the hero should treat her. In addition, several guys from the Pastor Fang's team also approach Kisaragi, and one girl from there also states that she really likes the way the stew the hero brought looks. As Kokuyo drinks the water kindly provided to him by his master, the youth says that he still has plenty of food, so if the others want, they can join him. Lumina says that the food brought by the hero is very tasty. She also adds that she never thought that she would eat something so tasty in the steppe. After eating a couple more spoonfuls, Lumina also says that it would be ideal if she had some alcohol with her. The girl from the Pastor Fang's team asks her to be patient until they reach the city. While the travelers are sitting at the table and eating dinner, one of them turns to Dahl and invites him to join the meal with his companions. Dahl sharply replies that he does not need it. The young man shouts from afar that he is sure that the hero has curried favor with some strong team in order to go on this mission with them. Toya is not angry or upset because he feels sorry for Dahl. The girl from the team says that Toya is a holder of the storage skill, so she is willing to bow her head to him for reaching rank C at such a young age. After waiting for a while, she apologizes to Kisaragi for how Dahl can be so stubborn even on such important missions. Finally, the heroes reach a city called Dumler safe and sound. One of them says that he is very glad that they arrived safe and sound. The city of Dumler does not look very big. Lumina approaches one of the merchants and says that they were very lucky this time, as they did not encounter any monsters on the way. The girl also says that they will not be able to relax their vigilance on the way back. After talking with the merchant, the girl turns around and sees Kasaragi combing his horse's mane. She feels a little disappointed that she might never see how much power Toya actually has. Their successful journey to the city of Dumler and a local tavern, ordering several mugs of beer. They clink glasses and joyfully shout, "Hooray!" Some of them are happy that the next day is their day off. Lumina, in turn, suggests that her comrades drink until they pass out, to which Kisaragi replies that they are already drinking. Lumina, holding a glass in her hand, comes a little closer to the hero and says that he should drink with the whole team. Kisaragi lifts the mug to his face and thinks that he is not a rabid liquor hater. But in this world, there are still some things about this drink that he does not like. The guy is disappointed to think that the ale in the new world is too warm. It is so warm that the hero can't even drink it. Kisaragi decides that he can use magic to make his drink colder. Lumina sees Toya using magic to change something in his drink, and the girl rushes to ask the hero what he is doing. She takes the glass of cold liquor from his hands and asks what Kisaragi just changed in his drink. Kisaragi awkwardly explains to Lumina that he simply used magic to enhance his drink, and Toya asks the girl if she wants to try what he made. The girl takes a couple of sips and suddenly realizes that she really likes the taste that came out. She immediately points her finger at her glass to Kisaragi, indicating that he should cool the liquor for her as well, which Kisaragi immediately agrees to do. After Lumina learns about the change in taste, she tells the other travelers. Toya chills the drinks of the entire crew. One guy says he didn't know the taste could change so much just by chilling a liquid. Lumina also approaches the embarrassed Dalo. The girl says that he must definitely try the cold liqueur. At first, the guy refuses. Lumina asks for a taste of her cold ale a little more insistently, and Dal says he understands. He takes the mug from her hands and takes a few sips. The guy honestly does not understand what can change in the drink if you just cool it. Suddenly, Dal realizes that what he just tasted is a very tasty thing. The guy asks what it is. A joyful Kisaragi hears this and says that if the guy liked it, he can cool a couple more mugs for him. The hero says contentedly that the mage can be a very useful member of the team. It is noticeable that Taya is very happy with such a good ending to the evening. Dal, admitting that he had been wrong before, sheepishly agrees and looks away, nervously fiddling with his wooden mug. Suddenly, Lumina approaches Toya again and says that she wants to have a serious talk with the hero. He does not expect such words, and therefore, upon hearing this, he is very embarrassed. Lumina takes a few steps towards him and suddenly asks him to stay with her forever. Kisaragi is surprised and asks what she means. The girl happily jumps on the table and asks the guy to cool her ale for the rest of his life. Dal and Toya look at the drunk Lumina with a hint of incomprehension in their eyes. The next morning, Kisaragi wakes up before everyone else and leaves the place they stayed for the night. He decides that if the other travelers drank so much, they should still be sleeping. It turns out that today is his day off. He remembers Milia's words, who said that if someone is a member of the guild, then finding a job in another city will not be difficult for him. Without thinking twice, the hero decides to go to the guild. Dumbler Town doesn't have any local specialties that stand out, but as a market town, it's quite lively. The streets are lined with stalls that locals rush to visit. Finally, the hero manages to find the guild building in the city of Dumbler. As he's about to enter it, someone grabs him by the cloak and he turns around. Turning around, the hero sees a small boy in front of him. The boy decisively asks him if Kisaragi can use healing magic. Toya asks if the boy really wants him to heal his wound, to which the child replies that he is not asking for help for himself. The boy takes out 3 copper coins and says that these are all his savings. He offers them to Kisaragi in exchange for his help in curing the illness of a girl named Saya. Kisaragi is a little surprised by this request and looks at the child carefully. He thinks about what he should do. The child says that he asked everyone he met for help, but everyone told him that 3 coins would not be enough. Suddenly, someone distracts the boy standing next to the hero. The child is called a disparaging name and asked why he is still wandering around the guild. It turns out that 3 adult men who look very self-confident are approaching the boy. One of them says that a stray child from the slums should not be near the guild. Another man says that no adventurer would listen to a request that would require such a small payment. Another takes up his words and asks why the child does not learn anything from life. Kisaragi listens to the men speak negatively about the children raised in the orphanage and clearly doesn't like what they say. One of them comes closer to the child and tries to grab his hand. He says that even if the hero helps the boy, he will not get anything worthy from him in return. Suddenly, the hero grabs the man by the hand. Toya furiously says that he doesn't remember asking a stranger's opinion. He twists the arm of a stranger. The man screams that it hurts a lot. His 2 companions immediately go berserk and start yelling at Toya. As the hero is about to strike again and engage in battle against the two remaining men, the doors to the guild building suddenly open and a girl comes out shouting at the fighters as she goes. It turns out that the girl came to scold people because fighting near the guild building is prohibited. Fighters have to let each other go. One of the three men puts his sword back in its sheath and says that he will remember what happened. The group goes away, leaving Kisaragi and the boy standing in the middle of the square. The girl who came out of the guild building looks at the men leaving, and it seems to her that they look very familiar. But Kisaragi does not pay any attention to it. The boy, now with more confidence in his voice, addresses the hero again. Toya, in turn, says his name. It turns out that the boy's name is Leol. He is clearly happy to have met the hero. Kisaragi addresses him. The hero squats down to be on the same level as the child and tells him to give him all his money. Kisaragi strokes the child's head. He confidently declares that he accepts Leol's assignment, which makes the boy extremely happy. He is so happy that he is ready to burst into tears at that very moment. After walking several streets, the heroes reach the slums where, as it turns out, Leol lives. The houses in this area look terrible, as do the people who live in them. They are all very poor. Kisaragi is very surprised that the slums are not very far from the center. Many people living there look very emaciated. Toya understands that since the city is a trading city, there is always a large influx of people. Finally, the heroes reach the place where the boy wanted to take Kisaragi. He happily points his finger at a small house standing nearby. The house where the children live does not look as bad as the other buildings in the slums. As soon as the heroes enter the house, they are met by a group of children who greet Leol. They find out if the boy managed to find someone who can help. The boy happily replies that he brought someone who can use healing magic. One of the girls in the group approaches Kisaragi and asks if he is a healer. Suddenly, the hero turns to another girl holding a homemade stuffed rabbit toy. She, crying and embarrassed, and therefore covering her face with a toy, asks Toya if he can heal her little sister. He confidently answers that children can rely on him and nods, trying to calm the child standing opposite. As they enter the room, Kisaragi asks if there are any adults in the house. The children answer that there are not, so their little sister Saya does her best to act as their parents. It turns out that because their little sister Saya worked very hard for a long time, she became ill. The girl is breathing heavily, lying on the bed in the room. It is noticeable that she feels very bad. Toya, seeing the girl, concludes that they are about the same age. He sincerely feels sorry for the girl because she takes care of all these children, being young herself. It turns out that a whole week has passed since Saya fell ill, but she is still not getting better. Following Kisaragi, the children enter the room with the sick girl. In order to find out approximately what the sick girl's temperature is, Toya puts her hand on her forehead and realizes that the temperature is very high. The children watch what the hero is doing with fear. They ask excitedly if their little sister will get better. They say that if this continues, it could end very badly. After thinking about what could happen due to Saya's illness, the children begin to cry loudly and in unison. Kisaragi confidently addresses Leol and tells him not to worry and to leave everything to him. The hero strokes the boy's head, reassuring him. Kisaragi takes the girl's hand and thinks that he is not a doctor, so he cannot determine what illness she has. The hero understands that there is only one way to heal the girl. Toya decides to carefully use the healing spells he has learned and can use freely. The hero uses healing and higher healing, causing flashes of white light to flicker one after another in the window of the house. After some time of treatment, Saya finally wakes up and realizes that she feels better. She is alone in the room. The girl slowly gets up in bed and feels her face. She realizes that her health has improved greatly. Suddenly, the girl remembers that there are many children living with her. She comes to her senses and is going to check on them. Once in the dining room, Saya sees a deliciously laid table and hears that there is a lot of food on it, so the children can eat as much as they want, which makes them all very happy. She sees a stranger sitting at the head of the table. At this time, the other children turn around and look at their recovered sister. The girl, who clearly didn't expect this, freezes for a second. She clearly likes what she sees. Finally, the children she cares for run up to Saya. They happily say that Toya cured her with his magic, which surprises the girl greatly. Suddenly, Saya realizes that she is dressed very inappropriately in pajamas. Realizing that there is a guest in the house, the girl becomes embarrassed and says that she will leave as soon as possible to change. After Saya changes her clothes, she goes down to the dining room again and thanks the hero. She says that not only did he use magic to heal her, but he also fed the children. The children once again crowd around the girl and excitedly tell of how they saw a pot of food appear out of nowhere. Anticipating Saya's offer, the hero says that she does not need to worry about payment, since he has already accepted the order from Leol. After a moment of silence, Kisaragi also adds that he has no family. His eyes show sadness. Saya says that he has been of great help to them. The girl adds that if she can do anything for him, she will definitely help. Suddenly, the girl's speech is interrupted by her stomach rumbling. Kisaragi offers the girl lunch if she is doing well. Saya agrees happily. The girls give her a bowl of soup, and the hero wishes her bon appetit. After taking a spoonful, Saya immediately notices that the soup is very tasty. She says that there are a lot of ingredients in it. Kisaragi suddenly asks if the girl runs the place alone. The girl puts down her spoon to answer the question. Saya says that her mother actually used to run the place, but she died of an illness last year. It turns out that many of the people living in the area are those who lost their home or family during the invasion of the kingdom of Henrietta. 7 children living in the house were killed. Saya says with anger in her voice that she is the only one left who can protect the children. The girl promises herself that she will definitely do it. Saya says that the kingdom of Henrietta will definitely pay for the crimes he committed. The hero, hearing the girl's words, says that it is not good to force yourself. He adds that Saya works for the benefit of every child in the house. Kisaragi gives the example of Leol, who desperately tried to ask everyone on the street to help his sick little sister. The hero tells Saya that everyone in the house wanted to be useful to her. He also adds that it is perfectly normal to rely on others. The girl's tear falls into the bowl of soup. The girl begins to cry from happiness and sadness at the same time and replies that she understood everything and Taya really is telling the truth. Kisaragi, seeing that the girl has started to cry, begins to apologize to her, to which she replies that he misunderstood everything. At this time, the girl's plush bunny peeks at them through the window. The children happily say that their little brother and sister make a very good sweet couple. Hearing this, both Saya and Kisaragi begin to brush off the assumptions of the cheerfully laughing children. The boy and girl say that the children are wrong, to which they reply that their sister's face is bright red, so the young people can be considered a sweet couple. Suddenly, one child from the crowd asks Kisaragi if he is leaving already. The boy replies that he needs to leave this city the next day and return to the one he lives in. Before leaving, Kisaragi decides one last time that he should leave some food for his family, so he takes a bowl of soup from the storage room. The girl looks at the saucepan in surprise as it appears out of nowhere and asks how it appeared. Leol, in response to his sister's question, replies that the hero is very amazing. When Kisaragi leaves the big family's house, a whole bunch of children come out to see him off, along with their older sister. The children ask him to come to them again and say that their sister would also like to meet again. The guy replies that if he ever finds himself in this city again, he will definitely drop in to visit them. All the children, along with their recovered sister Saya, say that he must definitely come to them again. They look very happy. When the hero returns to the place where he stopped to spend the night in another city, on the way he meets an old man who asks to treat him to some liqueur. Kisaragi replies that he can't do that, to which the old man says that everything is fine, and asks if that's true. Toya turns away and thinks that he is worried about the children, but does not know what he can do to ensure safety. In order to somehow attract the boy's attention to himself, the old man decides to lure him to his tavern in various ways. But it is useless. Suddenly, someone strikes the old man standing behind Kisaragi with a sword, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. The hero turns around and hears the people he saw earlier in the square saying that the old man was in their way. The 3 men who tried to attack Leol during the day menacingly say that they have finally found Kisaragi. After the old man falls from the men's blow, one of them says that he is just pretending, while the old man says that he is really in a lot of pain. Kisaragi bends down to help him. A man turns to Kisaragi and tells him that he acted like a big shot during the day. Another asks if the boy is the type to become pitiful in front of others. The man to whom Kisaragi broke his arm during the day says that the hero has quite good equipment. He asks if Toya is a rich guy. Another says that since they are in the slums, no one will notice one dead adventurer in them. The old man, still conscious, tells Toya to run away as quickly as possible, to which the young man replies that the man should not worry. To help the old man, the hero uses the healing skill for the second time that day. The old man rises to his feet in surprise and says that his back no longer hurts. Kisaragi asks the man to leave the scene of the upcoming battle as soon as possible. One of the three men, watching Toya help the old man, asks if the hero is a priest and, without waiting for an answer, adds that the only thing priests are capable of is escape. Suddenly, a guy with a hand injured during the day grabs the hero by the collar and presses him against the wall. The old man runs away in horror. The guy says that he heard that a nice girl lives with Kisaragi and says that they will take care of her. The boy angrily asks Toya why adventurers can't do whatever they want. The hero gets tired of listening to this speech and decides to start acting. Suddenly, Kisaragi takes out a sword from the storage room, thereby hitting the guy standing in front of him in the chin with the hilt. The other men are shocked to see that the hero is using the Buster's sword. They can't believe they attacked a person with a storage skill. Toya confidently and decisively declares that from now on, he will do whatever he wants. The hero realizes that he has never fought anyone one-on, but he realizes that Saya will be in danger if he leaves these guys. The two men, deciding that Toya is bluffing, say that they won't fall for such a cheap trick, so they run at him to attack. The hero gets into a fighting stance. He understands that he needs to remember something. It is noticeable that Toya is absolutely not afraid of men. Kisaragi decides to fight like he once did in the game. He easily dodges one man's attack, then attacks him himself. He shows no mercy whatsoever towards his opponent, and Kisaragi mercilessly sends him flying with a single blow of his sword, while his shocked comrade watches. Finally, Kisaragi decides to attack the last opponent. He dishonorably attacks from behind while the boy is looking the other way. He is about to kick the hero. Suddenly, Toya turns around sharply and with one kick knocks the weapon out of the last opponent's hands, at the same time kicking him into the wall. The man smashes his wall through a wooden door, groaning loudly. He clearly didn't like the attack. The guy the hero hits in the chin with the sword handle asks if a priest can really wield a sword and do martial arts. Kisaragi understands that anyone can become an adventurer, even those who are rotten inside. To the men defeated by Toya, the hero seems like a monster. The first of the three, the man, decides to take his last chance and runs towards the old man to attack him and escape. He swings his weapon at the helpless old man and shouts for him to leave as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the sword the man raises above his head is cut into two horizontal pieces. He looks at his sword, seeing only a small part of it, and can't believe what just happened to him. The hero turns to the man and tells him that he needs to stop acting like trash. The old man watches this. Kisaragi uses his magic blade skill again and says that he doesn't think he can stop himself from killing the man. He eventually brings the three tied-up men who attacked him to the Dumbler City Guild building. The girl on duty there orders that these three people be taken to prison as quickly as possible. Toya looks at his hands and realizes that it was a pleasure to fight. He expected this result. The girl working at the guild says that the men the hero brought were under their suspicion, but there was no evidence to find them guilty. She happily states that this time they have a witness, so the guild will finally be able to bring the criminals to justice. The girl apologizes for involving a man from another city in their problems, so if there is anything she can help with, she will fulfill the conditions. Kisaragi says there is something she can help with. He tells her that there is a girl named Saya who lives in the slums and runs her own shelter. At this time, Saya is busy with paperwork. She opens the window to air the room and looks out. While a girl is looking at the starry sky, the hero in the guild asks the workers to take care of the children in that orphanage. Toya explains that children can't live in a place where there are all sorts of criminals like those guys. The girl says that she understands everything and that the guild will take responsibility for this shelter. Kisaragi is very happy with this news. The girl addresses the guy by name. She says that she envies him because there are such good adventurers living in the city of Fendi. The guy is very pleased to hear such a compliment. The old man, whom Toya saved, tries again to invite the guy to the tavern, which he refuses, explaining that he needs to get up early in the morning. the hero returns to the hotel where he is staying with peace of mind. He is very happy that he no longer has to worry about Saya and the other children. On the way to the hotel, looking at the starry sky, the hero decides to buy some souvenirs for Natalia. The next morning, a scream is heard in the Adventurers Guild of Fendi City. Natalia is surprised and asks if Taya will be away from the city for a while. The girl says disappointedly that she won't be able to eat Taya's cooking. Malia replies that the hero will return in 2 days. Natalia still doesn't know what to eat. 2 men in the guild watch 2 girls talking, and one of them asks who the short girl is. The other one answers them almost immediately. It turns out that Natalia is an elf in charge of the magic tool shop who proclaimed herself a sage. The girls pause their conversation briefly to glare at the men. Suddenly, Natalia tells Milia again that she must disturb her. It turns out that the girl wanted to ask the lady from the guild something. This question concerns the hero. Over a cup of tea, 2 girls discuss Kisaragi. Milia says that she became the hero's personal secretary. Natalia asks if the girl really wanted to ask her something about him. Milia asks if Natalia found it strange that Kisaragi was recognized at home almost immediately after his arrival. The elf replies that she doesn't know. She says that the only one who knows why this happened is the spirit of the house. However, there are people who are loved by spirits from birth. Natalia says that she once knew such a person. The elf calmly says that she once lived in a country where she was a mage of an immortal shrine. Milia, hearing such an unusual fact about the past of the girl she is talking to, is very surprised that she was such an important person in the past. Natalia tells her that it sounds very rude. The country where the elf lived was different from those where the human race outnumbered others. In this country, everyone lived without oppression. Natalia's abilities were quickly recognized in that kingdom, and she worked there for a long time as a mage of the immortal shrine. Natalia recalls a conversation with the emperor of that kingdom. He asked her if she really wanted to quit, to which she replied that the invasions of the kingdom of Henrietta had died down recently, so she could leave her position. She also added that she was resigning because the man she remembered from his early years had finally grown into a wonderful emperor. The emperor asked her what she was going to do after leaving the palace. Natalia replied that she was going to relax and go on a trip, and then open her own shop somewhere. Besides that, she also wanted to know how to become the supreme sage that was written about in an ancient elven book in the village. The emperor replied that he knew Natalia. He was sure that she could achieve this. The girl replied that this was indeed so. Before leaving, the man asked Natalia to visit Charlotte, as she loved the elf very much. It turns out that the king had a daughter named Charlotte. This girl was given special powers at birth. The king's daughter had an unusual ability to be loved by spirits. All magical creatures were attracted to her like a magnet. Natalia found Charlotte in the garden when she wanted to say goodbye to her. The girl was once again spending time with the spirits. Natalia asked if she had disturbed the girl. The girl, seeing the elf, happily called her Aunt. Natalia, hearing such an address, menacingly asked the girl to call her big sister. Charlotte replied that Natalia had always been inside the castle ever since her dad was a child. Natalia told the girl to still call her big sister despite this fact. The girl noticed that her mentor was going somewhere. Charlotte asked where she was going, to which Natalia replied that she was going to a place that was not far from the castle. The girl asked curiously when the elf would return. Natalia answered that she did not know. She assumed that she might return by the time Charlotte became a bride. She asked her mentor in bewilderment. Natalia told her that Charlotte was the future empress, and also an integral part of the good future of this country. In addition, the girl also added that Charlotte is loved by spirits, so one day she will grow up and be able to use spirit magic. Natalia was about to pat the girl on the head, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a child's voice. The girl who was looking for Charlotte said that she had finally found her. A girl with horns growing on her head came running after Charlotte. She asked the girl to return to the castle as soon as possible, as her music teacher was furious. Charlotte looked at the girl with concern and, calling her by name, Arturia, became very agitated. Charlotte exclaimed indignantly that the music teacher only scolded her when she did something wrong, and this time nothing like that happened. Natalia says that it must be difficult for Arturia to look after Charlotte. The girl confirmed this fact and said that despite the fact that Charlotte is already 5 years old, she still behaves very carelessly. Suddenly, Natalia asked if the girl was even 5 years old. Without waiting for an answer, she added that people grow up very quickly. Suddenly, Arturia asked Natalia why everyone in the castle called her Loli Sage and what it meant. Natalia, hearing this, became furious. A fire lit up at the end of her finger. She asked who said that. The girl promised that she would teach them a lesson that they would never forget. Arturia grabbed Charlotte's hand and said that it was time for them to leave, while Natalia looked at her burning finger. Finally, Charlotte turned around and said goodbye to Natalia once again, calling her aunt again. The elf says with disappointment that she asked the girl to call her big sister, not aunt. 10 years have passed since then. Natalia, remembering this, looks out the window and hopes that those children were raised properly. She remembers that when she bought the mansion, Ferris didn't recognize her. There was a small misunderstanding with the merchant guild. Of course, Ferris did not allow Natalia to live in this mansion, but she then thought that a mansion with a spirit was quite interesting. Mile asks what needs to be done to make the spirit of the house recognize you. Natalia replies that there are a lot of things in the world that she doesn't know about. The elf once again plays this thought over in her head, that there are many things that exist without her knowledge, and she gets angry at these thoughts. She thinks that if there really is a path to becoming a sage, then Toya might be the one to follow it, which doesn't really suit the girl. While Kisaragi and the other travelers return to Fendi City, they decide to stop for a short rest and set up camp at the place that Lumina suggests. She hopes that during their stop, the surroundings will be as peaceful as during their entire journey. The hero says that he agrees with her. Lumina approaches Kisaragi and says that many adventurers dream of having a warhorse. Toya replies that the horse fell into his hands by chance. The hero realizes that he cannot tell the girl that Kokuyo was in his storage. Lumina decides to ask Doll's opinion about the warhorse Kisaragi, to which the young man replies that the mage simply really wanted to stand out. Suddenly, the boy's expression changes, and he says that he will never forget how Kisaragi cooled his drink. The boy admits that Toya is not bad. Kisaragi realizes that Doll's attitude towards him has changed a bit since he cooled off the L. Someone from Doll's team asks the boy if he liked Toya's soup, to which he replies that he did. Suddenly, the hero is distracted from his conversation by his horse, which probably sensed the approaching danger. The hero, without wasting a minute, immediately goes on reconnaissance. He uses the search skill again, but this time he sees a whole group of monsters. Kisaragi realizes that he won't be able to defeat that many monsters using only long-range magic, as there are too many of them. Toya immediately informs the Aluminum that a huge group of monsters is approaching their camp. The travelers are terrified when they hear the sound of the approaching herd of monsters. Lumina says that this sound is made by orcs. The girl sees a huge number of them coming out of the forest. Hearing a loud and terribly piercing roar, Lumina understands that only one monster can make such terrible sounds, and these are orcs. The merchant is very scared when he hears such a statement. He immediately begins to fuss. The girl, in a menacing tone, orders absolutely all the merchants to take refuge in their carts as quickly as possible, and they, hearing the order, quickly and fussily run in different directions, practically jumping into the carts with tents at full speed. It turns out that there are an indecently large number of orcs advancing. The members of the Pasture Fang's team stand in shock and cannot believe that so many monsters have come. The warriors are preparing to enter the battle, but the orcs continue to come out ever faster, which cannot help but frighten the travelers. One of the adventurers shouts and asks how many monsters are attacking them. Kisaragi looks at the giant monsters that continue to emerge from the forest with determination and confidence. It is noticeable that the guy is completely confident in his strength, professional skills, and combat abilities, so he is not afraid. Lumina answers the questioner about the number of orcs that there are about 30 monsters that have come. The girl herself is worried because they will have to fight them. It turns out that orcs are monsters that most often attack animals, humans, and other monsters, and most often then eat them. They look quite ugly and their snouts are similar to pigs. Kisaragi decides that he absolutely must use the spell he recently learned, when suddenly Lumina calls out to him, addressing the hero by name. With her action, the girl throws the hero off his plan. The girl tells Toya that she really hopes for support from the other side. Kisaragi does not immediately understand what exactly the girl decided to do, since he had his own plan. The guys from the Pasture Fang's team, despite their fear of the monsters, are still trying to figure out how many are attacking. Many of them are so scared that they can't even move, as if fear has completely paralyzed them. Suddenly, one of the team members says that he sees monsters standing there. hesitating to attack. Someone else says that he doesn't understand why this is happening. Fear is clearly visible in his city. Lumina approaches the pasture fangs and says that she feels like the reason for the monster's behavior is clear enough to her. The girl points to Kisaragi's pet warhorse named Kokuyo with her hand and, concluding, loudly states that the monsters must be afraid of the hero's warhorse, which is why they can't get any closer. Lumina decides that while Kokuyo is on the battlefield with everyone else, the enemies will not dare to approach them even a step, when suddenly another warrior interrupts the girl and shouts in fear for her to look at the pack of orcs again, but more carefully. The girl from the Pastor Fang's team looks into the distance with genuine horror in her eyes. Her voice trembles with intense fear. It seems as if in the crowd of monsters the girl managed to discern something even more terrible than ordinary orcs. Suddenly, slowly emerging from the dense bushes of the forest, another orc joins the pack. But this one is larger, all covered in decorations made from the fangs of other monsters. It turns out that this is the orc general, who is the highest species. Kisaragi asks in confusion what the name superior species means, to which Lumina replies that while superior species may not have any special skills, they do possess intelligence. The girls say that, as expected, the difference in their fighting strength and that of the orcs is simply obvious. Many are trembling with fear, not imagining how they will fight against such a huge number of monsters, among which there is a higher species. One of the orcs, seeing the travelers standing opposite him, stares at them for a short while, then begins to lick his lips hungrily and disgustingly, smearing saliva over his face, thereby greatly terrifying the already frightened guys. Suddenly, a girl from the Pasture Fangs team named Akina falls to her knees in panic and starts crying. This greatly frightens her comrades. Doll addresses Toya. He says that he has one very important request to make of the hero. It is noticeable that the young man speaks with desperation mixed with fear. His voice is shaking, but the guy is trying to concentrate. He tightly clutches the sword in his hands. Doll asks Kisaragi that if something terrible happens and they are unable to defeat the orcs or fail, then he must definitely save the two girls from the Pasture Fangs, Doll's friends, and escape to the city as quickly as possible. It turns out that all four friends came to the Adventurers Guild together from the same town. This happened because of the restless Dal, who since childhood said that one day he would definitely become an adventurer and raise the flag. Dal, with despair and horror in his voice, shouts loudly that if he dies, there will be nothing terrible in it. He says that he wants to save the life of each of his friends. His speech is interrupted by his girlfriend, who is about to cry. The girl, barely holding back her tears, desperately says that she will never abandon her comrade in trouble. Dal looks at her with both sadness and gratitude in his eyes. In addition, Dal's girlfriend also says that if he leaves the team and dies, she will never be able to continue living without him. Dal's friend puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and he decides to apologize to his comrades for such words. They say that there is no way their team, called Fangs of the Freelands, will die in such a place. It is noticeable that the travelers are very determined and ready to go into battle against the orcs. The hero, watching this whole touching picture, sincerely does not understand what just happened. Kisaragi cannot understand why the guys are already condemning themselves to death, having encountered only low-ranking orcs. At this time, Kisaragi recalls the conversation that took place in the workshop. It was when Malia asked Toya if he was a priest. The question came out of nowhere. It turns out that when meeting an orc, even a B-rank warrior has a limit to the number of orcs he can handle alone. The workshop worker, Dalek, seeing how many the hero brought that time, asked if he could defeat them all by himself. Melia sharply responded to Dalek that he did not understand what he said, so she thought that the guy was not saying the smartest things. The girl reminded him that Kisaragi has a warhorse, which is itself a B-rank monster and helps the hero. The girl turned to the hero and, sparkling with joy, asked if she was right in her judgments, to which he wearily replied that he agreed with what she said, despite the fact that Taya still killed most of the monsters himself. Before engaging in battle with a pack of orcs, Taya looks at them carefully and assesses what kind of opponents they are. He realizes that the general is the biggest problem in this pack right now. It is clear that even the experienced warrior Lumina is very worried while watching what is happening. While she herself belongs to rank B, which speaks of her fairly good combat abilities. Kisaragi decides that he should take action immediately. He waves his hand, thinking that even Dahl and his team are counting on him. The orcs are also getting ready to attack the humans. Finally, the orcs attack. They are very hostile. The most terrifying of all is their general, blind in one eye. The monster is covered in decorations made from the fangs of other monsters, which makes him very different from other orcs. Lumina also cries out anxiously about the monsters advancing. The girl herself is ready to rush at the orcs. Lumina shouts that all travelers must try hard and defeat the pack of monsters at all costs. At this time, the orc general flies rapidly with an attack on the guys. Suddenly, Kisaragi, far ahead of the monster, runs closer to it, swings, and with all his might cuts off the general's head with one blow. At this time, Toya's horse grabs the monster's hand and bites it off. Seeing Kisaragi deal multiple blows to monsters, showing no mercy to his opponents, Lumina is both delighted and horrified. The girl cannot believe her eyes. While Kisaragi attacks the rest of the monsters, he uses not only his Buster Sword, but also the skills he learned from the magic books Natalia provided, which contained many different spells. In order to destroy one of the orcs in the pack, Kisaragi makes several swings with his left hand and uses the skill Fire Bullet, after which the attacked orc's face is set on fire. The other monsters are greatly frightened upon seeing this, but the hero does not spare any of the monsters. After the attack, his facial expression does not change. Only Toya's gaze becomes much more serious and harsh. This time the hero strikes at the monsters using his Buster Sword, which he wields remarkably well. At this time, the horse also helps its master deal with the monsters and mercilessly tramples them. Kisaragi jumps up once again and hits several orcs around him with all his might, cutting off the heads of several monsters. The guys from the pasture fangs, watching what is happening on the battlefield between Kisaragi and the orcs, tremble and say that what he is doing is impossible. Lumina also looks at the hero in surprise and does not understand what the hell she just saw. The girl is in shock from the picture she just saw. Suddenly, Lumina comes to the conclusion that Kisaragi's gaze while killing monsters reminds her of a legend. The girl immediately concludes that Toya is very similar to the Berserker from the legends. At this time, a happy and joyful Kisaragi turns to the team and asks if they will go to help him. He decided to attack the monsters himself. The surprised travelers look at him in horror, not daring to move at all. Lumina wipes the drops of orc blood from her face. Without thinking twice, Lumina orders everyone to follow Kisaragi. They walk a little further into the forest and someone asks if she is serious. Dal happily says that they are still alive. Lumina replies that this is indeed the case and there is no need to doubt it. At this time, the travelers stand next to the corpses of the orcs. At this time, Kisaragi approaches his horse and thanks Kakuyo for his hard work and help. Lumina says that the one who destroyed all the orcs was the hero, not the horse. The girl also notices that he has a very unusual fighting technique. She has never seen anyone use a huge sword along with magical attacks. He, in turn, says that he always fights together with Kakuyo, so this time, nothing at all unusual happened during the battle. Lumina is about to object to the hero, but suddenly an admiring Dal runs up to him and calls Kisaragi by name. The guy, hearing that someone is addressing him, turns around and asks Dal what happened. The young man does not answer right away. Suddenly he looks up at him. With sincere gratitude in his eyes, Dal says thank you to Toya. He also adds that, thanks to the hero, none of his comrades died. The rest of the guys from the Pasture Fangs team also look at the hero with gratitude, to which he replies that he doesn't want only him to be said thank you, since the guys also fought. Another guy from the team says that it has already been said. Such words are a big waste. Akima also adds that if they continue to fight like this, it will cost them dearly. The heroes think about what to do with the orcs' bodies. A young man from the team says that the costs are too high. He suggests cutting off the orcs' noses as proof of victory. Suddenly, the hero says that none of the boys need worry about that. He waves his hand. Kisaragi happily says that he can easily hide such a small number of orcs in his storage. After Toya's hand moves, all the monsters' bodies disappear. Lumina, watching this, is very surprised. The guys from the Pasture Fangs team are also delighted and shocked by what they saw. Dahl is the most surprised by what he saw. He does not understand where the monsters disappeared to. After the monster corpses disappear from under Lumina and Toya's feet, They also disappear from around the boys' team, causing them to jump away in fear. Kisaragi asks what's wrong and turns around in surprise, looking at the merchants. The merchants, in turn, sit in the cart and hum questioningly, but don't answer. Fendi safe and sound. Dal breathes a sigh of relief. Toya enters the guild building, where Milia greets him and thanks him for his hard work. The girl also addresses the guy, holding something in her hands. The guild lady happily tells Kisaragi that she congratulates him for finally being promoted to B rank. The girl hands Toya his information card. The hero takes the card, and after reading it carefully, he exclaims with satisfaction and surprise that he has indeed reached rank B. It turns out that, according to the guild's rules, in order to reach rank B, you only need to successfully complete the escort mission. Milia tells the hero about this. Evern's idea and goal to promote the hero as quickly as possible. At this time, Ibren himself goes down the stairs to the common room. The sub-guildmaster, upon seeing the hero, immediately changes his expression. He begins to happily wave to Kisaragi and smile. The hero understands that everything is clear to him. Suddenly, from talking with Milia, Toya is distracted by a guy who approaches. His voice sounds a little guilty. It turns out that Dal has approached him. Kisaragi asks what happened, to which Dal replies that he apologizes for calling Toya by some unpleasant names and treating him poorly. Suddenly, another girl from the Pasture Fangs team chimes in and says that it is very rare for a Dal to apologize. The boy becomes embarrassed and asks her to keep quiet. Kisaragi says that it is nothing to worry about. Lumina approaches Dalu and Kisaragi from behind. She hugs the boys and says that no matter how you look at it, if they all completed the mission together, then they are adventurers. The heroes are embarrassed. While Ibran and Milia watch the travelers, Lumina suggests celebrating the mission's completion with orc stew at the Foxtail Inn. Someone else suggests drinking some chilled Toya's ale. Upon hearing about orc meat, someone in the crowd shouts out that they don't want to eat it because these monsters can feed on humans. Kisaragi hears this and chuckles. The hero remembers everything that happened to him and everyone he met during the mission and understands that, in the end, he feels pretty good. Kisaragi finally returns home to the mansion and upon entering the building, immediately calls out to Ferris. The girl appears immediately, and the hero apologizes for being late. She looks dejected. Ferris's eyes fill with tears again. She says she's so glad Toya has finally come home. She greets him and says she's been feeling lonely. Kisaragi, seeing Ferris crying, doesn't know how to comfort her. He suddenly lands on one knee and says that he too felt very lonely on the mission. The hero says that throughout the entire trip he really wanted to go home because he knew Ferris was patiently waiting for him in the mansion. The girl, hearing this, is very embarrassed. Kisaragi is still standing in front of Ferris, when suddenly the girl raises her hand. Toya asks what happened to her, as her face is red and tears are streaming down it. Toya remembers hearing many people say that people can't touch the spirit of a house, but he still decides to test the theory and try to do so he reaches his hand towards the girl's face. Suddenly, Ferris takes Kisaragi's hand. Feeling this, the hero blushes a little and is very surprised. Unexpectedly for Toya, Ferris puts his hand on his cheek and smiles sweetly and tenderly at the hero. It is clear that the girl is pleased. The touch doesn't last long. As soon as Kisaragi touches Ferris's cheek, the girl turns into white smoke. Toya looks at his hand in surprise and realizes that the feeling he just experienced was very unusual. A few seconds later, Ferris appears next to the hero again, materializing from white smoke. She says that this touch is her limit for today. She smiles sweetly at Kisaragi and looks at him affectionately. The girl addresses him by name. Ferris says that she was very happy that Toya touched her. Meanwhile, Kokuyo lies in the grass under the windows of the mansion, sleeping. At this time, in the Adventurers Guild building, Ibran is talking to Lumina. He thanks her for her work. While Lumina stands at the door with a serious expression, the sub-guild master asks the girl what Toei was like in battle. Lumina walks into the room and sits down on the couch before answering the man. She tells Ebron that on their way back, they came across a group of orcs led by an orc general. Ebron is very surprised by this. While the tea offered to the girl by the sub-guildmaster is cooling in the mug, Lumina says that having encountered such a pack of monsters, the girl was already preparing for death in the worst case. After taking a few sips from her tea mug, Lumina also says that everyone was able to return safely back to Fendi City only because Toya helped them in the battle. The girl also adds that his warhorse is as strong as a demon. Lumina looks at her reflection in the mug and says that no matter how strong Kokuyo is, his strength still cannot compare to Kisaragi's. After remaining silent for a while, the girl also says that even if she were destined to die, she would still want to fight Kisaragi to see what he is like in combat. Abran thoughtfully approaches the window and slowly says that if Lumina describes the hero like that, then it means that everything is serious. He says that he understands everything and asks the girl to rest. Lumina also says that she has one message for Ebrand that she heard from the merchants on the way to the mission. It turns out that the tide of battle in the battle between the Kingdom of Jeranet and the Empire of Luniv has suddenly changed. At this time, two obviously frightened people are running through the forest, dressed in long but different robes. They're in a great hurry and breathing heavily. On the way, one of them stumbles and falls to the ground, while the second, seeing this, stops and, fussing, turns around. It turns out that the two girls running are one of them, Arturia, Princess Charlotte's assistant. The girl turns around and asks worriedly if her friend is okay, although she sees that the answer is unnecessary. The other girl, Charlotte as it turns out, tells her friend not to worry. She fussily adjusts the robe she ran in. Arturia says that they can't stop in a place like this forest because it's very dangerous, so the girls shouldn't linger here and should leave as soon as possible. Charlotte looks confidently at the sky and says that this is why they must meet the sage at any cost. 3 months have passed since the escort mission. The tavern is very lively that evening. Someone cheerfully addresses Toya and says that he will make an exception especially for him. At the tavern, Dal asks the hero to join his group, the Grassland Fangs. It is clear that the young man is serious when he states his request. Kisaragi, hearing about this, says that he refuses such an offer. No, why would the hero refuse to join the group after all the hardships they went through together? Kisaragi says that he only wants the boy to join the group for the chilled ale. The girl tells them to stop arguing as they have just finished work and are very tired. Suddenly, one of the young men, a member of the group Pasture Fangs, says that he heard something interesting from his client. It turns out he heard that the war between the Kingdom of Henrietta and the Empire of Lonnet has begun. The guys look at the girl who said this instead of the guy in surprise. But there is something else that the heroes should know. It turns out that there is a hero on the side of the Kingdom of Henrietta. Kisaragi, hearing this, immediately remembers this person. He tries to figure out when the girl said about the hero. Did she mean the guy who was summoned to the castle the second time instead of Kisaragi? It turns out that in the New World, like in a game, wars sometimes break out. The Kingdom of Henrietta, which began a battle with the Lunid Empire, was pushed back. This stalemate due to the balance of power continues year after year. The guy says that the hero of the kingdom is so strong that he is considered a monster. Some cities on the Lunnet side have already been destroyed. The boy, holding a mug of ale, says that if the tide of battle turns, the current neutral kingdom of Sarandi will also be undermined. Kisaragi asks if the boy means that Sarandi might be involved in the war. Dal says there is no need to worry, as Lunet has the best general on his side. At this time, a waitress with fox ears approaches him and apologizes for the wait. The girl says that one of the guys' order is ready. Suddenly, Dal says in horror that if the Kingdom of Henrietta wins the war, every beastman in that nation will be doomed. The girl, frightened, drops the tray of food. Dal, seeing this, apologizes. His girlfriend indignantly shouts at him. The frightened waitress quickly collects everything from the floor. Kisaragi turns to the girl and realizes that if the Henrietta Kingdom is victorious in the war, it will definitely make slaves of everyone except humans. Suddenly, Tuia remembers that the princess of the Henrietta Kingdom, Sharon, said that their country would also take part in the war. Suddenly, a girl named Akima, sitting next to the hero, asks who others think is stronger, Kisaragi or the hero of the kingdom, Henrietta. Toya from behind and says that the guy is surprisingly strong. To this, Kisaragi dejectedly replies that they should not forget that they are facing a hero. Toya leans back in his chair and remembers that in the end, it was because he didn't have the title of a hero that he was thrown out of the castle like trash. It upsets him to think about it. When Kisaragi returns to the mansion, he is greeted by a slightly indignant Ferris right at the door. She greets Toya with her hands on her hips, but tells him that it is not good for him to drink as much as he does. Toya concludes that the spirit of the house's vocabulary is growing every day, which the boy cannot help but rejoice at. Kisaragi asks the girl for forgiveness for the fact that he often drinks, according to Ferris. The girl says that she forgives him. The girl warns Kisaragi that she's prepared a bath for him, for which he thanks her. While the hero is heading to the bathroom, he asks the girl if something happened in the mansion today. Ferris says that Natalia came to the mansion to have some food. Toya, hearing this and preparing for the water procedures, laughs at the elf while Ferris stands next to him. Suddenly, the hero turns around and tells Ferris that she can't go into the bath with him. The girl looks disappointed after these words, but tries not to show that she was upset by Kisaragi's request. It turns out that after escorting the mission, the girl followed Kisaragi around the mansion wherever he went, which caused him some inconvenience. Kisaragi recalls how one day when he went to sleep, Ferris said that she wanted to go with him. The hero also adds that, naturally, he did not allow her to do so. It also turns out that Kisaragi hasn't been able to touch Ferris since the day he touched her cheek. He concludes that it seems that the girl herself doesn't know the reason for this anomaly either. As the hero sits relaxed in the bathtub, he thinks about how good it seems to him that he was moved close to the city of Fendi. He thinks so because he has met many good people since he came there. Sitting in the bathtub, Kisaragi thinks that even if he were to return to his world, he would most likely be fired from his job. He realizes that he does not want to go back and wants to leave everything as it is. Toya realizes that in the city of Fendi, he could just live a quiet and moderate life without having to worry about anything. Suddenly, the hero turns his head and sees Ferris peeking out from behind the wall and looking at him while he is sitting in the bathtub. The girl leans her hand on the wall and looks at Kisaragi. He sits up a little in the bathroom and asks what happened, after which the girl abruptly turns away. It is noticeable that Ferris is very focused on something. She says almost nothing to the hero. Before disappearing, she only says that she was wrong. Toya does not understand what happened. Melia apologizes to him for something. The girl apologizes to Kisaragi for suddenly calling him to the guild. The hero does not respond to this. Toya says that Melia mentioned that Ebrand had some request for the boy. The first thing the hero sees when he enters the room where Ebrand is sitting is that the man is carving an orc figurine out of wood. The sub-guildmaster happily says that Kisaragi has finally arrived. The man, almost without looking up from his wood carving, turns to Toya and says that he has urgent business for him. On the table near the wooden figure, there are many different tools for work. Kisaragi sincerely does not understand why Ebrand is carving an orc out of wood in his office. The sub-guildmaster says that Melia will explain all the details of the task to the hero. The girl opens the book and begins to speak. It turns out that there is a small village in the northern forest. In this village, the locals sell fabrics to the city of Fendi. The problem is that nothing has been heard from the villagers for weeks. Melia says that the group of sea crank adventurers that the guild sent to check on the villagers before also didn't return. Kisaragi is very surprised to hear that the adventurers were sea crank. Ebrand says that the monsters have become active these days because they have been affected by the war that is going on in the north of the Lunate Empire. Melia says decisively that she would like Toya to investigate the disappearance of the villagers. Ebrand also says that with his horse, the hero will be able to immediately go on a reconnaissance mission into the forest. At this time, Kisaragi remembers Kikuyo. Toya thinks that even if the guild workers think so, the trip will still be very problematic. Ebrand decides to set a condition for the guy. The sub-guildmaster says that he will ask Dala to take all the materials of the monsters that Toya hunted. The hero, hearing this, enthusiastically agrees, without thinking about the task for a minute. Melia, having heard the conditions that Ebrand will set, thinks that the workshop workers will complain not only to the sub-guildmaster, but also to the girl herself, and the man knows this very well. Kisaragi thinks that this offer came at the right time, as he would like to try something. Ebrand says that if the hero successfully completes the mission, he will give him something else. The secret gift turns out to be an orc figurine. The sub-guildmaster confidently says that he will give it to Toya for successfully completing the task, to which the hero replies that he has no need for it. At the same time, a real battle is taking place in the northern forest. Someone is fighting against the goblins living in this area. It turns out that Charlotte and Arturia were attacked by goblins, but the first girl dealt with them. Charlotte asks her friend if she is okay. Charlotte looks very guilty and apologizes to Arturia for having to go so far for the girl. Arturia, hearing her friend's words, says that everything is fine and that protecting Charlotte is her responsibility. The girl tries to catch her breath, but she has trouble coping with it. Arturia says that she is sure that they will soon find a way out of this forest. After finishing speaking, she falls to the ground and Charlotte does not have time to catch her. The girl falls to the ground and Charlotte can only carry her on her back. After Charlotte takes Arturia on her back, she declares that the Empress will never let difficulties stop her. The girl staggers on her way. It turns out that a month ago, the kingdom of Henrietta suddenly launched an invasion. The empire, of which Charlotte is a princess, immediately deployed troops. But something went wrong. The restless king sat on his throne, clutching his head and repeating the question of how this could have happened to him. And what about the war came daily? The girl reported to the king that their army was defeated, period. He could not believe it. Suddenly, the leader of the army came into the throne room and asked the king to send the knights of his squad to war. The subjects, seeing the man who entered the throne room, were overjoyed. They happily said that they had Garrett down, so they would never lose the war to the kingdom of Henrietta. Arturia approached the army leader. She called him father, and he addressed her by name. Having not seen his daughter for a long time due to frequent battles, he patted her head and said that the girl had grown up. Arturia was very worried about her father wanting to go to war. The man replied that she did not need to worry about it. Charlotte suggested her friend to believe in the invincible Garrett and not to be afraid that something bad could happen. The girls were optimistic. In the end, Garrett's war-hardened knights went to war. The people had no doubt that they would win. Suddenly, terrible news appeared in the castle. Arturia could not believe what had happened and screamed that it could not be. The girl could not and did not want to believe that her father was killed in the war. It turns out that at the very end of the battle, Arturia's father himself went out to fight one-on-one against the man who called himself a hero. The king, hearing this then, abruptly rose from his throne. The warriors who returned from the battle said that the enemy army was moving too fast and that all the roads in the kingdom would be blocked within a few days. The king, having learned this information, turned to Arturia and asked the girl to take Charlotte with her. The man decided to take desperate measures. The king turned to the girls and asked them to go to a neighboring kingdom called Serendi as soon as possible. He looked very downcast and serious. Charlotte screamed that she couldn't run away alone, leaving her family in a kingdom that was being attacked by a neighboring country. The girl was ready to cry. The king answered his daughter that she would not run away under any circumstances. He explained that the kingdom needed Natalia's strength, the strength of a sage. The king said that he was asking those who were very close to the girl to find her. Arturia and Charlotte are scared. Finally, the two girls got into the royal carriages and left the castle to go to another country. Charlotte's dad and mom were watching. They were very excited. The king said that when Garrett was defeated, he wondered if the battle would change with Natalia's arrival. The king's wife clung to her husband in fear. The man promised that he would pray that Natalia would take care of the children who had come looking for her. It turned out that the only ones who managed to escape from the kingdom were Charlotte and Arturia. However, their pursuers were fast, and the escort knights had to sacrifice themselves to save the girls. While Arturia is unconscious, Charlotte tries to get her drunk to bring her to her senses, and the girl succeeds in doing so. Arturia regains consciousness and realizes that she is sitting near a tree. Charlotte happily says that she is very happy that her friend has finally woken up. Arturia sees the empty flask lying next to her and apologizes to Charlotte for not having any more water. After a moment of silence, Arturia also apologizes for being such a troublesome royal knight. Charlotte remains silent. The girl asks Charlotte if they can really meet Natalia. She wonders where this elf might be. Charlotte tells her friend that they are used to many things. The girl recalls that since they joked with Natalia, they got used to hiding from her a lot. Both girls remember these moments with warmth. With a smile on her face, she remembers how Natalia sometimes got angry at the girl. The girl understands that it was a long time ago, but in her head, the memories of her mentor remained the warmest. Charlotte takes her friend by the hand and tells her that she needs to believe. Charlotte, holding Arya's hands, happily says that the goddess Terraria will definitely help them all. Arturia looks at Charlotte, fascinated. Suddenly, Charlotte starts to cry, and Arturia notices. Her friend says that for the sake of those who died, she is sure that she will fight to the end. Arturia tells the girl that what she says is true. A royal knight like Arturia would never give up. Arturia, hugging Charlotte, remembers her father and realizes that if she had to give her life for Charlotte's safety, the girl would certainly agree to it. Suddenly, both girls see smoke coming from the middle of the forest. One of the girls screams that they need to quickly look where it is coming from. After some time, the friends reach the edge of the forest, where there are many wooden houses. Arturia says that she knew that this is a village. She turns to Charlotte and says that they are saved. Arturia happily tells Charlotte that perhaps the girls could ask the locals to share food and water with them. Charlotte turns around and says that she doesn't see a single person in the area. Suddenly, Arturia points her finger somewhere and says that there is someone in it. Suddenly, the girl stops abruptly, surprised and scared. It turns out that there is a piece of human flesh lying under the girl's feet. Seeing this, they start screaming loudly in fear. Suddenly, Charlotte peers into one of the huts in the village and sees someone sitting there who doesn't look human at all. She suddenly realizes who is actually in the building. 3 orcs are watching them from the darkness, eating a human corpse. The orcs, to the great regret of the friends, notice the girls. Seeing the girls, the orcs begin to move towards them quickly. Charlotte screams in horror that this village has become an orc settlement. At this time, a whole horde of monsters is already standing and preparing to attack the girls. Suddenly, 2 of them start running towards the girls to attack them. Arturia stands in front of Charlotte as she has to protect her. Charlotte falls to the ground and screams in horror as Arturia draws her sword from its sheath to attack the monsters. Charlotte begins to cry and desperately asks God to help them so that the girls are not killed by the monsters that day. One of the orcs who ran up was already swinging his club at Arturia to hit her. Charlotte silently begged for at least someone to help them. The girl takes a deep breath and starts screaming for someone to save them as soon as possible. There is desperation in her voice. Suddenly, someone uses the enhancement skill on the Buster Sword. The man who came to the aid of the girls turns out to be Kisaragi. He, running at the orcs, killed 2 monsters with 1 blow of his sword. However, the hero fails to maintain his balance and break in time, so he, trying to stop his movement with his sword, loses control and, having killed 2 orcs, flies into the wall of a wooden hut. Kisaragi crashes through the door of the hut, which breaks with a loud crunch under the weight of his body. The girls hear and see this, and they feel a little sorry for the hero. However, Toya is not discouraged and happily says that he knew there were survivors in the village. He explains that he felt a presence that was different from the monsters and rushed to help the possible victims. Suddenly, the hero gets up and looks around. In the hut he flew to, the guy sees many human corpses. He concludes that these people are the group that came to the village from the guild earlier. Kisaragi is horrified to see that even the locals, every single one, have been eaten by the voracious orcs. Arturia asks who Toya is. The hero says he will explain everything to the girls later. But for now, he asks them to hide. A pack of orcs are about to attack Kisaragi, but he confidently declares that he will deal with the rest of the monsters. The hero holds the Buster Sword with one hand. Taking off his glove, Toya deduces that, based on his search spell, there are 10 orcs in the pack. He also decides to try something since there are no other humans in the village, while Arturia takes Charlotte to a safe place. The girl thinks about what kind of person Kisaragi is. At this time, the guy is preparing to cast some kind of spell. It turns out that the hero concentrates wind magic in his left hand and fire magic in his right. He is very determined and looks confident. Kisaragi connects his hands with different magics together and rushes at his opponents. It turns out that magic that mixes others is called combination magic. Charlotte, watching what is happening, turns to Arturia and says that she has never seen such powerful magic before. The hero increases the volume of the mixed elements and creates a firestorm. It looks both scary and beautiful at the same time. He is going to attack the orcs. Charlotte covers her face with her hand as she watches the magic that Kisaragi uses. She asks her friend what kind of spells they are, but Arturia doesn't know either. Tagia kills the monsters one by one with a fireball. Finally, the battle ends, and Toya's sword is stuck in the ground. Charlotte and Arturia watching this scene are in awe and delight, while Kisaragi is focused. The hero is very pleased with himself. He realizes that this is the first time he has combined fire and wind magic. It turns out that he expected this idea not to be very good, but it turned out great. The girls who were saved by Kisaragi try to attract the guy's attention to themselves. They stand at a distance and still decide to come a little closer. Tuya turns to them and, with a smile on his face, apologizes and asks if the girls are okay. At this time, a huge figure of a monster rushes towards him. The girls scream worriedly that there is someone behind the hero. Charlotte and Arturia are scared. A huge orc covered in decorations made from the fangs of other monsters rushes at the hero from behind. He swings his club at the guy to hit and kill him. Kisaragi turns around in surprise and, seeing the monster, is surprised that a higher species of orcs lives in such a place. The hero does not try to run away because his faithful comrade runs to his aid. The sound of hooves is heard behind him. Taking a few steps forward, Toya says that he's leaving this monster to his partner. Suddenly, Kisaragi's horse, Kokuyo, jumps on the orc and bites off its head. The girls can't believe their eyes. Arturia and Charlotte loudly exclaim that they just saw a warhorse. After the last enemy is killed, Kisaragi approaches the girls and asks if they are okay, while Kokuyo mutilates the head that was bitten off the monster. Charlotte really hopes that the person who saved them is not their enemy. Without thinking twice, the girl thanks Toya. Kisaragi asks Charlotte if she knows where the villagers are, to which the girl replies that she and her friend are only in the middle of their journey. She explains that they came to the village by chance. Suddenly, one of the girls says that they forgot to introduce themselves. She says that her name is Charlotte, but the hero can call her by her shortened name, Char. She also introduces her friend, calling her by her first name, Arturia. Arturia looks angry. Kisaragi notices Arturia's horns shaking. Suddenly, the girl lowers her head even lower, which Toya is very surprised about. Charlotte feels a little awkward. Suddenly, his friend Charlotte lifts her head and looks at Kisaragi with a loving gaze. She suddenly asks if Toya has a wife. The girl trembles all over. The hero, clearly not expecting such a question, repeats it himself in bewilderment. He feels both embarrassment and awkwardness because the situation seems very strange to him. Suddenly, Charlotte grabs her friend who is about to attack Kisaragi and asks her to calm down. Arturia, in turn, tells the hero that if he marries her, he can do whatever he wants with her. Kisaragi's horse looks menacingly at the girl, and she immediately calms down. Arturia begins to apologize to the hero and says that she is very sorry for the fact that she flared up for no apparent reason. Charlotte explains to Toya that the Arturia tribe has a habit of instinctively seeking out strong partners. The hero is a little surprised by this peculiarity, while Arturia is still in a rather ambiguous state and wonders what is happening to her. Kisaragi thinks of her as a rather strange girl. He suddenly realizes that he forgot to introduce himself to the girls and says that his name is Toya. Kisaragi decides to say that he is an adventurer from the city of Fendi. The friends, hearing this, freeze for a second. Charlotte runs up to Toya, grabs him by the shoulders and loudly asks if he is really from that city of Fendi, which is located in the kingdom of Sarandi. The guy says that she understood everything correctly. Charlotte and Arturia exchange joyful and excited glances. Charlotte turns to Toya and tells him that she has one request, to take her and Arturia to the city of Fendi. Charlotte explains that they need to get to this place because they need to meet a sage named Natalia, no matter what it takes. Kisaragi, hearing a familiar name, is very surprised that the elf has acquaintances. He asks if Charlotte means a lowly sage. The girl, hearing a familiar phrase, is surprised. Charlotte and Arturia excitedly ask if Kisaragi knows Natalia, to which the hero replies that this girl comes to visit him every day to eat. Charlotte falls to her knees in joy and says that meeting a hero is truly a divine blessing. Arturia tells Toya that they need to leave as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, Kisaragi looks at one of the huts where he saw the corpses of the adventurers from the guild earlier. He asks the girls to help him with something before they return to Fendi City. The boys drag all the corpses out of the hut and cover them with white sheets. Meanwhile, Charlotte collects their adventurer information cards and gives them to Kisaragi. The girl says that these are guild cards that she found on these people. Taya replies that it will save him unnecessary trouble and thanks the girl. Kisaragi looks at the dead bodies and says that he must take them with him to Fendi City. He raises his hand to open the vault. Arturia is very surprised that the hero also has a vault skill. The bodies of the dead instantly disappear. Charlotte tells the dead to rest in peace. Arturia points out that corpses are not usually delivered home to their families. Toya remains silent, not considering it necessary to respond to the girl's remark. It turns out that several months have passed since Toya became an adventurer. Suddenly, the guy discovered that he had already begun to get used to the deaths of other people. After Kisaragi finishes his business with the bodies of the people, he realizes that he must now help the girls. The young man understands that now, with the appearance of two girlfriends, there are many more people for one horse, which can prevent him from reaching the city. Toya steps aside a bit with Kikuyo and asks the two girls to wait for him for a bit, to which they quickly agree. The hero opens the vault again and actively searches for something in it. Toya remembers that he was sure that he had something that would help them get to the city of Fendi. Suddenly, to his own joy, Kisaragi finally finds in the storage what he had been actively searching for several minutes. The guy can't help but smile. It turns out that Kisaragi finds a cart icon in the storage room. The guy realizes that he hasn't used it before, but now is the time to fix it. The girls, seeing the kind of transport Kisaragi offers them, are delighted after the carriage appears in their field of vision. As the cart with Kikuyo harnessed to it approaches the girls, they all shout in unison how luxurious this transport looks. Kisaragi looks at the carriage he took out of storage and realizes that it looks much more luxurious than he imagined. At this time, the girls also notice that the carriage is pulled by a warhorse. Arturia is amazed to realize that even the royal guards do not ride such transport. Charlotte tries to bring the girl to consciousness. Kisaragi, having come closer and having heard a little of the conversation, asks himself if he thought Arturia mentioned something like the royal guard. Toya takes a closer look at Charlotte and realizes that no matter how you look at the girl, she looks very much like a person who belongs to the nobility. Suddenly, Kisaragi decides that he will not try to find out more information about the girls, as it is too useless and difficult an activity that he does not want to do. Suddenly, Charlotte turns sharply to Toya and, without a drop of embarrassment, asks the hero if he is a nobleman, not trying at all to hide her interest in this question. Charlotte adds that even in the Empire, there is no one who could possess such an amazing thing as this carriage. Arturia hints that Charlotte is behaving inappropriately. Kisaragi finds the girls a bit strange. The hero says that it would be better if the girls were not too curious. Otherwise, he would not question them either. Arturia replies that she understands everything. Toya opens the carriage door for the girls to get in, and he himself gets in to drive the horse. Finally, Kisaragi tugs on the horse's reins and says that it's time for them to leave. But suddenly Charlotte looks at the wheels of the carriage she's sitting in. The girl tells her friend that it is wonderful that the carriage goes so fast. Toya turns around and tells the girls that he is very glad that they are enjoying the ride. Suddenly, the hero remembers that in the world he is in now, there is no such technology, so the girl's surprise is quite justified. Charlotte suddenly notices that Kisaragi is so young, he seems too calm. It is noticeable that the girl admires this quality of Toya. Arturia enthusiastically remembers and tells how calm the hero was when he killed those orcs. Toya awkwardly replies that he is simply interested in martial arts. In reality, the hero thinks to himself that he only acts so calmly because he is much older than 30. Arturia starts a conversation with Charlotte and tells the girl that she is sure that Kisaragi is a popular mage. Charlotte replies that she has never heard of the magic that the boy used before. Arturia does not give up, that Toya must be a warrior since he has the magnificent sword. Charlotte says that it is impossible for a warrior to use such magic. All the girls' conversations are heard by Toya. He decides to clear up the girls' doubts about his job, so he turns to them and tells them that he is more or less a priest. But there is a small nuance. Arturia, having learned Kisaragi's profession, says that she cannot believe that the hero is a priest. Suddenly, Charlotte says that she understands everything. The girl suggests that Toya is Natalia's student. Charlotte says that even though Natalia is a mage, she is still exploring the path to becoming a sage. Besides this, the girl also says that she heard that Natalia received a lot of different knowledge on the path to becoming a sage. At this point, Kisaragi realizes that the secret of how Natalia had so many books about magic with her has finally been revealed. Arturia says that she now understands why Toya can use magic that she has never seen before. Charlotte tells her that she now understands why Kisaragi is so strong. While the hero is riding the horse, he thinks that he is very glad that the girls are not trying to find out his personal information. But he also thinks about another problem. Kisaragi asks himself if he can tell Arturia and Charlotte about his real job. The hero recalls being in the midst of leveling up and trying to aim for his next job change to become a berserker. He ended up changing jobs and becoming a high mage. Kisaragi recalls one battle he had with another high orc he had fought. Tuya, as usual, mercilessly and quickly destroyed his enemy with a wave of his hand, using a spell. Kisaragi also recalls another episode from his expedition. The guy spent 7 days leveling up, which was very tiring, but he finally managed to achieve what he wanted. It turns out that the hero has reached level 100 again, but this time as a high mage, which couldn't help but please the guy. A window popped up on the map asking if he wanted to change his profession, and the guy, without thinking twice, answered again that he wanted to. It turns out that in the game it was necessary to change a couple of secondary professions in order to then change the profession to the most powerful one. For the Berserker, this is the warrior profession line. When the job window opened, there was nothing written in it. Kisaragi screamed that it was impossible, that there weren't even other magic-type jobs. He didn't know what he had to do to switch to the warrior job line. Suddenly, Kakuyo grabbed Kisaragi by the hood of his robe with his teeth. The hero asked the horse if he was saying that everything would be fine if he just continued to level up. That was the only thing Toa could think about then. He then shared his thoughts with his familiar. It turns out that Kisaragi has read a whole bunch of books, but still couldn't find a way to restore the Berserker, which upsets him greatly. The hero looks at the horse and decides not to lose heart ahead of time. He tried to console himself with the fact that he was still defeating almost all the enemies that attacked him, but such words did little to raise Kisaragi's fighting spirit. Then Kokuyo decided to help the boy deal with his problem. The horse again grabbed his master by the hood of his robe with his teeth, which surprised Toya a little. Suddenly the horse, still holding the hood of Kisaragi's robe in its teeth, swung and threw the boy as far away from itself as possible. Toya's landing was not soft. He fell to the ground, completely confused by his horse's actions. Kisaragi looked at Kokuyo with indignation and angrily asked what was happening to him. The hero suddenly turned around and a beautiful picture appeared before him. He saw the natural landscapes of the country he was in. The lands were huge. This view struck Toya's imagination. He turns to Kokuyo again and asks if he really means that the world they live in is very well written. The hero admits that he completely forgot about it because he was only thinking about raising his level. Kisaragi notices that it is strange that as soon as the boy looks at the scenery, his anxiety instantly disappears. Kisaragi turns and asks if he is really not alone, already knowing the answer to this question. Toya, looking at the horse, confirmed that he was not alone. The boy said that even though he was getting stronger, he still should not hesitate. The hero became even more inspired. Kisaragi said that he would definitely continue to climb the profession line even higher, and even if a war broke out, he would still not be alone, since Kokuyo would be with him. The horse bit its owner again. Kisaragi looked at his familiar dejectedly and began to wipe the drool from his face with the edge of his robe again. He waved his hand and decided that he would not hesitate any longer. Kisaragi said that he would definitely go through all the hardships together with Kokuyo. It turns out that the job that comes after Mage and High Mage is the highest job in the line that the hero is currently following. Kisaragi changed his job once again, but this time to Sage. His level dropped to 1 again. Kisaragi recalls that when he became a Sage, he had one change. This change was in the range of magic he could use. The range increased. A skill called Magic Combination was also added. Suddenly, the hero realizes that Natalia must be as wise as he is. Kisaragi thinks that even for the people of this world, if they level up, many things change. The hero turns around to check on the two girls. When he looks at them, he sees that the girls are sleeping. Taya concludes that they are very tired and does not wake them up. Kisaragi realizes that since he was finally able to reach such a high level, he can do something with one artifact. He removes the experience multiplication ring from his finger and realizes that he can no longer use the effect of such a ring, since it only works for the primary profession line. Toya brings the ring closer to his face and thinks that it seems like a very cheating thing. Because of this, the hero feels a little awkward. Suddenly, a couple of raindrops fall on the guy's head. The hero understands that since it started raining, he will need to speed up a lot in order to get home as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Natalia and Ferris are talking in Toya's mansion. Natalia says that Kisaragi is late again. While Natalia sits on the sofa and swings her legs, she repeats once again that the hero is late home again. Ferris, hearing such unflattering remarks about the owner of the mansion in which she lives, says that Toya works. She also makes a remark to Natalia, saying that she is already an adult and should not be so selfish. Natalia starts complaining again about Toya being late, but Ferris cuts off her sobs. Suddenly, the elf asks if it's true that Ferris has gotten used to the new owner of the mansion. Having not received an answer from the girl, Natalia asks if she remembers their first meeting. Ferris doesn't answer, and Natalia says that at the time she was looking for a place to live in this city. Then, someone from the Merchants Guild recommended this mansion to her. It turned out that in order to sell this mansion, the sellers hid the information that the spirit of the house lived in it. When Natalia first saw the spirit of the house, she was so shocked that Ferris could not accept her, and the girl could not live in this mansion. Ferris was not going to let Natalia into the mansion she had bought. The elf was horrified. In the end, the guy who pulled off this scam was found at the Merchants Guild and was immediately fired from there. After that, another worker from the guild came to Natalia and apologized to her. She agreed with him to rent her current store, but with a huge reduction in price, instead of returning the money for the mansion. The elf says that she finds the mansion with the spirit inside to be a very interesting phenomenon. Ferris listens to her with disinterest. Natalia takes a bite of the donut and turns back to Ferris, pointing the whole of the donut at the girl's face so that it can be seen through the hole. Looking at the girl for a moment, the elf asks what Toya looks like in her eyes. The girl, without thinking about her answer for very long, says that for her Toya, this Toya, I hear a noise outside the window. Both girls turn to look in. Natalia is the first to decide to say that it is raining heavily outside. She asks again where Kisaragi could be. Meanwhile, the hero continues to drive the carriage, driving along a road that is very washed out due to the rain. He turns to Kokuyo and asks the horse to run as fast as possible. The horse obeys and speeds up its pace. Suddenly, Kisaragi sees something. At this time, Charlotte and Arturia finally wake up. Sleepy, they do not quite understand what is happening. Suddenly, Arturia looks out the carriage window and asks the hero what happened, while Charlotte fixes her hair. To her horror and anger, Arturia looks out the window and sees 6 people, their faces covered by robes. One of the men in robes says that it was the right decision to put guards on the road. Another replies that they also wanted to cross the border. Arturia realizes that the robed men were waiting for them. Charlotte, horrified, says that it is impossible that they waited for them the whole way. Meanwhile, Kisaragi, completely confused, tries to understand who these people are. Arturia gets out of the carriage and apologizes to the hero for dragging him into their problems. She decides to say what kind of people they are surrounded by. It turns out that the carriage is surrounded by knights from the kingdom of Henrietta. Many of them have removed the hoods from their metal helmets and have bared their blades. One of the knights laughs at the girls for thinking they could escape from the pursuit of the elite knights of the royal army. While Kisaragi exhales nervously, he asks again if the knights circling him really belong to the kingdom of Henrietta. At this time, thunder and lightning join the rain. Ferris, worried, looks out the window, hoping that Toya will soon return home. Arturia runs out of the carriage and, while pulling her sword out of its sheath, says that the people who surrounded them once killed her comrades. Tuya also has not the most pleasant memories of the people living in the kingdom of Henrietta. Arturia confidently says that she will take care of the knights of the kingdom of Henrietta. She is ready to attack at this very second. One of the knights calls the girl a vile beastman and, clutching his sword with both hands, runs and is about to strike her. The girl skillfully parries the knight's blow, which he can't expect. He intends to continue the fight. During the fight, Arturia manages to shout to Kisaragi to hurry up and leave for the city as soon as possible, leaving her here. The girl also asks Toya to take Charlotte with him to the city since Arturia cannot allow her to die here. Arturia in the forest under any circumstances. The knights of the kingdom of Henrietta, having heard the girl's conversation, say that their resistance is useless. They run up to Taya, who is sitting at the controls of the horse, and say that they will not allow anyone to escape. Without thinking twice, the hero jumps down from the coachman's seat and waves his hand. Immediately after Kisaragi does this, a helmet containing the severed head of one of the Henrietta Kingdom's soldiers falls to the ground with a crash. The Buster Sword appears in the boy's hand, and the soldier's headless body falls to the ground with a crash. The other knights, clearly not expecting Toya to be able to resist them, are in shock. The boy says that he doesn't know why they are chasing these girls. The hero also adds that if the knights don't retreat immediately, it will have dire consequences. While Toya says these words, he holds the sword near the knight's head. Suddenly, the man near whose head Kisaragi is holding the tip of the ball asks the hero if he is confident in his abilities. This helmetless knight also adds that their squad cannot fail the mission they have been assigned under any circumstances. Artoria yells at Kisaragi that these people are the Henrietta Kingdom's elite force, hinting that they need to be careful. The man sitting under the blade of Toya's sword suddenly grips the handle of his weapon tighter and, pushing the hero's sword away with his hand, tries to attack him. All these actions are accompanied by Arturia's words that even if one of the squad members dies, they will still not retreat. Kisaragi skillfully turns away from the ball hit by the leader of the Henrietta Kingdom squad. It is noticeable that this attack was unexpected for the hero. Toya looks at the helmetless man in surprise and realizes that he is very skilled in using the sword skill. Kisaragi realizes that the people who attacked them now are too different from those who attacked him in Dumbledore City. Toya understands that if he holds back his strength in this battle, he will definitely die. The hero thinks that he has already understood that people die. He has long since resigned himself to the idea that they are killed with swords or burned with magic. While Toya thinks about this, his sword is sharpened again. Kokuyo expresses a desire to join the fight with the hero, but Toya stops him by blocking his way with his hand. A member of the squad without a helmet notices that the resisting boy's horse is not an ordinary one, but a combat one. He takes a step towards Kisaragi and says that his squad will definitely capture this horse, after which he will hand it over to the Kingdom of Henrietta. Kisaragi is in no hurry to attack the squad leader. He slowly and angrily recalls how the Kingdom of Henrietta summoned him to this world. Toya decides that there is no time to hesitate. He has long since prepared himself for the fact that he will have to kill people. Kisaragi realized this the moment he drew his sword in the world he found himself in. The boy is determined. Toya deftly dodges the team leader's attack and hits him with his blade. At this moment, the hero thinks that he knew that the day he would kill someone would definitely come. Toya understands that it is better to kill than to be killed. Charlotte watches this. Kisaragi's blow hits the guy right in the stomach, causing him to immediately fall to his knees. The man realizes in shock that he has greatly underestimated the young man, but at the same time he realizes that it is too late to worry about it. The pain that pierces his entire body causes the man to bend in half and finally die. The other knights are shocked to see how a normal guy just killed their squad leader. Meanwhile, Kisaragi looks at the man he killed, but decides that now is not the time to indulge in philosophical thoughts. So he turns away. Without wasting a moment, Kisaragi pushes off the ground, uses the power-up skill, and rushes towards the remaining knights of the Henrietta Kingdom squad. The warriors tense up. Suddenly, a white sphere comma forms around the hero, and he manages to slip past two knights at once, mercilessly killing them. The rest cannot believe their eyes. The hero is moving too fast. Kisaragi quickly slips between the knights, mercilessly killing them one by one. It seems as if the blood flying from the dead soldiers mixed with the rain. Finally, Toya kills the last of the knights standing nearby from the detachment sent by the Kingdom of Henrietta. Suddenly, the hero stops. Around him lie many corpses of the soldiers he killed. The guy is clearly too serious, and he is filled with anger. Kisaragi is ordered to stop where he is by the knight who captured Artoria. He holds his sword near her throat, indicating that he can hurt the girl at any moment. Artoria is scared and tries not to move. The two surviving knights in turn look at Toya angrily. Charlotte jumps out of the carriage completely, wanting to somehow save her friend. One of the knights holding Artoria captive asks Kisaragi with malice in his voice who the guy is. He continues to talk to the hero and says that the knight himself is not as stupid as the guy Toya just killed. He offers Kisaragi a deal. Artoria, hearing what the knight is telling the hero, shouts that he should under no circumstances talk to these people. In order to silence the girl, the knight holding her captive along with his comrade pierces her shoulder with a sword, causing her to scream loudly. Charlotte, watching this, begins to scream and cry so that the knights will stop mocking her friend. The knight holding Artoria by the hair turns to Kisaragi and says that if the hero lets them go, he will let this girl go. The knight orders Toya to drop his sword. Without thinking twice, the hero takes his sword in his hand and turns it over. It is clear that he is thinking about what to do next. Artoria continues to be pierced in the shoulder by the sword, and she screams loudly in pain. So the hero gets rid of his sword as quickly as possible. He waves his hand and sends the sword behind his back. Artoria, seeing what Toya just did, calls out his name and trembles. One of the knights, who holds the girl captive, begins to laugh at Toya and says that he will throw it into his weapon. The hero should accept his gratitude, since he saved the soldiers from unnecessary trouble. One of the knights grips the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands and runs towards Toya to attack the boy. He tells the hero not to dare laugh at him, as he is powerless without his sword. Suddenly, Kisaragi makes a slight movement of his hand, and a practically invisible weapon flies at the knight, which he dodges. It turns out that Kisaragi uses an air blade to continue fighting the knights of the Henrietta Kingdom squad. Meanwhile, another knight continues to injure Artoria's shoulder. Kisaragi's attack realizes that the boy can use offensive magic and is horrified. Toya, in turn, says that his appearance is deceiving, but he is not as young as he seems. While the hero distracts both knights with his attack magic, Artoria grabs the sword lying next to her and runs up to one of the knights from behind. With a loud cry, she pierces the knight's chest with her sword, not expecting the attack, trying to thrust the weapon as deep as possible. The knight is pierced by terrible pain and falls dead at the girl's feet. Artoria cannot catch her breath from fear. The girl says that they finally dealt with the knights. She is both scared and happy. An excited Charlotte runs up to her friend, calling her name and trying to get to her as quickly as possible. Seeing the wound on Artoria's shoulder, Charlotte asks in horror if her friend is okay, to which she replies that the wound is just a scratch for the girl. Suddenly, Artoria grabs her shoulder, which is pierced by a sharp pain, and cries out. Charlotte apologizes to her friend, crying, and says that everything happened because of her. Saying this, she tries to make a bandage for Artoria's hand from scrap materials. While Toya is busy examining the knights they killed, Charlotte bandages her wounded friend's shoulder. Suddenly, Toya is distracted from his thoughts by a crying Charlotte, who says that she is very sorry that the guy was involved in their problems. It is clear that both girls feel guilty about what happened. Kisaragi takes another look at all the knights he killed from the Henrietta Kingdom. He suddenly realizes that the rain that started in the middle of the trip hasn't stopped yet. Toya wonders why he was summoned to this world. He compares his travels to a light novel. When someone is summoned to another world, there is always someone like God who teaches the heroes. But in Kisaragi's case, this does not happen. The hero finally collects his thoughts and moves away from the dead bodies. He passes Kokuyo and reaches the girls sitting on the ground. He turns to Artoria and asks if he can examine the wound the knights gave her. Artoria's injured shoulder and uses the skill Ultimate Healing, causing a white light to appear near the girl's hand. Suddenly, Artoria realizes that the pain is gone. It seems impossible to her. Charlotte is very happy that now her friend feels well and nothing prevents her from moving. Kisaragi asks Artoria if she can do it on her own, to which the girl replies that there is no problem with that. The hero also turns to the girls and says that they can in no case leave these corpses lying in the forest as they are now. Kisaragi asks Artoria and Charlotte if he can ask them for help one more time, but the girls unanimously answer that they will definitely help Toya. Soon Artoria and Charlotte are back in the carriage and Kisaragi is in the driver's seat. The hero looks at the sky and concludes that the rain will soon stop, period. He tells the girls about it. After some time, the hero turns to Charlotte and Artoria and tells them the good news. They have almost reached the city. The girls are very happy about this. They say that they will finally be able to meet Natalia. As they approach the city gates, Toya remembers that the gates close at dusk, so they should rest somewhere nearby and continue on their way early in the morning. Charlotte says that she understands this, but is still very upset. Artoria, in turn, considers it necessary to say that they need to do what Toya said. Finally, Kisaragi finds a suitable place to set up a small camp. He brings the girls and Kokuyo there. Toya thinks about how he knows he can't let Artoria and Charlotte sleep outside, and the carriage is too cramped to sleep in. The hero exhales heavily and concludes with disappointment that in such a seemingly hopeless situation, he has only one reliable solution. Kisaragi turns to Arturia and Charlotte and says that he wants the girls to promise him something before he gives them a place to stay for the night. Toya says that he would like to ask the girls to keep the fact that he can use the storage skill a secret. The girls' faces take on serious expressions, and Arturia and Charlotte say that they promise to keep the information they just heard a secret. Kisaragi says that it's great that they'll help him and waves his hand. Immediately after Toya's slight movement, a small tent appears in front of the girls. The hero asks what they think of it. Arturia is surprised to see that it is indeed a tent. Kisaragi, approaching the temporary shelter, moves part of the tent and asks the girls to look inside. Entering the depths of the tent, both girls note in surprise that what they see simply cannot be. Charlotte goes a little further into the tent and sees 2 sofas with a small coffee table between them. There are also 2 comfortable beds in the corners of the tent. The girl exclaims in surprise that she would never have thought that a tent could be so spacious. While Arturia is examining the room, Charlotte looks around nervously and asks if this tent is a magical tool. Charlotte goes outside and approaches Kisaragi. She asks him by name what it's like to have something like this tent. Charlotte suddenly stops and apologizes to Toya for continuing to ask too many questions despite her promise. Toya replies that it will help the girls. As both Arturia and Charlotte walk outside the tent, Kisaragi waves his hand again and a fire and a table with cooking utensils appear out of nowhere. He offers the girls dinner. To light a fire, Toya uses the element of fire. A small spark lights up at the end of his finger, and he uses it to set all the wood piled up on fire. Kisaragi says that he has prepared only the easiest to prepare foods for the trip. To which Charlotte replies that as long as the food is warm, that will be enough. Toya also says that he has prepared a change of clothes for both Arturia and Charlotte. The girls, hearing this, look at the torn and dirty clothes they are wearing. They are very happy about this news. After changing, the girls and Toya gather in the tent and eat dinner together. Arturia asks how many days have passed since they ate together for no reason, clearly missing those times. After the meal, Charlotte puts her hands together and thanks God for the delicious food. Arturia repeats after her. Kisaragi at this time thinks that he would really like to complain about what is happening, but he understands that he cannot do it right now. Finally, the hero leaves the tent and tells the girls that they can use it freely. Charlotte asks in surprise where Toya will spend the night. The guy replies that even though the tent has an effect that keeps monsters at bay, someone still needs to stand guard and protect the temporary camp. In fact, Kisaragi's departure has a completely different reason. The hero understands that he cannot sleep in the same tent with 2 girls he doesn't know at all. When Toya is far enough away from the tent, Arturia and Charlotte start talking about him. Charlotte decides to speak up first and says that Toya is a very kind person. Arturia, hearing this, excitedly jumps out of bed and says that the guy is incredibly strong. It is noticeable that the girl admires this very much. Arturia grabs a pillow and says that when she remembers Kisaragi's battle, she feels incredible. Charlotte, embarrassed by such talk, says that she is really looking forward to the day when she can finally meet Natalia. After this, Charlotte turns away a little and, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, says that even she shudders when she remembers the heroic figure of Toya. Arturia asks what her friend is saying, to which she sheepishly replies that she didn't mean anything. It is noticeable that Charlotte also really liked Kisaragi. At this time, the hero sits and talks with Kokuyo. He tells the horse that, as expected, he is very tired. Toya thinks to himself that he would very much like to ask the 2 girls about something, but he decides to wait with it. Kisaragi realizes that it is better to sit outside for a while instead of being robbed later. The hero and his horse look thoughtfully at the fire that was first lit. Kisaragi, without taking his eyes off the burning wood, asks if his horse agrees with him, but receives no answer. The boy thoughtfully continues to ask if he has reached the point where he can no longer return to his old world. Kisaragi thinks about what he can give in front. He looks at the sky very thoughtfully and begins to fall asleep and fall, when suddenly Kokuyo bites his head again, thereby preventing the hero from falling to the ground. Kisaragi, peacefully leaning against Kokuyo, who dozed off soon after him, sleeps sweetly near the fire. Finally, the next day, the 3 of them finally reach the city of Fendi. Kisaragi asks the girls if they are ready to see life in this city, to which Charlotte replies that Toya should not worry about them. At the entrance to the city gates, the boys are met by a guard who first greets Toya. He asks where the boy got the cart from. Kisaragi begins to explain that when he was returning to the city, he found two girls in the forest who were being attacked by bandits. Their horse was stolen, so the hero decided to help them get to the city by pulling their carriage with his horse. Kisaragi thinks to himself that he told Charlotte and Arturia to put on a show to fool the guards, since the girls didn't have an ID card. The guard says that the girl's story is terrible. Despite the tragic nature of the situation, the man says that he still needs at least some evidence of its veracity, since such verification is his job. The guard looks through the carriage window and sees two girls trembling, crying, and hugging, wrapped in a scarf. Charlotte says that bandits stole all the girls' valuables when they were riding into town. Telling this story, the girl cannot hold back her tears. Suddenly, Charlotte raises her hand and happily says that despite the attack, she is still alive. The girl says that she is sure that what happened to her is a blessing in disguise. Kisaragi remembers Charlotte assuring him that she had seen a lot of plays, so she could play any role well. The guy thinks that she is overacting a little. Suddenly, the guard turns to Charlotte. Toya feels like their deception is about to be exposed. Immediately after this, the guard starts brushing the rubber bands from his eyes and says that the girls must have had a very hard time. Seeing this, the hero understands that, contrary to his fears, everything is going well. Toya asks the guard if they can go into town, to which he replies that they certainly can, and that Kisaragi should definitely take care of the girls. Kisaragi's first order of business is to the magic tool shop. As soon as he steps through the door, Toya asks if Natalia is there. It turns out that the elf is actually in the store. At the moment, she is busy taking books from the top shelves of the cabinet. She immediately recognizes the voice of the guy who came. Taking out one of the books, Natalia indignantly says that she is tired of waiting for Toya to return a day ago. Immediately after this, the girl sarcastically asks if it could be that the hero has fallen in love with her, to which he replies that he simply brought guests to her. Natalia looks at the front door and sees two tall figures wrapped in warm clothes. The elf tenses up a little. Suddenly, two guests start approaching Natalia, and it seems to her that they are some dangerous people. Suddenly, the elf stumbles on the ladder where she stands to get books. Natalia doesn't have time to fall before Charlotte, who is crying with happiness, catches her and even manages to shout out the word auntie. A dull thud is heard in the room. Some books have fallen from their shelves. While Charlotte hugs Natalia, she yells at the girl, asking why she calls the elf auntie. This touching picture is observed by Arturia, who, not holding out for long, takes off her hood and shows her face to Natalia. Taking a closer look at the girls, the elf exclaims the names of Arturia and Charlotte in surprise. She cannot believe her eyes. Kisaragi watches with a calm and peaceful expression as Natalia tells the girls that they have both grown so much that she doesn't even recognize them. Arturia and Charlotte, wiping away tears from their eyes and smiling, say that a very long time has passed since they last saw each other. One of the girls also says that Natalia hasn't grown a bit since then. The elf indignantly asks what the girl meant by that. A small blush appeared on Natalia's face. She looked away and said that she was surprised. Could it really be Charlotte and Arturia? The girls looked at Natalia with a smile on their faces and said that they were glad to meet her. Char and R were standing next to Natalia. Behind them was a bookcase with books. Natalia looked to the side at Toya and asked him what he was doing here with the grandfathers. Char answered that Toya, Natalie's student, saved them in the forest. Natalie was very surprised by R's words. She looked at Toya and asked if he wasn't a student. Toya looked at Natalie. His face was red with embarrassment, and he didn't say a word. A moment later, Natalie came up to Toya. She put her hands on her waist and started laughing loudly. Then she said that since Toya was her student, he was a good boy. Toya turned away and angrily replied that now he really wanted to teach Natalie a lesson. It was daytime. The brick building was covered with plants. Char and R asked Natalie to demonstrate her abilities. Natalie was squatting and saying that she had heard rumors about her journey. R's father was still alive, and that gave her a little relief. The girls were standing next to her. R gritted her teeth and began to shake with anger. Toya looked at the girls and understood their feelings. Char put her hand on R's shoulder. R was shaking with anger. and she raised one hand up, which was clenched into a fist. Natalie silently and thoughtfully looked ahead. On the table lay a book with magical signs and writing tools. After a while, Natalie broke the silence and called Toya to her. Toya approached Natalie. He was very surprised when he heard from Natalie that he could shelter girls in his mansion. The girls were standing nearby and were no less surprised by such a request. Char put her hand to her chest and said sheepishly that they didn't want to disturb Toya with their presence. The window on the first floor of the house was open. Natalie continued to say that the girls were currently being searched for, and there was a high probability that they would be found. Natalie stood in front of Toya and said that these girls were nobles and needed protection. Could Toya think a little more about the offer to shelter them for a while? Toya blushed. He tried to object to Natalie. Before that, he thought that no matter which way you look at this situation, it will be problematic in any case. Natalie closed her eyes and lowered her head. Then she said that she really asked Toya to make concessions to her. Toya looked at Natalie in surprise and wondered if she really had just lowered her head to him. The boys were still in the room. Toya answered that he didn't mind. But what would Ferris say about it? Natalie answered that he didn't have to worry about that. If the spirit of the house accepted Toya, then now he can bring anyone he wants into the house. Toya remembered the face of the girl with glasses. He thought that Natalie reminded him of the moment when he signed the contract. Toya really can bring desired guests to the house. Char put her hand to her chest and said with a smile on her face that Toya really does have a spirit of the house. She really wants to see it. Natalie stood next to Char and said that she had a very strong connection with the spirits. She thought that Ferris and Char would become friends. Toya looked at the girls worriedly. Toya scratched his head and finally answered that he agreed to shelter the girls, but only for a short time. The girls were surprised and glad that Toya finally agreed to simple Natalie. Toya looked at the girls. Then he smiled and thought that the girls were being pursued, so he had no right to refuse them. Toya walked to the door. Then he turned and said that he would go now and give a report to the guild. Char and R bowed to him, and Natalie replied that she would go with him. She also needed to discuss something with them. Small clouds floated on it. The tower with the bell was higher than all the houses around it. Toya told the girls that they could come to him after the bell rang. The girls agreed. In one of the rooms, a multi-story guild house, Toya, Dalek, Milia, and Ebrand were sitting at a table. Ebrand asked if Dalek could organize a farewell event. Dalek leaned against the wall and answered Ebrand positively. Ebrand took the tokens lying on the table and began to examine them silently. Then he put the tokens back on the table. People with heavy bags and carts walked along the wide streets of the city. Ebrand, sitting opposite Toya, said that he was grateful for his work. Did Toya want to tell him anything else? Toya looked at Ebrand and replied that he wanted to tell him something. Toya drops the iron helmet he got from fighting the knights while protecting Char and R onto the table. Everyone in the room was shocked by the helmet they saw. Toya lied and said that they were attacked by a royal squad in the forest, and after the battle he took their bodies with him. Ebrand shouted that he did not understand what the Henrietta soldiers were doing in the forest. Toya looked ahead nervously and thought that there was no way he could tell about Char and Ara. The people in the room listened attentively as Toya said that he thought the soldiers were pursuing enemies who had fled the war. Dalek stood next to Amelia with his arms folded. The girl said that she had heard a lot about people from the Lunate Empire who were currently on the run. If they crossed the border, there would be an international conflict. The soldier's helmet lay on the table. The boys tried to figure out why the soldiers were in the forest. Ebrand put his hands to his chin and said that he understood everything and he needed to report everything to the guild leader. Tuya looked at Ebrand. The helmet was on the table in front of them. Tuya thought he was wondering who the guild leader was. There was a small table next to the door to the room and a painting on the wall. Ebrand said that Dalek should show the trusted person the bodies of the soldiers that Toya had defeated. Dalek agreed to do as Ebrand ordered. The boys started to leave the room when Ebrand called out to Toya. Toya turned around and saw Ebrand holding a wooden figurine in front of him. Ebrand said that Toya forgot to take the figurine. Toya replied that he didn't need it. The boys were standing near the wooden structure. Dalek put his hands in his pocket and said that as long as Toya was nearby, their work would not be finished. Toya smiled sheepishly and apologized. Melia walked behind the boys. Tuya looked to the side and asked if Dalek could tell about the guildmaster. Dalek, without taking his hands out of his pocket, answered that this man rarely appears in public. He is the son of the lord of this city. The boys entered the building. They were standing in the middle of the room. There were tables around them. Delo continued to say that if he had to describe this man, he was not a man of high intelligence. Taya doubted Delok's words. Melia tried to help Delok, who was taking things. He said that it was true, this man always makes other people do his work. Also, he takes everything that shouldn't belong to him. Toya thought that this man is bad. Melia said indignantly that Ebrand was actually the guild leader. Delok looked at Toya and said that he and the others thought that Ebrand was the guild leader. Toya asked that Ebrand wasn't scaring them with his carved figures. Delok spread the cloth on the table and said that it was just a habit of Ebrand's when he was worried about adventurers. He would come up with a strange activity to calm himself down. Melia stood next to him and held the cloth. Toya was surprised by Delok's words. Delok continued to say that despite Ebrand's strange characteristics, he was a reliable man. At this time, Ebrand stood at the window of his office with a mug in his hands. The two-story house was covered with plants. At the same time, Natalie and the girls were in the room. Natalie was combing Char's hair and said that her beautiful hair was very tangled. The comb in Natalie's hands had a fine bristle. Era's face darkened because of Natalie's words that she felt sorry for Garrett. He was very brave. Tears appeared on Char's face. Natalie put her hands on the girls' heads and said that the girls were very brave. They had been through a lot, but they had some problems. On the ceiling of the room, she saw a chandelier with extinguished candles. Natalie put Toya in armor. He stood on the fallen soldiers and raised his sword high above himself and held the flag. Natalie wondered if Toya was really a hero. The girls sat on the couch and looked at Natalie worriedly. They said that with her power, they could do a lot. Natalie stepped aside, then looked at the girls and said that it was useless. Her power would not be able to decide the outcome of the battle. There was also a small chest of drawers with flowers in the room. Natalie continued to say that there was no country in the world that would help a state that was losing the war. It was necessary to find a hero. Char clenched her fists from what she heard. R looked at Char and said that they could ask Toya for help. Char was surprised by what she heard. Natalie sat opposite the girls and said that he was just a binder. Char replied that Natalie was wrong. He was strong and R wanted to marry him. R blushed. She put her hands to her face and said that Char should not remind her of this moment. She was very embarrassed. Natalie looked at the girls in surprise. She thought that the beastman really asked for marriage. The girls remembered how Toya used magic. Char said that Toya used magic that they had never seen. He could combine two types of magic. Natalie was surprised and thought that she did not understand what Char was talking about. Char raised her hands up and said with a smile that it was probably Natalie who taught Toya such amazing magic. Natalie started laughing loudly after Char's words. A cup of hot tea stood on the table. Natalie looked at the girls and said that, in that case, Toya would be drawn into the war. The girls began to worry after hearing Natalie's words. The girls heard the bell ringing. They had to move out. Natalie thought about the girls' words, that Toya really did have first-class magic. Mountains were visible beyond the city. Char and R looked ahead in surprise. The boys were standing in front of Toya's house. The girls were delighted with the mansion. Toya walked up the steps. Natalie ran after him. Char said she knew Toya was from a noble family. He turned around and said Char was wrong. Toya turned away, then went to the door and said that Char should not say such absurd things. He will introduce everyone now. Natalie ran after and said that this was her mansion, which Toya took. Char asked where the spirit of the house is now. Toya called Ferris, and she suddenly appeared in the room. Char and R looked at Ferris with admiration. They did not believe that this could be true. Toya looked at his hand anxiously and clenched it into a fist. Then he scratched his head and said with a smile on his face that he apologized to Ferris for being late. She was standing in front of Toya. Ferris pressed her hand to her chest and asked worriedly if Toya was okay. He looked at Ferris in surprise. Then he knelt down on one knee and said with a smile that he was grateful for her concern and that he was okay. Cher and R stood behind Toya. Char and R were very surprised and shouted that the house could really talk. Char stretched her hand in front of her. Toya began to smile shyly. Natalie folded her arms on her chest and said that this world is full of secrets. R looked at her in surprise. The girls greeted Ferris. Char said shyly that Toya was very kind to them. Ferris didn't take her eyes off the girls. Toya looked at Ferris and asked how she was feeling. Ferris didn't answer and stood motionless. Ferris started to cry and said that Toya was stupid. Toya held his hand out in front of him and said Ferris's name nervously. Char and R looked at each other and were surprised that Ferris was angry. Natalie replied that Ferris was the real exception. She was jealous of Toya. Toya turned around. He didn't understand what Natalie was talking about. A large staircase led to the second floor. Natalie began to explain to the girls their next steps. The girls said that they should respect the spirit of the house. Natalie raised her hand and said that the spirit of the house should watch over the cleanliness and the people inside the house. Ferris hovered in the air in front of the house. Natalie stood in front of Toya and said that the mansion could be confiscated. Toya looked at Natalie nervously. Then he turned and walked away from the girls. They looked at him in surprise. Toya walked and thought that Ferris had always been special to him. Toya walked down the hallway and called Ferris. Meanwhile, in the extension of the house, the horse Toya was sitting on the ground. Ferris was sitting next to him. She broke the silence and said that she said something bad to Toya and she didn't understand why she did it. The horse turned to Ferris. Ferris recalled being surrounded by people and said she had never thought about it before, that her job was not just to clean the house. Ferris thought back to the adults and the children. She thought she was content to just watch, but she had her doubts. Ferris remembered meeting Toya. At that moment, she really wanted to talk to him. She stood in the middle of the room and was afraid to talk. But then Toya praised her for the first time. Ferris started to smile and said that she was happy just being around Toya. She needed to apologize to him. The horse sat next to her and listened. Toya found himself on the street and saw a horse. He went towards it. The horse stood in the street. Then he fell to the ground and started rolling around. Behind him was Ferris. Ferris stood with her head down. Then she apologized to Toya. Toya apologized back. The horse rolled on the ground. Ferris was confused when she saw the girls behind Toya. Toya explained why he agreed to shelter the girls in their house. The girls looked at Ferris smiling and she looked back at them. They said it was their fault. They asked Toya to take them in. It was daytime outside. Char walked up to Ferris and said that they wanted to be friends. Char and Ferris looked at each other. Ferris agreed. The boys began to rejoice. Natalie approached the guys from behind. She cheerfully said that apparently everything had worked out for the guys and they would have a wedding in the mansion. Toya got angry at Natalie. The guys started discussing their future plans. Natalie was talking to Ferris. Toya considered that the girls would be safer with Natalie. Coal rolled on the ground. Natalie smiled and suggested celebrating the housewarming. Char and R stood and smiled. They interrupted Natalie's conversation, which confused Toya a little. Toya was talking to Natalie. Clouds were floating across the sky. A horse approached Toya from behind. Toya smiled. The boys had mingled together. They were glad to meet. The mansion was filled with the noise of girls discussing each other. At that time, the guildmaster Sinans was in the city, holding the knight's helmet and discussing the problems that had arisen with Ebrand. Sinans did not give the floor to Ebrand. Sinans headed for the exit. Ebrand sat silently on the chair and listened to Sinan's screams. Ebrand reached for his helmet and put it on. He thought about what to do next. Night came. The girls were in the room and discussing how they would proceed next. Char stood at the window and was determined to save the empire with all her might. A few days later, the sun was shining on the guild house. The boys decided to head there and register the girls as adventurers. Melia was standing behind the counter and greeting Char and R, who smiled and greeted Melia back. Melia began to smile shyly, then she picked up a pen and began filling out the papers. Toya stood next to her. Then Doll stood up from the table and walked towards Toya with a menacing face. Doll stopped next to Toya and looked at him, thus frightening Toya. Then Dal turned his gaze to the girls. He scared them too. Then, he turned around abruptly and without saying a word began to leave. Toya asked him to stop. Toya looked after Dal and thought that he was acting strangely after that incident. The boys found themselves on the street near a beautiful house. The girls discussed their impressions of meeting the guild. Char remembered how she and R were surrounded by other adventurers and offered to be their teammates. Toya looked at the girls with embarrassment and thought that they were really beautiful. The girls began to rejoice that they had become adventurers. Char lowered her head and said that when they heard news about the state, they would immediately return there with Natalie. Toya looked at the girl standing in front of him in surprise. Toya introduced the army of soldiers and the blonde hero. Then he said that he understood everything, but suddenly they would meet enemies on their way. The girls lowered their heads and did not know what to say. The window into the room was open. Natalie looked out of the open window. She was eating sweets and offered them to the boys. She also asked what level the girls had reached. Toya and the girls were standing outside in front of the window. The girls answered sheepishly that R had reached 37th and Char had reached 5th. Natalie was angry with Char's answer. Char blushed and replied that she was training to be a lady. Natalie said that Char's father never listened to her words because Char has spirit magic. Ferris stood next to Natalie. Char leaned her hand on her chest and looked at Natalie with her mouth open. Toya stood next to her and looked at Char. Toya remembered the conversation with Malia about spirit magic. Malia raised her finger and said that spirit mages are very rare. Char blushed and replied that she could only use the power of weak spirits. Malia leaned on the table and encouraged Char. Toya looked at Char's back and thought that he had never heard of such work in the game before. This world is really amazing. The sun was shining high above the ground. Toya said that if Char can't use her powers in battle, they'll have to come up with something. Char was embarrassed and clenched her fist. Char put her hand to her chest and wanted to speak, but R interrupted her. She said that Toya should train her. Char looked at R in surprise. R raised her hand and said that she was ready to do anything to protect Char. Char stood silently and looked at R. Natalie began to glow with happiness after R's words that R knew that Toya had learned everything from Natalie. Char thought about it and remembered how she left the castle and said goodbye to her parents. She blushed and started screaming that she also wanted to help everyone. Char and R looked at each other with a smile. Natalie looked out the window at Toya and said that he could start training the girls on his own. Natalie remembered how she used to teach students. She spread her arms out to the side and said that the students did not understand anything. Toya thought that he could not leave the girls. The girls were happy when they heard Toya that they could go with him to the forest. Natalie put her hands on the windowsill and listened to the guys' conversation with a smile. The boys headed to the market. A girl, a man, and an old woman greeted Toya. The cat in the market meowed. The boys filled a whole bag with food. Toya carried a bag, Char carried a basket, and R carried a backpack. The boys discussed that Toya was popular, but he just often went to these people for groceries. The boys were passing by a shop with decorations. Char rushed to take a closer look at them. Toya and R were discussing Char, that she looks happy. It's because Char can't just walk around the streets in their country. Char was squatting and looking at the decorations. Then, hearing the guys' conversation, Char looked at them anxiously. The boys found themselves at home. Toya lent the girls clothes with armor and weapons. The girls tried on the clothes and stood in front of Toya, embarrassed. The girls looked at the things. Each of them had a special function. For Char, the items had a magic boost and a decrease in its consumption, and R's things had good protection. Toya looked at the girls and thought that they would definitely be safe with such things. The girls stood in front of Toya. He said that after a while the girls should return this equipment. Toya waved his hand and 2 rings appeared on the table. They added 100 experience points. The girls looked at the rings closely. He had 2 more cheater rings, but he would keep them. There was a bed in the room. The girls approached Toya and cheerfully asked if Toya was sure that he wanted to give the rings to both of them. Toya was scared by the girls' reaction. R and Char were standing on the balcony. It was already night outside. The girls looked at the rings and discussed whether Toya had proposed to them at the same time. In this world, if a person gives a ring to another, it is equivalent to a marriage proposal. R and Char stood opposite each other and discussed that Toya had definitely thought everything through and his intentions were serious. R had hearts in her eyes and she screamed that she was ready to become Toya's wife. Char blushed and said that if it weren't for her family. The girls walked up to the balcony railing and linked hands. Then they said that they had better think about training now. The events moved to the central part of the northern forest. Toya closed his eyes and began to say that as soon as they saw the monsters, they should calculate the total number of experience points. The girls ran away from many boars. The girls fell to their knees and tried to catch their breath. Toya came up behind them and said that to raise the level, they had to work. behind Toya. Toya tried to encourage the girls. After a while, night fell. The girls were sitting tired on the ground. Toya suggested finishing the training. The girls stood up and approached Toya. Toya warned the girls not to be surprised by his actions. A house icon with stars appeared in front of him. The guild house appears in front of the guys. The girls are stunned with surprise. The horse went to the door and opened it with his teeth. The girls went into the house and thanked the horse. Toya looked at the house and thought that this was the first time he took the guild house out of his storage. Toya and the girls discussed that they should keep the information about the house a secret. The girls, exhausted, agreed with Toya. Toya cheered up and said goodbye to the girls. Char looked at the ring and pressed her hand to her flushed face. For the next 2 weeks, the girls fought in the forest and raised their level. Then Toya and the girls headed to the cave so they could defeat the Okra. R rushed in the battle with the orc. During the battle, she cut off his hand. The finishing blow was dealt by Char with her magic. Char remembered how she and Ferris carried the dishes. They discussed where Char would get the power for magic. Ferris walked in front of Char. Char gathered her courage and began to cast a spell. She cast a spell and directed the magic towards the orc. The magic hit the target right on target. Char smiled and thought that one day she would be able to use the power of the Supreme Spirit. Toya stood next to Char and praised her. Char raised her hand with the ring, and sunlight began to enter the cave. Char put her hand to herself and said shyly that everything had started to work out for her thanks to Toya's love. Toya stood silently. R approached Char. Toya looked at the girl and asked what Char meant by love. The girls stood in front of Toya. He said that the rings were indeed magical. Char blushed and sweated. She turned to R and asked if those words of hers were all just a joke. R answered positively. Toya stood and listened to the girls' conversation about collecting evidence of the monster's victory. The horse was sleeping next to the cave. A few days later, the boys found themselves in the city of Fendi. The girls were walking down the street and discussing the moment from the cave. Char was carrying a basket of food and R was carrying a back. R looked ahead and thought that she was becoming stronger because of her father's enemies. Char raised her finger and said that their strength depends on love. R was surprised by such unexpected words of Char. Someone started making noise in one of the windows of the house. The girls, hearing this, began to laugh merrily. Milka and Dal were on the girls' way. Milka greeted the girls, and Dal came closer and looked at them intently. Dal scratched his face and with a red face said that the girls should say hello to that guy. Then he abruptly turns and starts to walk away. Milka followed Dal and said that she was glad that Toya finally found partners. Milka waved her hand and Dal looked at her suspiciously. The girls looked after the boys with a smile. There were many 3-story houses in the city. Char thought about it. The whole street was filled with noise and an unusual flag appeared. Meanwhile, Toya was in Ibran's office. Ibran was asking Toya about his new partners. Strange figurines stood on the shelf in the office. Ibran said nervously that the royal ambassador had arrived in the city today to take the king's daughter. After hearing these words, Toya became very scared. There was a vase of flowers on the dresser. Ibran continued to say that he wanted to resolve everything peacefully. Toya stood there and thought that this was why they were meeting the king's soldiers. Toya said that he doesn't want to sell her. What will happen to him then? Ibran folded his arms and said that all the adventurers in the city would consider Toya an enemy. Toya looked at Ibran in surprise. The events take place in the mansion of the Lord of the City for D. The men gathered in one of the rooms of the mansion. The Lord of the City, Galen, shouted that the guests had crossed the border and why should they be held responsible for it. Ebrand and Sinans were in the room. The man in the wig wiped his face with a handkerchief and said that Gillen should not feign fearlessness in front of the royal Henriette. Galen stood up and said the man was wrong. The man started clapping his hands. The men began to discuss that they were actually looking for the daughter of the Linnet Empire. After these words, Ebrand became frightened. In the room there was a table, a chest of drawers with carved vases. The man in the wig extended his hand forward and said that they needed help in finding the princess. Sinines began to whisper in Ibrand's ear. Ibrand thought about Toya. Abraham began to say that the imperial city had already fallen. The men looked at him. The man in the wig presented a map of the lands and nervously said that the Luna Empire consisted of 4 races and they had already captured the emperor. The man imagined armed men of different races and thought that they were having trouble subduing the elves and beastmen. The man then imagined a large building with a bound and wounded emperor sitting in a cave. After some time, Toya appears in Ibran's office. He began to shout that the Char cannot be given to the enemies. Ebran folded his arms and said that Toya must understand the future consequences. Toya remembered Char's smiling face. He stood in front of Ebran, who said that because of Char's importance, they had to be handed over. Why Toya cared so much about those girls. Behind Ebran were carved figures. The window was located near the door. Toya clenched his fist and told Ibran seriously that he had personal reasons to protect the girls, and he was willing to do anything for that. Ebran was surprised to hear Toya's words. Then he said that the ambassador would be in the city for 3 days, after which time they would give him the empress. Toya looked at Ibran in surprise. He realized that Ibran wanted to help him. Toya asked in surprise why Ibran was trying to help him. Ibran raised his hands and said that he was afraid of the consequences that Toya could cause. Ibran opened the window and said that he valued Toya, and he should choose his own path. Toya looked at Ibran seriously. Ebran hugged his figurines and said that he had no intention of giving them to Toya. Toya was surprised. There was a lamp hanging on the ceiling of the hall. Toya was walking down the stairs and thinking about Ibran's words. Then Toya noticed that someone was calling him. It was Limina. She greeted Taya. Taya didn't recognize her at first. He remembered her clothes when they first met. Lumina held the sword in her hands and said that she was wearing this dress so that she would not be considered strange. She showed the sword to Toya and said that she came to pick up the sword from repair. Tuya looked at the sword. Then he became embarrassed when Lumina asked him what he was looking at her during the ride. She looked at the blade of the sword and said that the sword has no name. It is passed down through her family. The boys were surrounded by a crowd of other people. Toya remembered how well Lumina wielded a sword in battle. Lumina put her hands on her waist and said that Toya should stop praising her. There was a notice board hanging next to the boys. Lumina put the sword on her shoulder and said that this was her unrequited love. Taya did not understand what Lumina was talking about. She lowered her sword at them and said that the rest of the guys would soon reach the rank. Toya lowered his head and thought about Lumina's words. The sky began to frown and clouds appeared over the city. Natalie sat at the table. She asked Char if people from the kingdom had arrived in the city. Char answered positively. Natalie introduced the ambassador on a horse and asked Char about him. Natalie was cleaning the table. Natalie started to say that she should ask Toya to accompany her to her parents. Natalie stood up and wanted to say something, but Char did not interrupt as she noticed something in time from training. Natalie and Char stood next to each other. Char said that she did not know the limit of Toya's power. They really needed his power. There was a chest of drawers with objects in the room. Char remembered her home and said that she had to try to save the whole country. Natalie was wondering how much Char was willing to pay Toya. Char lowered her head, then smilingly said that she was willing to offer Toya herself. Natalie sighed, then placed her hand on Char's shoulder and said that a child like her would never interest Toya. Then Natalie arched her back and said that she was the one who was ready to attract Toya. Char's face twisted greatly. Natalie asked what was wrong with her. There were magical attributes on the table in the room. Natalie frowned and reached into the cupboard. She pulled out a bottle saying that this drink will make a man fall in love with you. Char was surprised. She was curious about the origin of this liquid. Natalie remembered herself in a strange suit and thought that she should forget that time. Char admired Natalie after she said she could do different magic things. Natalie held the bottle and said that if Char really wanted to get Toya, she would have to forget that she was from the royal family. Char became worried. She reached for the bottle and said it would be hard for her to decide. Then she froze and pulled her hand away. Char said seriously that she would talk to Toya in an honest way. Natalie was standing in the room with books and plants. She put the bottle down and said that she needed to clean up before R arrived and Char should help her. Char agreed. R headed towards the house with a bag in her hands. R entered the room and began to light up around her. She apologized for the delay, but there was no one in the room. Then R noticed the bottle. It was getting dark outside. Toya walked through the market without noticing his name. He walked down the street and thought that he needed to act carefully so that no one would get hurt. Toya remembered Ferris and thought that when he disappeared, she would be lonely. Toya found himself at home and was greeted by Ferris. Toya thought about his next steps. The girls came out. They wanted to talk to Toya. He also wanted to tell them something. Then Natalie suggested that the guys talk over dinner. She stood in her robe and was hungry. Toya replied that Natalie was right. The boys moved to the kitchen and started cooking. Toya cut the vegetables and thought that at this rate he would be able to prepare food closer to his world. Natalie ran next to Toya. He held out a plate of food. Everyone took their seats. Natalie was happy to see her favorite food. Natalie and Toya started arguing, and then she stuck the flag in the meat. Toya stood behind Natalie and thought that last time he put the flag in the meat for fun. The guys started with dinner. Toya started drinking from a glass and praised the taste of the drink. R showed a bottle of the drink. She put the bottle to her face and said that she found it at Natalie's. The girls' fathers blushed deeply. Toya realized that his condition was rather strange. Then all the girls stood up and rushed towards him. Morning came. The sun illuminated the room. Toya woke up. Then he moved his hand that was lying on the ball. He got up and looked at his hand. Toya started looking around and noticed all the girls lying in his bed. This scared him a lot. After a while, the girls stood dressed and discussed the evening that had happened. They asked Toya for forgiveness and blamed themselves for everything. Natalie grabbed her hair and said that this drink was supposed to work only on men, but somehow it worked on them. Ferris appeared behind Toya, which scared Toya a lot. Toya replied that he wanted to discuss it with the girls yesterday. They really wanted him to accompany them. Ferris was upset when she heard this. There were paintings on the walls of the room. Char and Pre introduced themselves with their real names. Toya looked at them and thought that he knew it. Char said that she couldn't pay him yet, but as soon as she returned to her country, Toya remembered the princess in the castle and said that he would try to trust Char. She was pleased by Toya's words. Toya stood in front of the girls and said that the guild demanded to become a share to the enemy. Ferris listened to the boys' conversation with concern. Toya continued to say that he intends to escort the girls to their kingdom. He just wants to stay close to Ferris and his horse. In Ferris's eyes, Natalie said that if Toya wanted to be with her friends, why not take them with her? Toya was very surprised by Natalie's words. Char said that we need to get the spirits in time. Char remembered the appearance of the stones and continued to say that in the Empire there are only 2 of them and they are guarded. She is ready to give this stone to Toya for accompanying them. Toya was surprised by her words. Natalie was standing next to him and eating sweets. Toya thought about the spirit stone. He started waving his hand and took out a perfume necklace. The girls were very surprised by this little thing. Natalie chewed the sweets with displeasure. Toya looked at the obesity and thought that in the game it was just a trinket from the cave. He held out the fat to Ferris. She looked at him, not taking her eyes off him. Ferris said that Toya should put the necklace on himself. He put the necklace on and Ferris reached out her hand to him. Toya prayed that obesity would work. Ferris is digging around with Toya and light and wind appear between them. Tasha holds obesity in her hands and Natalie says that it seems like everything worked out great. Toya, holding the obesity in her hands, says that Ferris can go out. And in a moment, Ferris appears again in front of the guys. Toya asks how Ferris is feeling. She replies that she is fine, thanks to Toya and his magic. A moment later, Toya grabs Natalie in her arms and starts spinning her around in midair. He thanks her for her assistance. Ferris looked at the happy faces of the guys and thought that she had deceived Toya. She had taken a risk by becoming obese, and now they would always be together. Ferry imagined herself and Toya in a field surrounded by flowers. Ferris folded her arms and thought that maybe she was greedy, but she wanted to be with Toya forever. The sun's rays illuminated the boy's house. Toya looked at the girls and said that they were ready to go to the Lunnet Empire. The girls looked at him and were serious. Natalie stopped and started saying that Toya shouldn't be underestimated since he made all 3 of them his wives. The girls looked at him confusedly and Toya looked at them confusedly. At Toya's house, the boys were discussing how Toya had cleverly gotten 3 wives. Toya didn't understand what the girls were talking about. Natalie folded her arms and brought up the topic of last night. But Toya denied everything. Then Natalie winked at him. Toya thought about Natalie's words and blushed. Ferris was standing next to him. There was a picture hanging in the room where the boys were standing. Natalie blushed and began to touch her hair. R and Char ran up to Natalie. They were surprised to hear her words. Natalie stood around the guys. She blushed deeply and said that she had not had a relationship because of her appearance. Toya blushed and thought that he doubted Natalie's words. The boys stood near the big staircase and started discussing the events of the previous night again. Toya raised his finger and explained to the girls about relationships between adults. The girls listened to him without looking away. Toya folded his arms and thought that he was worried about Natalie's feelings. Then Toya called Natalie aside. There was a carpet by the stairs. Toya began to whisper in Natalie's ear about relationships between adults. The other girls stood aside and talked. The girls looked at Natalie, who called them. Natalie blushed and told the girls that she had confused them and that her words were not true. Toya closed his eyes and the girls in the background began to argue. Natalie remembered the situation, how the king and her father told her about the relationship. She was angry with them. Toya flinched when Natalie began to say that she was grateful to him, and for this, she would give him a valuable book. Toya looked at the book in his hands. Toya held the book and imagined the hero in armor. Toya was delighted. The girls were standing in front of him. Char and R were looking at Natalie. Natalie looked away and said that she couldn't read the book. Toya looked at the book and started reading it. Natalie was shocked. Toya read the diary. It was written in Japanese. The girls were surprised and heard for the first time as such a language exists. Natalie screamed that Toya was really a hero too. Toya lowered his head and denied that he was a hero. Natalie looked at Toya. Then Toya picked up the book and began to look at the book again. Toya frowned, remembering the moment he appeared in this world. The girls were surprised by Toya's words. Toya remembered the moment when everyone turned away from him. He clenched his fist and said that he was actually a summoned sage. Natalie remembered a small town and a tall tree. She was sitting with her grandfather and reading a book about heroes. Natalie was happy and hugged the book. She stood by the tree and looked at her house where she studied books. She was determined to become a famous hero. Natalie packed her backpack and left her village to explore the world around her. She walked through the snowfall, and several years passed. The leaves fell from the trees because of the wind. Natalie started stomping and calling Toya. He looked at her in surprise. Then she began to scream with tears in her eyes that Toya should help her become even wiser. Natalie stopped. She was shaking and begging for help. Toya looked at Natalie, then he put his hand on her head. He sat down and looked at Natalie's tear-stained face. Over a cup of tea, Toya told Natalie about the job-shifting system that exists in this world. Natalie started screaming that he really understood all this himself and managed to reach such a high level. The guys sat at the table and discussed what work they needed to choose and who had reached what level. The girls looked at each other and Toya became embarrassed and looked away. Char and R blushed. They were happy because they had surpassed Natalie's level. Char was level 74 and R was level 76, while Natalie was level 72. Natalie's face twisted when she heard about the girls' levels. She slammed her hands on the table as she couldn't understand how the girls had reached such a level in such a short period of time. The girls showed Natalia the rings that Toya had given them. Natalie started yelling at Toya, asking if he had really proposed to the girls. Toya denied everything. The girls looked at their rings. Clouds floated over Toya's house. The boys found themselves outside at the entrance. They discussed the girls' rings that increase experience. Natalie, sitting on the steps, said that the country of Toya was amazing. He thought about her words with embarrassment. Toya sat down next to Natalie and looked at her. Natalie began to stamp her foot. She asked about the gesture. The guys discussed Toya's return to his world. Natalie promised to help him. Natalie stood in front of Toya and extended her hand to him, saying that she was also waiting for proof of Toya's love. The girls stood next to Natalie. They and Toya were very surprised by Natalie's words. Toya blushed and looked ahead shyly. He said that he had one thing. Then the boys heard the gate creak. They look at the gate and see Melia running up to them out of breath. She brought a letter from Ebrand. Toya approached her. Melia put Ebrand's face. She said that the guild would come to Toya today. The guys began to discuss their further actions. Melia put her hand to her chest and listened to Toya say that he intended to leave this place. She smiled and said that she would miss him. Natalie came up to the guys. Natalie smiled and said that she was terminating her contract with the Merchant Guild. Toya looked at Natalie in surprise and said that she was absolutely sure of her decision. She replied that she had packed her things and they had no free time. Natalie smiled and pointed at herself. Toya looked away. The guys were discussing the storage that Toya bought. Having finished the conversation, Natalie stepped aside. Melia blushed and said that she also had a request for Toya. He smiled and waited for her to speak. Melia hesitantly said that she wanted to hug Toya. There were flowers growing near the house. After a while, Melia hugged the horse's face and was beside herself with happiness. Toya and Ferris looked at each other. Melia petted the horse and began to say that she would look forward to their next meeting. She put her hand to her face and smiled widely. Melia started to walk away. Then she waved to the boys with a smile on her face. Ferris stood in front of Toya and then returned to his obese. Toya held the necklace in his hand. Then he looked at the girls who were about to leave. Toya stroked the horse's muzzle. Then he looked at the house. Toya had no intention of leaving it there. The girls supported the idea of taking the house with them. Natalie closed her eyes. Char stood next to her. Toya thought again about home and the memories associated with it. Toya waved his hand, then raised it up and closed his eyes. There was a void where the house had been. The boys were standing on the path. The girls were shocked by the disappearance of the house. Toya looked at the house icon in confusion, as he didn't expect the house to actually fit in the storage room. The girls ran up to him. Natalie covered her face with her hands and remembered the moment when Toya told her about the volume of this storage. Toya wiped his face with a handkerchief and thought that he still did not understand the standards of this world. Natalie looked menacingly at Toya. He began to get nervous. Toya crossed the gate, where he was met by one of the soldiers. They discussed the upcoming work. The soldier looked at the girls, who were riding in the carriage. The soldier said that the girls should not be sat. Natalie sat and ate sweets. Toya's horse was carrying a leash. The boys had already left the city limits. Natalie asked Toya if everything was okay. The horse looked at Natalie. Toya replied that everything was fine, then looked ahead and smiled. Toya remembered the houses and ducks of the city and thanked him for everything. Sinins dropped the food from his mouth as he was shocked by the news that Toya had left the city with the girls. The ambassador held the glass in front of him. Then he stood up and started to leave the room. Sinanas tried to stop him. The man in the wig began to bite his nails and was intent on breaking off friendly relations with this city. Sinans lowered his head and spoke with his assistant about passing this information on to the guild. Sinins remembered the conversation with his father when he handed over the leadership of the guild to Abrand. Sinins leaned out the window and began shouting at the ambassador to stop. Outside the table, the team passed their fangs and discussed their future work. Dal winked and suggested to call Toya to rest. Dal looked at the sword and said that Lumina would go with them. Lumina stood in her soy suit, holding her sword in her hands. Melia stood on the stairs and Ebrand stood next to her. Was driving along the road surrounded by soldiers. In the carriage was the ambassador who was biting his nails and Sinans. They were discussing a trip to the northern forest to catch Taya and the girls. Lumina rode on horseback. The rest of the adventurers rode in a cart next to her. The forest became darker and darker. There is a path in the northern forest that leads to the Lunan Empire. It is very dangerous because of the monsters that can be found along it. Natalie looked sadly at the boys. She sat down on the ground because she was tired. Toya got angry and hurried her. Natalie smiled and stretched her arms forward. Toya turned around and was going to continue on without Natalie. The sunbeams were passing through the tree branches. Char held a weapon in her hands and also urged Natalie on. Char and Taya went ahead. R stayed with Natalie. R closed her eyes and folded her arms across her chest. The girls discussed Char's maturity. Then Natalie and R followed Taya and Char with strange faces. Toya and the horse approached the slope and looked down. There were people lying between the trees. Char approached Toya and said that she felt sorry for these adventurers. There was a skeleton and a helmet lying on the ground. Taya looked at it sadly and thought that this world was full of cruelty. He himself had already taken lives, and in the future he would have to make a difficult choice. An arrow was flying towards Toya, but Kala managed to intercept it. Toya thanked the horse for saving him, and it spat the arrow onto the ground. Toya and Char looked away in fear as someone was heading towards them. On the hillock, there was an ambassador riding a soldier with several more soldiers next to him. The ambassador demanded that Charlotte be handed over to him. Natalie stood in front of Taya. The ambassador stood on the ground. They began to discuss the transfer of the princess to the ambassador. Char looked seriously in the direction where the ambassador stood. Char held the weapon in her hands and looked at the ambassador and began to shout that she did not intend to see Ambassador Henrietta or any other representative of the kingdom. The ambassador was beside himself with rage. Sinans approached him from behind. Char covered her face with her hand. R came up to her and started calling the ambassador names. R and Char exchanged glances. Natalie took out her gun and told the boys to hide behind her. Toya asked Natalie to come to her senses and calm down. On the hillock, together with the soldiers, stood the guys from the Pasture Fangs team and looked at Taya and the girls with horror. That is why Taya dissuaded Natalie from attacking the ambassador. Taya, the girls, and the horse were surrounded on one side by the forest, on the other by the ambassador's soldiers and the adventurers of the city of Fendi. Toya and Natalie looked up at the ambassador and discussed their next plan of action. Toya suggested dealing with the ambassador himself. The ambassador looked down at the boys in surprise. Toya and Natalie stood motionless and listened to the ambassador. He said that Toya was the one people were talking about and that he was accompanied by an elf. The ambassador began to belittle the boys and then sent his soldiers to attack. Sinans then looked at all the adventurers and ordered them to advance as well. The adventurers began to discuss the rumors about Toya's strength. Many soldiers and adventurers rushed into battle. Toya took out his sword. The ambassador ordered to deal with everyone except the princess. Sinan stood next to him. Toya prepared for battle and thought that he did not want anyone to get hurt. The adventurers and soldiers caught up with Toya, and he began to defend himself and strike at his opponents. Toya began to wound the soldiers. One wounded soldier fell next to the two adventurers, which scared them greatly. The girls stood and watched as Toya fought. Toya wounded the soldier in the helmet. An adventurer stood behind him. Toya's sword stopped above the frightened adventurer's head. Natalie looked at Toya and thought that Toya was doing wrong when he did not attack the adventurers. Natalie raised her weapon, which the horse began to lick. She then tried to take her staff from her horse. Toya thanked his horse for not letting Natalie join the fight. A soldier fell in front of the other adventurers. The ambassador watched the fight in horror and panic. The adventurers watching the battle were in a panic. The ambassador, surrounded by soldiers and adventurers, began to threaten them for their inaction. Sinans extended his hand to stop the ambassador, but soldiers surrounded him and began to threaten him with weapons. The ambassador loomed over Sinans and began to threaten him as well. The adventurers, hearing the threats, began to look towards the ambassador. Toya looked at the sword and thought that he had no other choice. Then Lumina appears in front of him. The other adventurers were scared, but she was ready to fight Toya. Toya and Lumina stood close to each other. Lumina raised her sword in front of her. They discussed the outcome of the battle. Toya remembered the moment when Lumina held her sword and told a family story about it. Toya looked ahead. He was serious. Then he squeezed the hand that held the sword. The guys from Lumina's team were watching her and Toya closely. They were discussing how they didn't understand why they had to fight Toya. Toya looked at Dahl and thanked him for his support. Dahl blushed. The forest was hilly with trees and bushes. Toya looked ahead and said that he simply wanted to go his chosen way and that no one would get hurt. Dahl looked away and gritted his teeth. Lumina turned to Dahl and said that Dahl's talk was inappropriate here. Dahl blushed and began shouting that Lumina had misunderstood. Lumina drew her sword. Toya prepared to attack. He raised his sword. Lumina went towards him and made an attack. Toya blocked the attack with his sword. Toya and Lumina began to fight, she landing blow after blow. Toya blocked the fast attacks and thought he was surprised by Lumina's abilities. Char and R discussed the disadvantages of Toya's large sword. Toya picked up my sword and blocked another attack from Lumina. Toya held his sword in front of him and was excited about the fight. Lumina swung and hovered over Toya, making an attack. Lumina was suspended in mid-air. Toya's sword was on the ground. Dahl was shocked that Lumina managed to penetrate Toya's defense. Toya and Lumina were a few centimeters away from each other. She was surprised to see a clot of magic appear in Toya's hands. Lumina jumped back from Toya in fear. She crouched down and asked Toya why he didn't use magic on her. Toya raised his hand and replied that he did it so she would move away and he could change his weapon. Toya began to put his weapons away. Then he raised his hand and said that he intended to fight her with his best weapon. Lumina looked at Toya warily. Lumina put her hands on her waist and smiled. Toya began to cast a spell. Sinans and the others looked down. Toya had the Buster Sword in his hands. It was made of adamantite. Its second name is Dragon Slayer. It could cut through dragon scales and deal great damage. Toya stood in front of Lumina. She was surprised and scared. She wondered why Toya hadn't slashed that sword before. Shar looked at Toya with worry. Toya raised his sword, his hand shaking. Toya remembered defeating several monsters and said that this sword would be hard to control, so the best choice for the rest would be to run away. Lumina was serious. She raised her sword and waited for the fight to continue. Then she stood her sword in front of her. Sinans did not understand what result Lumina wanted to achieve. He ordered her to deal with Toya as quickly as possible. Lumina smiled. Toya looked at her with a serious look. Natalie took the sword in her hands and rushed to attack. Toya looked at the girls and was relaxed. He thought that if he just left Shar and R alone, then he wouldn't have to fight anyone. But he had made his decision a long time ago. Toya imagined his world and the world he was in. He no longer understood where exactly his home was. On one side there were high-rise buildings, on the other, mountains and dragons. Obese Toya began to flicker. He thought that perhaps he would blush about his decision. But this world became like home to him. Lumina swung my sword and was about to strike. Toya took his sword in his hands and cast a strengthening spell. Toya swung his sword and everything around him flew up. Lumina was also in the air. Her sword cut in half, her hair covering her face. Lumina fell to the ground, the hilt of her sword falling next to her. Toya stood with his sword set aside. A broken tree and Lumina lay behind him. A pool of blood appeared near Luming. Sinans looked at it and was very scared. The soldiers and adventurers were very scared. Toya put his sword on his shoulder and many clots of magic appeared around him. Toya said that he was very angry and ready to deal with anyone who stood in his way. Polos was frightened by Toya's magic. Toya stared ahead without looking away. Dal's frightened face appeared from the crowd. His eyes filled with tears. Dal began to rise to Sinans and wail to him. Sinans tensed and quietly said that he just wanted to hear support from his father. The soldiers and adventurers were frightened by Toya's power and began to flee. Sinans held out his hand in front of him and said that the adventurers should stop. Someone grabbed Sinans' hand. More and more lights were flaring up around Toya. Toya looked back. Lumina was lying there. Shar came to her and the force was near. Tears appeared on Shar's face because of the loss of Lumina. R sat down next to Lumina and said that Lumina was still alive. Natalie saw on the staff that the horse wanted. She said that she knew that Toya would not harm Lumina. Toya looked nervously at Natalie. Dal pulled Sinans by the hand. Toya smiled and put out the fire at the mud flow in his hand. He said that he had to scare everyone so as not to harm. R, Natalie, Toya, and Shar were talking about Toya doing too much for the girls. Toya replied that he had hurt too many people in his world, so he couldn't go back there. He had decided so. Toya lifted the fat ones in his hand. He remembered Ferris's face and said that he would be the one to decide who to protect and who to fight. Natalie held the staff in her hands and closed her eyes. Then she looked at Toya and said that Toya's compassion showed his determination. Now, he needs to cure Lumina. Toya sweated and sat down next to Lumina. The ambassador and the soldiers stood still. Natalie and Shar looked at them and discussed their next steps. Shar looked at her hand and examined the ring on her hand. Shar clenched her hand into a fist and raised it. Then she began to scream that she intended to take her country back. The ambassador looked down and said he remembered Natalie, she was a witch from Lunet. The trees swayed in the wind. The ambassador began to shout that the soldiers should deal with everyone. His shout frightened the soldiers. Shar and Natalie raised their weapons and were ready to repel the attacks of the soldiers. The soldiers rushed to attack Natalie and Shar. Shar and Natalie began casting magic spells to repel the soldiers' attack. Shar had spirit magic and called on them for protection, and Natalie had fire magic. They struck at the soldiers. The ambassador was horrified to see that Shar and Natalie were standing unharmed and the bodies of the fallen soldiers lay before them. Natalie was curious about Shar's condition. She answered decisively that she was fine. The ambassador shouted to the soldiers that they must not surrender. The soldiers rushed into battle. A moment later, and horse Toya appeared in front of them. A wind rose over the forest, and light penetrated through the treetops to the ground. Toya was standing next to Lumina. Lumina woke up. She was covered with a cloak. Lumina made a surprised face when Toya said that she was still alive. She asked Toya what happened to her team. Lumina adjusted her cloak on her chest and remembered the conversation with Abrand. He said that if the plan fails, the guys will have to leave and they must definitely take the guild leader with them. The escaped guys with sign-ins stopped by the river. Sinan sat down behind a tree away from the boys. Dao looked at him, then up and thought that he had done all he could. He really wanted to be friends with Toya. Cursing words echoed throughout the forest. Lumina and Toya looked ahead, and she said that Ebrand gave them the right instructions. If the adventurers stayed here, they would have died already. Toya and Lumina looked at the fallen soldiers. The tied-up ambassador was at the girls' feet. Natalie and Toya approached him. They began to discuss what they needed to figure out next. The ambassador began to scream desperately and threaten the boys. There were fallen soldiers lying around. The boys said that the ambassador needed to look back. There was no one left to help him. Char stood with her head down. Toya noticed her despondency and asked if she was okay. Char's hand twitched in surprise. Then she smiled and said that because of Toya's training, it wasn't that hard for her. Char held a weapon in her hands and began to look around. There were bodies of fallen soldiers around her. She covered her face with her hair and began to shake. Toya approached her and began to stroke her head. Toya stood in front of the ambassador when he started shouting and threatening the boys again. Toya was serious. He was thinking that he wanted to ask the ambassador many more questions. The boys surrounded the ambassador. Lumina stood not far from them by the tree. Toya asked about one hero. The ambassador was surprised by the question and began to smirk. The ambassador introduced the hero of his country, a young, fair-haired man in armor with a large sword in his hands. The ambassador began to praise his strength. Toya frowned, wondering if that hero had become even stronger. Was very scared when she heard from the ambassador that that hero had executed the general of the Lunnet Empire. The ambassador continued to praise his country's hero with a smile on his face. Put her sword to the ambassador's throat. She said angrily that the ambassador had no right to mock her father. He was a good soldier and a man. The ambassador clenched his teeth in fear. Toya walked up to and tried to calm her down. Behind them stood the Ball and Natalie. Looked towards Toya and started screaming and defending her father. She kept holding her sword to the ambassador's throat. He was shaking with fear. Then the ambassador smiled and said that he was willing to forgive the boys for their stupid act if they healed him and put him down. Toya looked at the ambassador gloomily and stretched out his hand in front of him. He used a healing spell. The ambassador was healed by Toya's spell. Toya raised his sword and then pulled it aside, revealing a cut wound on the ambassador's face. Toya thrust his sword in front of the ambassador and said that he could use the ambassador for his own purposes. Stood next to Toya. She blushed when she heard Toya's words that the ambassador should immediately apologize to for insulting her father. Blood ran down the ambassador's face. Then he bowed his head and asked for forgiveness for his earlier words. The boys untied him and the ambassador ran around. The boys stood opposite each other and discussed whether it was right to let the ambassador go. Clouds floated above the forest. Toya and the girls discussed that this battle could harm them. It could become a reason to attack other regions. The guys presented a map and how enemies could attack regions. Toya and were discussing the Rain Fortress, which is managed by R's grandfather. Due to the fortress being close to the Empire, the boys can get the information they need. Char and Natalie were ready to help in any way they could. Lumina stood and listened to the boys' conversation. Then Toya came up to her. Lumina's severed sword lay next to them. Toya was worried about Lumina's condition. Lumina covered her face with her hand and said that Toya had damaged the sword that was her family's treasure. Toya was very scared and began to cast a spell. Lumina's hands. She looked at Toya and said that Toya was trying to solve all the problems financially. But this time she was ready to forgive him. Toya was a little happy. The girls and the horse were standing behind him. Natalie hugged Toya and said that the drink he had cooled earlier was delicious. Toya blushed with embarrassment. Lumina stood on the mountain. She held the sword in her hands. Then she drew the gift made by Ebrand. He made it socially for Toya. She had a cutout figure in her hands. Then she squeezed it in her hand, and the wind began to flutter Lumina's hair. Toya and the girls were riding in a carriage. The guys were discussing Lumina, and how Toya really liked her. Toya and the girls blushed with embarrassment. The horse was breathing heavily. Several paths had passed to the Rain Fortress. At night, the boys were staying in the guild house. Natalie was surprised by the appearance of the house. Natalie was very surprised when she saw water in the tap, water in the bathtub, and water in the toilet. Toya and the girls were setting the table. Toya thought the house was in great condition. Some things like water and electricity were out of nowhere. Toya just accepted the house as it was. Natalie sat in a chair with a towel on her head and a glass in her hands. Toya looked at her in surprise. Then he took the fat ones in his hands and said that Ferris could come out to them. Ferris appeared in front of the guys. Ferris can only leave the necklace indoors. She put her hand on her chest and said that she felt most comfortable in the Toya necklace stone. R was holding the dishes and was a little tense. Toya looked at her and asked if she was okay. She stood in front of him and said that she was worried about Rain and the appearance of that hero. It was dark outside. The stars were shining in the sky. Toya looked out the window and thought about R's words about the hero. The starry sky shone above the house. Then a sword with drops of blood appeared. Toya was all dirty. He held the sword in his hands and thought that he didn't want to hurt anyone. But if he met that hero, would he be able to defeat him? Toya was surrounded by monsters. He thought that he needed to become stronger anyway. There were several bodies of defeated monsters lying under his feet. Several days passed. Toya was driving the carriage. They just had to get out of the forest and then they would be there. The boys found themselves on a small hill and looked at the walls surrounding the city of Rain. They were pleased with the road they had covered. R smiled. She was pleased that everything was all right with the city. One of the soldiers who was standing on the wall saw the carriage and informed the others about its approach to the gates. Raoul looked down and thought. He looked at the carriage and ordered the boys to stop. The soldiers armed themselves and pointed their guns at the carriage. Out, her expression was very serious. Char stood next to the carriage. She started shouting that she was the first princess of the Lunnet Empire. She came here with Natalia to help her people. Many arrows were aimed at Char. She put her hand on her chest and asked to open the gate for her. A moment later, one of the arrows flew past her face. This scared her a lot. Raoul shouted that don't believe her. He was standing on the wall. It was he who shot the arrow into the ball. R came up to her from behind and started shouting that everything Char said was true. Raoul was surprised when he recognized R. Then the rest of the soldiers recognized Natalie and, forming up, threw their weapons down. The soldiers began to rejoice and hug each other with joy. Char blushed and looked ahead, smiling. Toya looked at her thoughtfully. The boys found themselves in the city. Char walked ahead. Behind her were Raoul and Toya. Raoul called the boys to go to his grandfather. He was already waiting for them. The man was sitting on a chair with a bandaged hand and body. He was smiling and greeting the guests. The boys stood in front of the man. R was worried about her grandfather's physical condition. He tried to calm her down. The man spoke with Natalie. Toya thoughtfully wondered how old Natalie really was. Char and Goris began to discuss the events happening in the capital. Toya stood behind Char. Then Natalie intervened and asked what she was interested in. Why Henrietta attacked at all. Raoul stood next to Goris. They said that they and their soldiers were trying with all their might to repel the enemy attacks. Many people were wounded. Natalie and Goris began to discuss further actions that needed to be taken immediately. R and Char stood in front of the man. There were weapons against the wall in the room. The guys discussed that first of all, they needed to find out as much information as possible. Behind the girls, Toya raises his hand and offers himself as a scout. The girls were scared by this proposal. Toya tried to convince Juris of his abilities, but he could not fully trust Toya. The girls stood up for Toya. The sun was shining outside, clouds were floating in the sky. The girls began to hug Toya from all sides and convinced Juris that he could trust Toya. The man stood up and took up his weapon. He got angry and said that Toya knows what loyalty is. Even on the street, Juris's cries and Toya's excuses could be heard. The horse stood in the stall and drank water. The guns were standing by the wall. Toya and Natalie were red-faced with embarrassment. Natalie was telling about the night when the girls slept in Toya's bed. Grandfather listened to her attentively. Toya noticed R standing by the window away from everyone else. He approached her. They started talking about R's childhood. The boys were in a sonata under a large passage. Toya looked at R, who had been holding back her tears for a week. R's grandfather clenched his fist. Raoul stood next to him. They were trying to hold back their anger. The rest of the city was visible from the room's window. Toya stood in front of Goris, with Raoul standing behind him. Goris thanked Toya for saving the girls. Toya smiled. The girls stood next to him, and he said that he was ready to penetrate the capital for reconnaissance. Goris, sitting on a chair surrounded by the guys, began to say why Toya was helping them. R and Char were standing next to Toya. He replied that he wanted to help in any way he could. There was a table with vases and figurines in the room. Toya looked at Goris and said that if there was a hero in the capital, then he was the only one who could defeat him. Goris started laughing loudly after a moment. He thought that Toya was overestimating his strength. Aaron and Char looked nervously at their grandfather. Natalie went to the fruit bowl and started to convince Goris. She started eating an apple, and Toya appeared next to her. Natalie said that Toya is a real sage. Goris and Raoul were shocked by what they heard. They did not believe Natalie. Toya tried to stop Natalie. She threw an apple and said that Goris should believe her. Natalie held the bitten apple in her hands. Natalie continued eating the apple. Goris said that the Berserker would go to the strongest warrior, and Toya looked too young. Toya was surprised that Goris knew about the Berserker. Natalie stood at the table. The others looked at Goris. He was telling where the Berserker might come from. Toya raised his hand and thought with a smile that he could ask the Emperor for information about the Berserker. Natalie ate fruit. Goris picked up a weapon and said that Natalie had not convinced him. The only way to trust Toya is to fight him. Goris stood up from his chair and held a weapon in his hands. R began to get nervous. She took out her sword and said that if Grandpa did not stop making fun of Toya, she would never forgive him. Goris looked at R. She looked at him. Her face turned red. R did not lower her sword. Goris said that he was surprised that R was so desperate to protect Toya. R's sword was shaking. The window in the room was open. R began to say that her attitude towards Toya would never change. R's face was red with embarrassment. Toya blushed and looked at R. She blushed and smiled. Grandfather looked menacingly at R and slammed his weapon on the floor. R was serious. Grandfather's hand reached out to her. Tears started to flow from R's eyes as her grandfather started to stroke her head and encourage R. Char and Raoul were standing nearby, looking at R and smiling. Grandpa continued to stroke R's head. Then he apologized to Toya for his behavior. Toya stood in front of Goris. He was embarrassed and confused. Natalie was standing next to him and eating fruit. Then Goris stepped aside and opened the closet. Toya watched as Goris took out a box from the closet. Goris said that he would give this dagger to Toya. The dagger was previously given to them by the ancestor of the royal family. The dagger lay on the cloth, and there were carved designs on it in its case. Toya took the dagger in his hands. Goris said that if Toya showed the blade to the Emperor, then he should listen to his words. Toya did not quite understand what Goris wanted from him. Natalie stood nearby and continued to eat. Toya held the blade in his hands. He represented the fortress and the royal family members. The conditions of Goris's request are that Toya must save the royal family members. Char mentioned her father and the rest of her family. R stood next to her. Goris was in his chair and was telling her that if they delayed rescuing the Emperor, many people in the country could suffer. Goris imagined people in chains. Toya clutched the sword in his hands. He thought about the children from the orphanage. The girls looked at Toya with delight. Natalie continued to eat. Toya wished for the head and said that he didn't know how far he could go, but he would do everything he could. Toya looked at Goris with confusion, who said that Toya was in his debt, as he intended to marry his granddaughter. Toya looked nervously at R, who was examining the ring on her hand. Char and Natalie started saying that Goris had misunderstood everything. Toya had given rings to the three of them. Goris was unhappy with what he heard. Toya tried to justify himself and explain everything. Their screams could be heard throughout the city. Toya walked through the city and remembered Ibrand's appearance. Toya thought that the amount of the reward had not yet been discussed. It would be known after the mission was completed, and Ibrand warned him that adventurers should not be volunteers. Toya found himself in a cemetery. He looked ahead and saw many tombstones and people visiting their loved ones. Toya went deeper into the cemetery and saw a girl crying over a grave, and next to the blue one there was another girl holding flowers in her hands. Toya turned around at the girl's scream. Char, R, and Natalie were running towards him. They were wondering what it was that Toya didn't want to take them with him. The girls stopped in front of Toya and listened to him, that it would be a big risk to take them with him since people from the Empire knew their faces well. Char tried to object. Toya introduced many armored soldiers and continued to say that if Gorris's words were to be believed, the army was already heading towards the fortress, and the girls needed to help protect Ryan. Char tried to object to Toya once more. Natalie asked how Toya was going to visit the capital if he had never been there. Gorris appeared near the boys and said that he had prepared an escort for Toya. Next to Gorris was Raoul. Gorris came up to the guys and said that there was a man, he was a merchant, a little strange, but he could be trusted. Natalie asked who this man was. Gorris looked at Toya and told Natalie that he would introduce them a little later. Char put her hand to her chest and started screaming that Toya should take her with him because he was going to save her family. Behind Char, locals were digging around and running towards her. Two girls with leaf ears approached Char and said that Char came here to help them. The taller girl put her hands on the girl's shoulders and they looked at Char with a smile on their faces. The rest of the town heard that Princess Char was near them. After a moment, more and more people began to notice Char. The taller girl began to have tears in her eyes, but she continued to smile. The townspeople ran up to Char. They couldn't believe that the princess was in their town. Natalie closed her eyes and said that the townspeople loved the Emperor's family very much. Toya looked at Natalie in surprise. Gorris looked at Char and said that she is the hope of the people of this city. Char looked at Toya. He was confused as he thought he would act a little differently to the princess. Char looked away. Beads of sweat appeared on her face. She blushed and said that she apologized for her selfish actions. Toya looked at her in surprise. Char sat down and began to stroke the little girl's head, who smiled back at her. Char was ready to offer support to all residents in need. Char was kneeling in front of the little girl. Many people had gathered in the square. Char said that she was going to give everything, courage in the name of her father. Toya looked at her with a smile. Gorris came up to Char and said that she needed to gather people. Char was determined. There was a brick building next to the guys. Char stood next to Natalie and R. A crowd of judges gathered in front of them. Char put her hand on her chest and began to give a speech of support. But suddenly, Char bites her tongue. Natalie lowered her head. Toya and R looked at Char in fear. The assembled villagers looked at Char in fear and silence. Char looked at Toya in fear. Then she raised a shaking finger and wanted to repeat her speech a second time. Char turned to the people with a smile on her face when she heard their words of support. Char saw jubilant residents in front of her. Char and Toya's faces were hurt by the embarrassing words of the townspeople. Then Natalie came up to Char and put her hand on her shoulder. Toya perked up when he heard his name. The girls stood in front of him and began to say that they would stay to protect the city's residents and leave the salvation of the imperial family to Toya. Toya agreed with the girls' words. Someone from the crowd was watching Toya not far away. Evening came and Toya was carrying food for his horse. Toya asked him for forgiveness for being away for so long. The horse began to lick Toya's head with joy, and he became completely wet from the horse's saliva. Toya was scared when he heard frightened screams behind him. Toya took a towel and began to wipe his face from the horse's drool. The man entered the room and walked towards Toya. There was a basin of water on the floor. The stranger asked if this was really a war horse. The stranger turned out to be a shortwave girl. She raised her finger up and pointed at the horse. Then she asked how much Toya could sell the horse for. Toya recoiled from the girl in surprise. Toya was surprised to think how old this child was. Then he began to stroke the horse's muzzle and said that the horse was a member of his family and was not for sale. The girl smiled and said that she was a little surprised how a monster could become a family. She looked away and said that even blood relatives cannot always become true relatives. Toya looked at the girl in surprise. She saw the food Toya brought for the horse and took some of the food to the tray. She took a bite of her sandwich and said that she was Alice and that she would accompany Toya to the capital. She was engaged in buying and selling various things. It was completely dark outside. Toya and Alice found themselves in Gorris's room. Gorris was telling Toya all the information about Alice. Gorris was sitting on a chair. A fire was blazing in the fireplace behind him. Toya looked at Alice. She said that she is a nomad and extends things. Toya was surprised that a girl like her is doing such a dangerous thing. Alice began to wave her hands, as she knows martial arts. In front of Toya's face, Alice waved her hand. Gorris said that Alice waved her hand. Gorris said that Alice also knows the way to the capital. Alice stretched out her hand in front of her. Toya asked that she would not mind if he consulted with his friend. Toya limply in his hands obesity and said that Ferris could go out. Ferris appeared in the room. Alice and Gorris were shocked. They did not believe that Toya had summoned the spirit of the house. Gorris scratched his head and said that Toya continued to surprise him. Toya asked Ferris if he would mind if Alice accompanied them to the capital. Alice approached Ferris with her mouth open. Then Alice put her hands to her rosy face. Toya did not understand Alice's reaction to Ferris's appearance. The boys exchanged glances with each other. Ferris nodded in agreement. Toya thanked her for that. The boys discussed the time they would set out. Toya looked at Alice and said that he planned to introduce her to the other girls. Alice looked at Toya silently. Alice started to leave and found herself at the door of the room. She waved her hand and said that she was ready to meet Toya at the north gate. Toya and the others looked after Alice in surprise. The next day the girls stood at the gate and said goodbye to Toya. Alice sat in the carriage with her legs tucked up. She was sad because Toya was late, although he had promised to meet her on time. Alice put her head on her hands. A moment later, she heard a rustling sound behind her and looked in the direction of the noise. Toya stood next to the horse, which was shaking its mane. Toya tried to calm the horse down. Elisa stood in the bushes and watched everything that was happening. The horse waved its tail, and the hair from the praise ended up on Toya's face. Alice stood and laughed at what was happening. The horse turned towards Toya. Toya raised 2 fingers up and said with a smile on his face that he was glad that the horse finally understood everything. Toya started to cast a spell. He wanted to put the horse in the vault, but he couldn't do it without the horse's consent. Toya got scared when he heard Alice sitting down. She was surprised that Toya had a vault. She began to stomp on the dream and be indignant at his actions. She was against Toya putting the horse in the vault. Alice stamped her feet. Toya asked if Alice had really heard everything he was saying. She showed her ear and said that she could hear everything as it was a good skill for trading. Toya looked at her in surprise. The boys started leaving the city. Toya and Alice left the city in her carriage. She shouted sharply that she had a lot of questions for Toya. At the same time in the Lunate Empire. The parrot sat in a cage and waved his arms. Must approached Larks and said that information had been received to return back. Larks looked ahead and said that he fought for the ideal nation of the Lunate Empire. They went to the imperial capital via a road where there were many merchants with whom they could mingle. Alice sang a song Toya did not know. The boys were lucky, since Henrietta's soldiers at the checkpoints did not suspect anything. Thanks to the fact that they passed several checkpoints without any problems, they managed to reach the imperial city very quickly. On the way, Alice told Toya that she wanted to eat, to which Toya nervously said that she had recently eaten. Then Alice happily turned to Toya, saying that she couldn't do anything, since Toya cooked very tasty food, and suggested that the steak would certainly be very popular if it were sold. Tuye's opinion on her proposal, to which Tuye simply sighed in embarrassment without answering. Tuye still couldn't fully understand Alice's personality, even now. Suddenly Toya looked ahead and saw a city, questioningly asking if this was him. In front of them was a large imperial city and the road to it. Toya rejoiced, saying that they would finally be able to see them from here. Approaching the city gates, Alice introduced it by saying that this was the gate of the Lunate Empire Castle, their pride and joy, the gate of happiness. In front of the large gates, many merchants were standing in line with their carts. After examining the gates completely, Toya admiringly told Alice that they were amazing gates, to which Alice happily said that the gates were so famous that even tourists from other countries came here just to look at them. The gate was made as a symbol of equality between different races. The kingdom of Henrietta did not dare to destroy it because of its artistic value. Alice was happy. Suddenly, one of Henrietta's soldiers turned to them, asking where they were from. Then Alice gave him the registration form of the trade guild and calmly said that they had brought some provisions from Sarandi. The soldier, looking at the document, complained that all merchants were so cunning, to which Alice smiled and remained silent. The soldier continued by saying that they were gathering from different places in anticipation of a food shortage. He then thanked them for having enough free hands to check everyone without exception. Even if the capital is occupied by Henrietta's soldiers, the supply of goods and trade must continue. Alice was a real trader. She resolutely urged the soldiers to hurry, because the speed of their business depended on people's lives. Goris's office in the past days. Toya looked at Alice in surprise and loudly asked Goris that she was a spy. After that, Alice quickly walked to the door, listening and looking at the presence of people outside. Then Alice approached Taya, began waving her hands with displeasure, and told him what he would do if someone heard it. Taya looked at her and thought that her every movement irritated him. At this time, Goris told Toya that there were several people all over the country who were hiding in the shadows and working for the Empire, and he couldn't tell them the details. But Alice grew up in a place where there were no such people. Then Toya was surprised, saying that she was a spy just like in the movies. To which Alice turned to him, asking if he was surprised. Then she added with a smile, saying that she is the one who hides and lives in the shadows. Alice was embarrassed and admiring, asking Toya that it was pretty cool. Toya thought that from the public's point of view, at first glance it might seem like there were no spies, and he would never guess that Alice was a spy. At the moment, Alice was angry and complaining about why they had to wait 2 hours before they were allowed to enter the city, and the entrance tax was 10 times higher than usual. She was unhappy that they were being taken advantage of. While inside the city, Toya approached Alice, saying that he had heard something about what happens when one country takes over another, but the city was unexpectedly quiet. Then Alice answered him by telling him her thoughts, that it was because when General Garrett, who was entrusted with the city, was defeated and they surrendered before a full-fledged war began. Looking at the lively street, Alice said that even if it looked normal from Toya's point of view, for her it was no longer the city she knew before. Suddenly, shouts were heard from the side, ordering them to move on and hurry. Toya and Alice turned to the voice and saw a lot of tied-up half-humans, who were walking one after another in a crumpled state. The soldiers who surrounded them were watching their order and their steps. Toya was surprised by what he saw. Then Alice, looking at the half-humans, said that for the kingdom of Henrietta, all the half-humans in the occupied city became slaves. At this point, one of the tied-up half-humans lowered himself onto one leg, causing the soldier behind him to shout about what he was doing. The half-human then called out to everyone and loudly asked if they agreed with what the kingdom of Henrietta was saying. The half-human continued, asking if they agreed that only ordinary humans were allowed to live in peace and if they weren't the citizens of the Lunid Empire who swore an oath of equality between the other races. The ordinary people looked at this half-human nervously and surprised, and then looked at each other with a hopeless face, simply not paying attention and moving on. After which one of the soldiers hit the half-human and scolded him. Toy was very angry and furious watching the half-human being beaten. Then Alice stopped him, reminding him why they were here. The half-human did not stop and resolutely shouted to everyone to join forces and fight them, and take back the Lunid Empire with their own hands. Behind him, a soldier aimed a long spear at him and pierced him straight through the neck. The half-man fell lifeless. The soldier shouted menacingly that they would kill without hesitation anyone who plotted to rebel against them, even if it was a human. All the people on the street turned their eyes away in fear. Adisa asked Toya to continue on. Toya clenched his hand that held the reins. Alice told him calmly that they couldn't do anything, they had to follow the plan. Toya thought angrily about how the kingdom of Henrietta did everything. They were driving through the city, through narrow streets. Then Alice turned to Taya, saying that before they went to their hotel, there was one small thing she wanted to finish. To which Taya asked her questioningly about work. After some time, a man noticed Alice and was glad to see her. Alice approached him with a smile and said that they had brought him provisions, to which the man thanked him, saying that it would help them a lot. Then Alice smiled slyly at the merchant and, pleased with herself, answered him that she knew about it. That's why she was taking more from them than usual. The merchant said discontentedly that Alice would fleece them blind. Looking at Alice and the merchant arguing, Toya thought awkwardly that Alice apparently knew how business was organized. Noticing Toya, the merchant asked Alice who he was, to which Alice, pointing at Toya, replied that he owned a dagger. The merchant grinned at this, asking about the dagger. Toya with him. Then Toya was surprised by this action, to which Alice answered him that everything was fine and this man could be trusted. While following the merchant, Alice explained to Toya that there were several underground passages beneath the capital that were generally not known to the public, and that the merchant's family had been guarding one of them for several years, to which Toya was very surprised. Stopping in one place and stamping his foot, the merchant said that he never expected to use it in his generation. The merchant explained that this underground passage leads to the basement of the castle, and it is an escape corridor intended for the imperial family. Alice joined in saying that there were several people in the capital who had been supporting the imperial family from the shadows for generations. Then Toya thought that Char and her family were really amazing. Then Toya asked the merchant that if there was such a thing here, then why now? But before he finished speaking, the merchant interrupted him, immediately answering him that it was because there was no way to fight back. They won't be able to defeat the dungeon guards and save His Majesty, and besides, if they find out about this passage, they will lose their last chance to win. The king is a man with a strong sense of responsibility, and he will never abandon his people. The merchant calmly said why they had waited so long for Toya, the one entrusted with the dagger of commandments, which could make even the imperial family obey. Holding the dagger in front of him, Toya recalled how Gorus entrusted him with this dagger, saying that if he had it, even His Majesty would have no choice but to listen to him. The merchant said that this dagger was a sign of a guide who would show the right path to the imperial family. Then he asked Toya who he was, if Gorus entrusted him with such a matter. Alice answered him that Toya could be trusted because Princess Charlotte and Natalia were in his hands. The merchant was very surprised, saying admiringly that Toya was incredible. Toya called Alice out loudly and embarrassedly, causing Alice to laugh. Having calmed down, Alice asked the merchant how much time it would take to prepare, to which the merchant asked to wait because other supporters were busy preparing, and he asked to give them 10 days. Alice was surprised and said to the merchant with displeasure that if they waited so long, but the merchant interrupted her, saying that if they impatiently made their way into the castle now, they would most likely fail. Toya asked the merchant why this was so. The merchant replied that Lasset, who is the third prince of the kingdom of Henrietta, is in charge of the castle, so security has been tightened. The merchant continued by saying that their biggest problem was that the hero was here. Toya was very surprised. Meanwhile, at the imperial castle, the third Prince Lasset thanked the hero Lurks for coming all the way here. The hero stood before Prince Lasset, who sat languidly on his throne. Prince Lasset told the hero that he had one more request from his sister, to send the hero back. The third prince of the kingdom of Henrietta was named Lasset von Henrietta. Lasset ordered the hero to return and show himself to his sister Sharon, to which the hero replied that the enemy still had forces left and they could launch a counterattack any day. Lasset climbed down from his throne. He told the hero that there was no need to worry about that, then thanked the hero by saying that thanks to him, there were no more unpleasant enemies around. Having descended, Prince Lasset ordered the hero to return back to the country and inform his father, because he could handle everything himself. Prince Lasset gave the hero his crown, saying that it was the crown that had fallen, and asked him to take it as a souvenir. Passing by and not turning back, Lasset said goodbye to the hero. Just leave it to him, and these despicable half-humans will be purified by his own hands. Turning back to the prince, the hero Lurks thought that half-humans are despicable and evil creatures, because in the world where he lived, there were no half-humans. On the day when the hero Lurks was in the midst of hunting a horde of monsters that appeared near the village with his comrades, he was summoned to the kingdom of Henrietta. When the hero Lurks opened his eyes, he saw the beautiful Princess Sharon, who had called him into this world. And then Princess Sharon told him in tears that she had always been waiting for his true hero. That day, Lurks became a hero. Princess Sharon taught him a few things about this world, about how evil the demi-humans are, about the Lunid Empire that has allied itself with the demi-humans, and that the kingdom of Henrietta is in a crisis that threatens their lives. To live up to the expectations of Princess Sharon, who looked after him with great devotion, Lurks trained hard every day. Lurks then stood before the warriors of the kingdom and led them into battle. Lurks confidently and menacingly motivated the warriors by saying that they would take back the territory stolen from them by their own hands. Then the battle began. But then a captain came out to them asking where their general was. He introduced himself by saying that he was from the Lunat Empire, Captain Gerrit von Milde, and menacingly suggested that they settle this matter one-on-one as men. Then the army began to tell Lurks that the battle was in their favor and asked him not to give in to provocations. But the young man wanted to sort it out himself. Then one of the warriors said that Lurks would fight Gerrit. All the warriors began to support the boy. At this time, Lurks recalled the words of Princess Sharon, who asked him to save the kingdom of Henrietta, and he thought decisively that he was summoned to this world for this purpose. Lurks had heard about the captain of the Knights of the Lunat Empire many times, and if he could defeat him, the war would end. Then Lurks said loudly that he was attacking. The blows they exchanged easily exceeded the strength of 1,000 arms. In their tattered state, where the game could end in an instant with a single sword strike, Gerrit and Lurks were almost evenly matched, even with his overwhelming hero status. During the battle, Lurks was surprised to find himself physically exhausted, and he couldn't believe it at that moment. Gerrit told him that his physical abilities were unusual, but he was too proud and overestimating himself, which wasted too much energy. Gerrit approached, saying that victory and defeat were decided by the difference in experience, and he wanted to see Lurks grow, but this was a battle. Lurks, sitting on the ground, wondered if he was going to die in a place like this. Lurks was breathing heavily, thinking about dying in this world where no one knew him. Blood was dripping from his face, and Lurks said that he would not lose. At this time, Gerrit looked at him in surprise. Then Lurks raised his sword, calling for magic, and said that if he played, he would never be called a hero who saved the country. Gerrit was surprised, saying that the magic was contained in the sword. Having struck Gerrit down with one blow, Lurks thought that he was all alone in this world, and the only proof of his existence was to continue being a hero. Gerrit fell to one knee. Neither of them expected such strength from the young man. Lurks said that thanks to him he became stronger. Gerrit did not regret losing to the hero. The man regretted not seeing his daughter's wedding. Rumors spread that Gerrit begged for his life and died in vain. The army could not resist. Lurks stood in front of the bird in the cage and thought that he had felt the pride of a warrior that day, fighting General Gerrit. Lurks thought about the half-humans for a moment, but then denied it, throwing the thoughts away. Lurks thought resolutely that now he can only do what he can. For Sharon and the kingdom, he can only be a hero who crushes the enemy. Leaving the room, Lurks turned to the guard and asked him to prepare his luggage and said that he was returning to his homeland. Meanwhile, Alice, while eating food, said that from what they had heard, it seemed like the kingdom had issued an order to return, so they would have to wait and see. Alice added, saying that they were heading to the hotel anyway. Then, noticing that Talia was looking at the streets, Alice asked him if everything was okay. Talia reassured her, saying that it was okay. Looking away, Toya wondered if the hero remembered him. Sometime later, they arrived at the hotel, and Alice reported this. Noticing a man from the upper window, Toya wanted to ask Alice about him. But entering the hotel, the hostess greeted them warmly, recognizing Alice and asking her about her condition because she was very worried. Alice answered her that everything was fine and asked the same in return. To which the hostess replied that she was thinking about what to do when the soldiers came to her. Noticing Toya, the hostess asked Alice about him. To which Alice, grabbing Toya, happily said that they were married, and Toya denied all this. The hostess asked Alice since when she had been dating such a person. To which Alice asked for a free room since they wanted to stay together. Suddenly, a noise was heard from above, to which the hostess and Toya turned around. Then the hostess said that there had been a lot of noise lately, but she would give Alice a spare room. To which Alice rejoiced, saying that she was counting on her. After the owner left, Toya suddenly began asking Alice what she meant by married. To which Alice replied that it was faster that way. Toya intently. Alice told him that she really agreed to marry him since he seemed to have money to support her. To which Toya nervously thought that her eyes looked scary. Then feeling something, Toya called Ferris and told her that he also felt something unusual. Alice did not understand what he was saying. Then Toya used his power of searching. After checking the entire hotel building, Toya asked Alice if she was sure that this hotel could be trusted. To which Alice asked him what he meant. Toya replied that there was something strange lurking in this hotel. Alice was surprised by Toya's words while looking around the hotel. Then Toya said that there were quite a few people hiding in one of the rooms on the 3rd floor, to which Alice was even more surprised and thoughtful. Then Toya suggested that maybe the people hiding here were enemies. Toya wanted to use his power, but Alice jumped on him, stopping him and saying that he misunderstood. Toya looked at Alice in surprise, asking if they were not enemies. At that moment, the hostess came in, surprised by what she saw, to which Alice answered that they wanted to strengthen their bonds. To which the hostess asked them to restrain themselves until the room was prepared. Seeing the box in the hands of the owner, Alice asked her if it was a first aid kit. Then, without waiting, she asked her if she was hiding refugees. To which the owner was surprised by what was said. Alice turned to Toya, reminding him that she had previously told him that there were many people in the imperial capital who supported the imperial family behind the scenes, and the innkeeper was one of them. Approaching the door on the 3rd floor, Toya said that recently there had been a large-scale hunt for demi-humans in the eastern region. Opening the door, he asked if those hiding in this room were demi-humans in the eastern region. Opening the door, he asked if those hiding in this room were demi-humans. Many half-humans appeared before them, armed to defend themselves. The mistress reassured them, saying that they were humans, not enemies. Then Toya asked in surprise that they were wounded and how it happened, to which the hostess replied that before quite a lot of half-humans lived in the capital of the empire, and now many of them, who were unable to escape, are hiding in this city. The mistress remembered the hunt and said that the hunt for half-humans was just a nightmare, and the houses where they hid were burned to the ground. Toya thought nervously about this hunt for half-humans. Toya approached one wounded half-human and asked him to give him his hand. Taking his hand, Toya used the power of supreme healing, after which the hand was completely healed. Then the half-human was surprised, saying that it was really healing magic, because the pain had completely disappeared. Then one of the half-humans asked Toya if he was a priest. The half-human continued by saying that they had many wounded comrades hiding in the Adventurers Guild. Another of them asked Toya to heal them with magic. All the half-humans desperately asked for the sake of their family. Alice, looking at them, also thought about their family. Then Toya, understanding, asked about the Adventurers Guild, to which the half-human, surprised, asked him about helping them. Alice then loudly told Toya that there was no need for him to go so far to help them. Then she reminded him of their goal. With trembling hands, Alice said that the Henrietta warriors were taking the lives of demi-humans anyway, and there was no need to go so far and expose himself to harm to help them. Then Toya looked at Alice and asked her about her wanting to help them too, to which Alice was surprised, asking what he was saying. Then Toya told her that she had never made such an expression before. Alice was confused with tears in her eyes. Then, having calmed down, Alice with her usual smile asked Toya about what he said, that her expression was cuter than before. To which Toya answered her that he also lost his family, which made Alice freeze in one place. Toya held his pendant with a smile and said that he had met those he could call family, and now, more than ever, he understands the feeling of not wanting to lose anyone. Toya said with an awkward smile that he still called the family a spirit and a monster, even though that was not the reason. Then Alice agreed with him and said that he would no longer do anything that would delay them further. At this time, the half-humans thanked them, saying that although they could not thank them yet, they would definitely return this favor at any cost someday. The half-humans had hoped for Toya, and Toya awkwardly accepted the thanks. Looking at him, Alice thought that Toya had seen through her, and she had failed as a spy. The main street between the inn and the Adventurers Guild was unexpectedly lively, despite being occupied by foreign troops. Some merchants were offering their goods to the royal warriors, causing some warriors to come up and buy from them. Looking at them, Toya said that Henrietta's soldiers were calmly buying things despite being enemies. To which Alice replied that even if the person in charge changed, the citizens still had to earn money. Toya then asked Alice why Henrietta's soldiers hated demi-humans so much. Alice replied that she didn't know, since their history books had been written to hate them since the founding of the kingdom. Alice added, saying that Henrietta's kingdom developed thanks to the diversity of citizens who hated demi-humans, as well as the labor of demi-human slaves. Toya thought that they were using demi-human slaves. Toya thought that they were using demi-humans to develop their country, and wondered if the hero was helping the kingdom while fully aware of it. Toya saw the Adventurers Guild admiringly saying that it could be seen from here, and as expected of the Imperial Capital Guild, it was huge. Guilds are independent organizations that can operate with their own policies in any country. Since the financial support of a country is tied to the leadership, there are policies that take into account the wishes of the country. Entering the guild, they were met by the cashier, asking why they had come all the way from the kingdom of Sarandi, to which Alice agreed, saying that they were a married couple. The cashier apologized that they were not accepting new requests at the moment. The cashier explained that they couldn't accept the request because there were no high-ranking and demi-human adventurers here anymore, because they had gone to war. Toya looked at the notice board and realized why it was empty. Toya took the bag in his hands and said that he had already accepted the request and his clients wanted him to treat the wounded here. The cashier was surprised, not understanding what Toya was talking about. Then Toya threw the bag from which cards fell, which surprised the cashier. These guild cards they received from the half-human adventurers who were hiding in the inn, so that the guild would believe them. The cashier looked at her colleague and asked Toya and Alice to follow her. The cashier said that the guild basement was used as a training ground. After going down to the basement, the cashier opened the door to the training ground. Toya and Alice saw many wounded demi-humans behind the open doors and were shocked by this. Toya said that there were so many wounded, and Alice asked in surprise that there were more than 200 people here. The cashier explained that they have a healer, but even if their healer runs out of magical energy, he can only heal 2 or 3 people at most. They can't completely heal them all. Alice nervously asked Toya what they could do with so many people, to which Toya resolutely replied that that was why he simply could not leave them alone. To which Alice looked at him in surprise. Toya turned around and told Alice with a smile that he could do something about it. Alice stopped him, asking what he meant. Toya replied that it would take too long to heal them one by one. Putting his hand forward, Toya used area high healing magic, which covered the entire space in the basement and all the people. All the half-humans looked at their healed wounds and were glad that their pain was gone. Then Alice called out Toya's name in surprise. Alice asked him in surprise about how much magical energy he had, since it was out of the norm. Touching her face, Alice said that even her body was restored with his remaining magic. Then Toya turned around and looked at the unhealed patients, nervously asking why they couldn't cure them all. Alice, looking at the sick man, said that it was a pity because they went to such trouble to help. One of the half-humans said that Thor would be sad when he found out about this. Alice reminded Toya that Thor was one of the people they met in the tavern. Alice said supportively that there was nothing to be done because they could not bring back those who had already died. Toya thought about her words. Toya approached the cashier and told her that he would leave some medicine and food and asked her to use them. To which the cashier resisted, saying that there was no need to go that far for them. Toya told her that there was no need to refuse because it was surplus from his inventory. Then, summoning a lot of meat and medicine, he said out loud that it should be enough for several days. Alice agreed with him, nodding her head, and the cashier was extremely shocked by such a quantity. Suddenly, Alice asked Toya with displeasure how he kept all this in his storage. The cashier said goodbye, that the guild representative was not here today, but they would definitely give them a reward tomorrow. Afterwards, Alice thanked Toya, which surprised him, asking the reason. Alice told him that it was just like that. Walking down the street, Toya awkwardly asked Alice why she was holding his hand, to which Alice replied that it was normal, because they were husband and wife. Toya wanted to object, but Alice interrupted, saying that she could seriously become his wife. Alice listed them, saying that Toya earns well. His magic is amazing, and he also keeps a lot of things in the storage. Alice looked at him with a frightening look and said that when they get married, she will have legal rights to these things. Then Alice said seriously that Toya had used so much magical energy that it was hard for him to move by himself. With trembling legs, Toya smiled and said that she was right about that. Alice told him that Toya was truly amazing because he was born with such talent. She thoughtfully said that if she had even 1% of this talent, her family would not have abandoned her. Toya asked her in surprise what she meant. Alice replied that she belonged to a family that had mastered magic for many years. She had no talent, so she was left in the care of others. Alice explained, saying that it wasn't that she was upset with her family, and all the people who raised her were kind people, but she was lonely. Alice envied Toya for having a family. even if they were a monster and a spirit. Alice smiled and told Toya that he should take good care of them. She then asked him to wait for her here while she bought a souvenir for the innkeeper. Toya thought she was a girl he simply didn't know anything about. But Alice somehow reminded him of a small child. At that time, Alice was arguing with the seller about the inflated price. Toya thought that he was so pathetic that he couldn't even walk properly just by using magic. It wasn't like he could stay awake until the magical energy ran out. But Toya had become overconfident after becoming a sage. Toya thought about what would happen if he fought the hero in his current state. At that time, the hero Lurks walked past him in a long cloak. Noticing him, Toya looked at him. In front of Lurks, where the soldier apologized for the wait, to which Lurks said that they arrived on time. Lurks then noticed Toya looking at him, and with his hood removed, they looked at each other. At this time, a soldier distracted Lurks by asking what happened, to which Lurks replied that nothing happened. At this moment, it began to rain, and Lurks looked at the flying bird and said in surprise how birds can fly freely even at such a time. The soldier waited for Lurks, not knowing what to say. Then Lurks turned around, got on the carriage, and asked to go. Toya watched the carriage go. That evening, the innkeeper thanked Alice for the gift and said that she had told the people upstairs what they had done. And as for Thor, the people still thanked them. Realizing this, Alice asked the owner where Toya was. The owner replied that Toya had asked her permission to use the barn in the backyard of the inn for further plans. In the barn, Toya sat near the hay next to Ferris and Koki. He told them that the hero did not remember him, although they had crossed paths with him once. Toya then excitedly said that if he fought him in his current state, things might end badly. But Ferris interrupted him, saying that everything would be fine. Ferris continued with a smile, saying that Toya is strong, and there is no chance that he will lose to anyone. Kokuya and she knows it. At this time, Kokei began to lick Toya's head, who smiled at Ferris's words. Toya thanked them both, saying that they shouldn't worry about him so much because he was going to become much stronger than he was now. Alice ran to the barn after Toya and stopped when she saw Toya with his family. Alice hid behind a tree, saying that it was not the best place. Then looking at her ring, Alice took it off, saying that if she had a talent for magic. Taking off the ring, her ears became pointed like those of elves. Holding the ring in front of her, she said out loud that she wondered what would have happened if Aunt Natalia had not abandoned her. The plan to rescue the Emperor began immediately after the hero left the imperial capital. Sitting at the table, Alice said that the day they would implement their plan would be the night of 5 days from now. Eating bread, Alice said that until then, they had better not make any rash moves. They had quite a few supporters in the operation, and if their cover was blown halfway, everyone would be in a difficult situation. Toya then nervously asked that if they screwed up, everyone would be executed. At that moment, the innkeeper came in and told Toya that someone from the guild had come to talk to him. The guest who came thanked Toya, saying that they told them that they would pay the next day. While pouring wine, the guest said that he heard about what Toya did and really did not know how to thank him for it. Already drunk, the guest asked for forgiveness and introduced himself, saying that he was Georgie, the deputy head of the guild, and he was happy to act as the head of the guild. Toya thought that he was already drunk. Georgie offered to drink wine as a thank you, but Toya declined. Georgie was upset by Toya's refusal, while Toya awkwardly wondered if all the Vice Guild leaders were really that weird. Toya answered Georgie that he did not need to pay for the work, to which Georgie, interrupting him, said that first he wanted to ask him something. Georgie asked him if he was the one who dealt with the specialists of the army of the kingdom of Henrietta, the one called Toya Kaisaragi, to which Toya was surprised at how he knew about this. Georgie asked Toya about him, to which Toya was surprised to think that information about him had spread so far. Then Georgie, smiling, offered him a drink if he was not mistaken, to which Toya refused, saying that he does not drink. Then George told him to relax, because he was the only one who knew about him. When George heard about Toya from the administrator, something popped into his head about the exceptional priest from Sarandi. George, looking at the statue, said that he then remembered the story of the author of the sculpture, to which Toya irritably said that it was Ebrand again. Georgie said that he and Ebrand had had a problematic relationship in their youth, but even now they kept in touch through letters. That's how he found out. Then Toya asked why Ibrand would take such a risk just to warn him. Then Gorgi said that it was pride, recalling Evren's words of admiration about the newcomer. Gorgi said that from the last letters, it was clear that Evren was very worried about Toya. Toya became embarrassed. Jordi said that Toya is now wanted and can no longer return to Sarandi. He also heard that Toya fled to Lunette with the Imperial Princess. But he did not expect to meet Toya here in the capital. Looking out the window, Georgie said that he would not ask what Toya was doing in the Imperial capital because he had an opinion about it. Toya thought that Georgie, as always, did not want to stand out and solve any problems. At this time, George asked Toya if Her Highness Charlotte was here. Toya asked in surprise how he knew. George replied that he knew everything from the report of the ambassador whom he had missed, Princess Charlotte along with the daughter of the Knight Captain Garrett, and he said that if the Princess of the Empire managed to escape, then she is most likely in Ryan, the region of the Beastmen. A few days ago, soldiers led by the third prince, who was in the capital, were sent to Ryan. Most likely, after the report, they were sent as reinforcements to attack Ryan. Toya thought irritably that because of him, Char and the others were in danger and he knew that he should have killed him. Toya asked Georgie why he took such a risk by informing him. To which Georgie replied that it was gratitude. Georgie heard from the Beastmen that the kingdom could come and destroy the guild without any problem. Georgie said that in such a situation, they had no choice but to leave the critically wounded to their fate, and with the current state of the guild, they were unable to repay Toya for everything he had done. At that time, the secretary came to them, asking for forgiveness, and said that the guild card that Toya entrusted to them at the entrance. Georgie was surprised about this. The cashier scolded Georgie for drinking. Georgie replied that wine was the most appropriate drink when you need to celebrate. Georgie, drinking from a glass, asked Toya to accept the card. The secretary opened the box with the map in front of Toya. Toya saw the map and was surprised that it was gold and was the map of the A-rank Adventurers Guild. All the information about him was written on the map. Toya awkwardly said that he had been promoted even though he hadn't fulfilled a single request, to which Georgie replied that it was a request from the guild, which he had fulfilled since he was now the head of the guild. While drinking wine with a grin, Georgie said that until the next leader is appointed, he can do whatever he wants. Toya looked at the map in surprise and thought that he never expected to reach a rank like this. Georgie looked at Toya. After a while, Alice asked in surprise that the reinforcement troops were heading to attack Rian. Alice sadly said that even if they saved His Majesty, if Rian fell, they still could not retreat from the plan. Alice said that even after Toya's words, the third prince's onslaught was quite serious. Toya said that it would be fine because these two could easily handle the average warriors of that area. Toya remembered all the warriors of the Empire and nervously thought that maybe he had even gone a little overboard with increasing their strength. Alice, understanding Toya, said that she believed in him and suggested that they focus on getting to His Majesty. Toya, looking out the window, thought that he was counting on them. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Castle dungeon, the third prince told Emperor Lennet to stop being stubborn and finally announced that the Beastmen Autonomous Region had completely surrendered to the humans. The third prince continued by saying that the outcome of the war was already predetermined in their favor and it was pointless to resist and ignore them, not the best idea. The third prince told the emperor that if he continued like this and pointed to the neighboring cage, he said that he would not be able to guarantee the safety of his wife and son. Turning back, the third prince said, with a smirk, that they had already found out where Princess Charlotte was now, and his troops were already heading there. It was only a matter of time before they were brought to this dungeon. The third prince looked at the emperor with a stern expression and said that he hoped they would be delivered safely. The emperor's hand then trembled when he heard these words. A few days later, a suitable night arrived when they could sneak into the castle. At this time, Alice, wearing a stealthy outfit, happily asked Toya if he would mind her wearing this outfit, to which Toya said that he simply lent it to her and would later ask her to return it to him. Alice called in a greedy man, and putting on his gloves, Toya said that he was now ready. There was a knock on their door and it was the half-humans who were hiding. Toya asked them if they really wanted to help, to which the half-humans replied that they simply couldn't hide there any longer. The half-humans said that while Toya was sneaking into the castle, they would create a ruckus in the city to distract the soldiers. Toya wanted to stop them, but the half-humans said that if they didn't do something now, their home would disappear. The half-humans said that they would give their lives even though everyone knew the consequences of a confrontation. Tuya thought resolutely that he would not allow the troops to do whatever they wanted. They all left the inn and approached the entrance to the dungeon. Toya said that they only had one chance, then asked about what they would do after they returned safely, to which the dungeon guard replied that all preparations had been made perfectly and that they were not worried because they, as support, would risk their lives and help them leave the capital. The guard advised him to be careful because in the dungeons it would be impossible to use magic due to the special ore embedded in it. Toya thought that he would not be able to use any surge spells, and there were also places of restrictions in the game. As Alice walked down the stairs, she said that everything would be fine because it was Toya, to which the guard agreed with her, saying that Toya had laid hands on Natalia. Toya, embarrassed, quickly walked down the stairs. The guard turned to Toya, saying that they were counting on him and would be happy to help him, calling him the leader. In the dungeon, Alice held a torch and moved along the wall, warning Toya to be quiet and follow her, to which Toya thought that he was irritated by her movement one after another. As they walked further, Alice asked him to be careful, because this tunnel was very confusing, so it would be better for him to stay close to her. Alice scared Toya by saying that no one would find his body here. Toya asked her how she knew the Imperial Castle so well, to which Alice admitted that she had lived in this castle with her aunt a long time ago. Toya told her that if her aunt knew about tunnels, she was probably a relative of someone of nobility. As they went on, they came across a dead end, which surprised Alice. Toya was about to speak out, but Alice said she was joking and pulled one hook. Toya was surprised by the hidden door in front of him, which made Alice proud. As they walked inside, Alice said that they were already in the castle and asked him to be careful. As they left the room, Alice advised Toya to stay close to her. Looking around, Toya asked the puzzled Alice what had happened, to which Alice replied that this place was different from what she had seen 10 years ago, so she was not sure which way to go. Toya said with a smile that she wouldn't be able to fool him a second time and asked her to stop joking, to which Alice nervously replied that she was sure. Toya thought that she wasn't joking after all. Tuya thought about what they would do. Then, remembering that they were inside a castle, he summoned Ferris. Ferris appeared before them. Tuya asked her to locate the dungeon underneath this castle. Tuya agreed. Alice, surprised, loudly asked why the spirit of the house could talk, to which Toya reminded her to be quiet. Toya explained that he did not know why Ferris could talk. Alice was surprised, and looking at Ferris said that this was unusual. Toya told Ferris that he was counting on her. Ferris used her magic to inspect the castle, the greatest ability of the spirits of the house, controlling the structure of the building. This skill allows you to determine any movement inside the building. It can instantly detect the slightest change in movement, regardless of the size of the building or the number of people inside. Toya asked Ferris about the results. Ferris responded that there were 3 people in a prison cell, but there were many guards around and it would be impossible to avoid them all. Toya nervously thought that he couldn't avoid fighting some of them. Then Toya asked Ferris to take him to the prisoners, to which Ferris agreed. Then Alice awkwardly asked that they didn't need her anymore. Following Ferris, they saw 2 guards. Then Alice asked to leave them to her. Toya stopped him, saying that if they failed, they could call for reinforcements. Alice asked what they would do. Then Toya pointed to the golden, paralyzing bee needles and told Alice to use them. Alice asked what they were, not understanding, to which Toya said that she was quite capable and could handle it. Toya took the incense of sleeves, saying that it was for him. Alice asked Toya about their cost and asked him to give them to her later, to which Toya asked to leave these conversations. After Toya used the incense of sleep on the guards, Alice shot a golden arrow at them. Thus, 2 of the guards fainted. Alice admired the arrows. Alice, using the previous method, shot all the guards with golden arrows, taking them out. Toya praised her, saying that he used them professionally as expected of a spy. Suddenly, Toya noticed the keys on the sleeping guard and took them. Ferris told Toya that there were prisoners ahead. Toya told Ferris that she helped him and asked her to return the necklace. Alice and Toya took the keys and went forward resolutely. Alice mentally asked His Majesty to be okay. 10 years ago, little Alice was surprised that Natalia was going on a journey alone, because she had promised to take Alice with her. Alice sadly told the Emperor that it was because she was unable to use magic, to which the Emperor denied it. The Emperor said that Natalia had gone on a difficult journey to find the path to becoming a sage, and she did not want to put Alice in danger. Alice said that if her aunt was no longer there, she was no longer needed in the castle and would go pack her things. To which the Emperor stopped her, stroking her head, and said that he had raised her as his own daughter and could stay here as long as his heart desired. At that time, agility was Alice's only virtue, so she chose the life of a spy, wanting to repay His Majesty for his kindness. Alice noticed a prisoner in the dungeon and pointed to him, informing Toya. As they approached, they were surprised to see how His Majesty was wounded and weak. Since its foundation, the state motto, "All races were equal," was the Lunate Empire. To secure this, the Gate of Happiness was built. His Highness joyfully said that their ancestors had made a wonderful treaty. His Highness turned to Garrett and Natalia, asking them if he would be able to conduct state affairs as Emperor. Garrett and Natalia said that they therefore came to help as vassals. Natalia, smiling, told the Emperor that he, now having received the throne, had become a coward. To which the Emperor became angry, threatening her with prison. To which Natalia told him that he could do what he wanted if it made Lunate an ideal state. The Emperor laughed at her words, saying that it was easier said than done. The Emperor then swore before all the people that he would make Lunate an ideal state. The Emperor woke up thanks to Toya and Alice, who gave him the medicine. They were happy that the potion worked. Alice turned to the Emperor, saying that they had come to save him. But the Emperor grabbed her by the collar and lifted her head up, loudly saying that she had come from the other world to mock him and calling her Natalie. Alice kicked, denying it, and said that she was Alice. The Emperor woke up, recognizing Alice, and patted her head. The Emperor asked her about her condition, to which Alice, in tears and smiling, said that everything was fine. Toya thought that Alice really looked like Natalia. The Emperor approached him asking about him, after which Toya introduced himself to him, saying that he is Toya, an adventurer from Sarand. Goris, Ryan, and Princess Shar hired him to save him. Alice told the Emperor that Toya had saved the ball from its pursuers. The Emperor was surprised, and Toya replied that he had simply been in the right place at the right time. Toya reported that at the moment Shar, along with R and Natalia, were hiding in Ryan, to which the Emperor thanked him. To which Toya awkwardly thought that the Emperor had bowed his head before him. The Emperor suddenly sighed in pain, to which Toya asked him not to overdo it. The potion had healed his wounds to their current state, but he was still seriously injured. Toya asked the Emperor if he had been tortured. Toya replied that the third prince had tried to force him to surrender. Alice cursed, cursing the third prince and everyone from Henrietta. Then the Emperor called Alice and said that he was really grateful for saving him. Pointing to the other cells, the Emperor said that his wife and son were kept in those cells and asked her to leave him and take them with her. The Emperor said that as an emperor he could not just abandon his people and run away, to which Alice cried out against. But the Emperor said his promise to make this country happy. Toya thought that the Emperor was the kind of person who would not give in even after the most terrible tortures. He was a proud man with a great willpower. Toya said that this was foolish pride and that in this way the Emperor would cause his people suffering, to which the Emperor and Alice were surprised by his words. Then Toya said that he saw with his own eyes everything that the beastmen went through after losing the war. Toya continued by saying that Goris and his men would be unable to do anything against the kingdom if the Emperor remained hostage. If the Emperor did not go with them, Toya would be forced to kill the Emperor and take his corpse with him. The Emperor looked at the blade Toya was holding and said that it was a Western blade, and Goris entrusted the blade to Toya to prove his command. The Emperor thought about it and said that his stubbornness would make people suffer and could not believe that he had not thought of such a thing. Apparently he was already too old. The Emperor then told Toya that he would do what he, the bearer of the blade, asked. After that, Toya lowered the blade, saying that he was so nervous. To which the Emperor was surprised, saying that he was a strange guy. Meanwhile, a servant came to the third prince's chambers asking the reason for the summons, to which the third prince replied that he could not sleep. Looking at his hand, the third prince said that he felt disgusted because he had touched the Emperor. The prince then asked, discontentedly, how long he would have to wait until they brought the princess, to which the servant replied that it would not take that long. The servant then asked the prince why he had not asked the hero Larks for help in attacking Ryan, To which the prince replied with displeasure that if the hero went there, he would take all the glory for himself. The prince said that his father had entrusted the imperial capital to him, and no matter how, he was obliged to present the empire to him with his own hands. Suddenly, a guard entered the prince's chambers, who wanted to report something, to which the butler scolded him for such an action. Then the guard apologized and asked to look out the window. Beastmen had rebelled throughout the city. The dungeon guards were born in one house and discussed that everything was going as planned. The beastmen and support would cause a riot in the city, and all of Henrietta's forces would be directed at capturing them. The guard said that while the soldiers were not looking, they, His Majesty and the others would escape from the city in a boat that they had previously hidden near the riverbank. In the meantime, they just had to believe in Alice and wait. One of them hesitantly asked what would happen if they failed, to which the chief said that, in any case, life under Henrietta's control was worthless, and therefore he did not regret giving his life. To which all those present agreed with him and resolutely shouted in support that they would go through all the difficulties together until the very end. Meanwhile, the emperor, his family, and Alice with Toya escaped from the prison and went underground. Toya addressed the emperor's handcuffs and said that he could use his magic here and remove the shackles from the emperor. The emperor and Alice were surprised, asking him what kind of magic it was. To which Toya replied that it was simple magic. Alice got mad, saying that she had never heard of it and decided not to be surprised by him anymore. Toya thought in confusion. The unlocking magic was written in the diary that Natalia brought. Toya was the only one in this world who could read the diary, but he did not understand why it described magic that did not exist here. The emperor thought about who Toya was. Then Empress Lunette thanked Toya along with her son for saving them. The empress turned to Alice with a smile, saying that she had grown so much, to which Alice became embarrassed, saying that 10 years had passed. Toya thought that the imperial family loved Alice. The empress suddenly said that Alice was becoming more and more like Aunt Natalia. Toya was very surprised, and Alice awkwardly said that she would explain everything when they got out. Taking the torch, Alice went forward, saying that they needed to hurry. Then the emperor turned to Toya, asking him to wait until Alice told him everything herself. Toya thought in surprise about Alice's words about her family. Everyone moved on and came to the stairs. Alice pointed to the stairs and said that support was waiting for them at the top, to which the emperor thanked them for saving him. Toya was the first to go up the stairs to inform the others. Upon opening the hatch, Toya was met by one of the supporters asking him if His Majesty was safe. Toya confirmed that they were waiting below. The guard then rejoiced. Toya asked him about the others, to which the guard replied that they were all in the next room and he would call them. Toya rejoiced, saying that Char would finally be able to see his family. At that moment, Ferris appeared in front of him from the necklace. Toya asked in surprise why she had come, to which Ferris said she was glad it had worked out and asked him to listen to her. Then, pointing to the next room, she said that this house stank too much of blood. Toya heard this and got angry and asked Ferris to go back to the necklace. At this time, the guard came through the door with another gang of people who destroyed all of the support. Then, Toya, with one swing of his sword, destroyed all the traitors, leaving only the guard. Threatening with his sword, Toya asked him that he hired everyone, to which the guard fearfully asked him to stop. Toya angrily asked the reason for his betrayal while threatening him with his sword, to which the guard replied that if they caught the imperial family, their position in this country would greatly increase. At this time, Alice looked in from the dungeon, inspecting the room, and saw Toya with a long sword. The guard spoke contemptuously about how stupid it was to allow beastmen to do business under the guise of equality. Toya put away his sword and told the guard that he would give His Majesty the right to choose his punishment, and he just needed to find out how much information had leaked out from here. Then the guard, seeing a crossbow nearby, took it and aimed at the back of Toya, who had turned around to shoot. But Elisa threw his dagger at him, thereby wounding him on the head. Toya turned around, looking at Alice. Then Alice, lowering her head, quietly asked why, despite how far they had gone. Alice, unable to bear it, burst into tears and furiously asked why. Sometime later, the emperor and his family came up from the dungeon to see Toya covering the dead bodies with a white sheet. The emperor said with regret that he was sorry, and he did not think that anyone who supported them would betray them. The emperor blamed himself for the fact that if he had not been kidnapped, none of this would have happened. Dropping to one leg, the emperor said that he was sorry that he was disappointing everyone. Covering them with a sheet, Taya said that under these circumstances they would not be able to trust anyone to support them. Then Alice asked how they would get out of the capital, since they would now know that the Emperor had escaped. Then Toya approached the Emperor saying that he had an idea and asked him to trust him. The Emperor was not against trusting. Then Toya asked him not to be angry even if something happens. At this time, in the Adventurers Guild, the secretary informed Georgie about Henrietta's request to send adventurers to help stop the rioters in the city. Georgie did not understand why there was such a request, to which the secretary suggested, saying that Henrietta's soldiers were apparently gathered elsewhere to stop the riot. Georgie approached the window asking out loud what their next year would be like, and whatever it was, he was sure he would make a wise decision. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Henrietta's troops were gathering in the city to prevent the imperial family from escaping and completely blocking the entrances and exits. But suddenly, hearing a strange noise, they noticed a galloping warhorse with a carriage. Standing on Kokuya, Toya told Alice to just keep going to the gate. To which Alice fearfully said that there were many soldiers there, and fearfully realized that Toya's plan was to break through the gate directly. Toya approached the soldiers. He thought that if they fought here, many would die. Toya raised his hand, summoning a huge ball of light. The soldiers did not understand what it was. Then Toya said that they would break through with his strongest magic. Toya summoned his most powerful magic ball and warned everyone to back away because it was his most powerful destructive spell. After which Toya sent the magic ball straight to the gate, completely destroying it. All the soldiers started running, escaping from the debris of the destroyed gate. Taking advantage of this, Taya and the others rode through the debris of the gate. Then Taya shouted for Kokuya to go ahead, causing the horse to run quickly and fly up along with the carriage. Alice was very surprised, and the soldiers, seeing this, were shocked. After flying high and passing through the gate, they landed on the ground. Toya shouted at Kokuya to keep up the pace until they reached Ryan. The Emperor was surprised by Toya's destructive magic. After riding away from the capital, Toya informed the others that they would definitely not be pursued for a while. Then, turning to the Emperor, Toya asked for forgiveness for destroying the Gate of Happiness. Alice hesitantly wanted to answer Toya, but the Emperor interrupted, saying that everything was fine and the Gate of Happiness was only a small part of the imperial capital's defense, and sooner or later it had to collapse. Toya thanked him for his forgiveness and said that their journey was not over, and asked him to remember this and take care of himself. Toya thought about how many soldiers had died when the gate was destroyed, and he would have to do it again to save the imperial family. At this time, Alice reported that they were almost at the checkpoint, to which Toya told her to hold the reins tighter. The soldiers at the checkpoint heard the sounds of approaching soldiers and were on guard. Toya approached. He used his airblade magic and aimed it at the soldiers, causing some to fall down with injuries. Toya then warned them to back off if they didn't want to be injured. At this time in the imperial capital, the third prince was dumbfounded that the emperor had fled. He was puzzled and did not know how to tell his father, to which his servant thought that he knew that this would be too much for the prince. The king of the kingdom of Henrietta entrusted the third Prince Lasset, the most beloved of all the royal children, to govern the imperial capital. If he succeeded in forcing the Lunid Empire to surrender, it would give him considerable benefits. When the imperial capital fell and the war ever turned in his favor, Lasset could already imagine how easy it would be to complete the task. The third prince ordered someone to be sent for the people who had fled, and they simply had to seize the emperor. But his servant told the prince that he wanted to report other news, to which the prince irritably asked what it was. Meanwhile, Toya and the others passed the checkpoint. Alice reported that they were quickly approaching the Beastman Autonomous Region. Then, calling out to Toya, Alice suggested that he take a short rest, and so did Kokei, to which Toya refused, saying that if the pursuers caught up with him now, he would not be able to protect his majesty, and he was also worried about Ryan. Toya then said that they could arrange for Koku to rest, to which Koki slapped his ponytail in the face and kicked in displeasure. Then Alice said that even if Taya couldn't do it, she would be able to deliver his majesty and his family to Ryan. Taya smiled and said that he was counting on her. Then Taya remembered and asked Alice about her being related to Natalia, to which Alice awkwardly replied that he was an elf and looked like a human thanks to the ring, and it was convenient for her to look like a human since she was a secret agent. Then Toya asked with interest that if Alice took off the ring, she would look just like Natalia, to which Alice irritably said that it was rude and took off the ring. In the form of an elf, Alice said that only her ears would change shape. Toya was a little disappointed, expecting a different effect. Toya asked her why she didn't meet Natalia when they returned to Ryan, to which Alice replied that her family left her in Natalia's hands, and that was when she was still very young. Alice said that if Natalia saw how she had grown, she would definitely be shocked, and in fact, she simply didn't know what to do when she met her. And Natalia taught Alice how to survive on her own. Natalia took her to the forest and made her hunt monsters. Despite the fact that Alice was an elf, she had a good command of magic. Thanks to this, she became very agile. Natalia was strict, but Alice had fun living with her. One day, Natalia just decided to quit her job and go on a trip. Alice couldn't believe that Natalia just disappeared like that without telling her. Alice said that it wasn't that she was mad at her. It was just that if she were to meet her, the idea of someone she considered family would really scare her. Then she jokingly said that Natalia was already old and she might start to forget things. Then Toya smiled, putting his hand forward and told her to leave it to him because he would make her remember her aunt. Then Alice nervously said that if he did that, then she would definitely take revenge on him later. Alice said that she would count on Toya when the time came, to which Toya asked her not to worry about it. In the carriage, the Emperor's son asked his father who Toya was, because he could use unknown magic and could he be the hero from the legend. The Emperor then turned to Toya asking him about his profession, to which Toya asked for forgiveness, saying that he was forced to postpone the conversation after they broke through the fortress. Alice said that there must be a strong defense, to which Toya said that they must pass through it. Toya looked at his hands and thought that even if his magic consumed a lot of mana, he could not give up now. Toya prepared to use his magic. He suddenly saw a flag in the fortress. The soldiers in the fortress were on guard because of the approaching carriage, but they were stopped by Raoul, who saw the monster's horse near the carriage. Toya and the others' carriage stopped at the fortress. At that time, Char and R ran to Toya, hugging him joyfully. Char joyfully said that she believed until the very end that he would return safely. The Emperor then called Char, asking her if she missed Toya more than Nem. Char then ran to them, hugging them and crying with happiness, saying that she was so happy to see them. Toya was happy for Char. Toya then asked why Ryan's entire army was here, to which Goris replied that Natalia would answer the questions. Natalia turned to Toya and said that a few days ago, the kingdom's army attacked Ryan, but all the royal troops were stunned by the power of Gurus, Char, and the others. All four almost completely defeated all the warriors of the kingdom, after which the troops began to retreat to the imperial capital. Everyone was happy about the retreat, saying that it was a clear victory for them. Garas told Char that if they captured the fleeing soldiers and took them hostage, they could significantly reduce the strength of the imperial capital. Goris continued by saying that if Toya succeeded in rescuing His Majesty, they could take advantage of this moment to retake the imperial capital. But Natalia said that Toya had supposedly failed, with some hesitation, to which Char and R interrupted her, saying that Toya would definitely bring the imperial family. Then Natalia asked Char what they would do, to which Char replied that they would take back the empire with their own hands. At this time, Toya asked in a clarifying tone about the fact that they had liberated the territory up to here, to which Char, R, and Natalia responded with agreement. Char said that the royal soldiers who had fled to this fort had no strength left to fight, to which Toya thought for a moment that Char had asked him about the reason for the idea. Toya replied that nothing had happened and said that he had now fulfilled the request, to which Char and R confirmed this by saying that he was the only one who could fulfill such requests. Natalia offered everyone in honor of the celebration, after which Toya remembered Alice. At this time, Goris came to them thanking Toya for saving His Majesty. Toya interrupted him, saying seriously that his work to save His Majesty and the imperial family was complete, and he no longer had any intention of continuing his participation in this war since it was not his war. Then Natalia asked Toya about his next steps, to which Toya replied that he was probably in Serendi and would simply look for a place where he could safely live with Ferris and Kokei. Toya said that when the war was over, he would simply come for the reward. Goris wanted to convince him otherwise, but the Emperor grabbed him by the shoulders, stopping him. Then the Emperor asked Toya to accept another request from him. Toya was surprised when the Emperor bowed down on one knee. The Emperor begged Toya to become the sage of this country. The emperor asked Toya if he would become the sage of their country. Goris wanted to stop the emperor, but the emperor interrupted him, saying that everything was fine. Natalia also stopped Toya, who wanted to ask him to stop. Natalia told the emperor that she had seen Toya's power, and it was beyond comprehension, and she was also sure that Toya would have become a sage without her help. The emperor addressed Toya, saying that their country had a legend that a sage had attained the pinnacle of knowledge, a berserker the pinnacle of martial arts, and a hero the pinnacle of courage. The emperor said that they needed his power. Toya asked what he was forcing him to do. Then the emperor said that they were in his debt. Goris added that they were in his debt. Goris added that they would defeat Prince Rasset and retake their capital. The emperor said he wanted them to think things over before their troops regrouped and marched on the capital. After that, Toya sat outside, thinking. Natalia came up to him with a bowl of food and sat down next to him. Natalia said that a direct request from the emperor to an adventurer is rare, and as a reward you can get a city to rule. To which Toya nervously said that it is not necessary. Toya said that even though he was a hero, it was their common merit. To which Natalia agreed with him, eating her food. Meanwhile, in the stable, Elisa sang a song and happily washed Kokei. She asked him with interest how much he was worth, then said that perhaps Toya's family would not sell the horse. At that time, Natalia and Toya came to their barn. Natalia asked Elisa what she was chatting about with Kokei, to which Elisa, hearing her voice, became nervous, slowly turning around and calling her grandma. Natalia discontentedly told Alice to call her younger sister, to which Alice replied that Natalia was her grandmother's younger sister, so she had the right to call her that. Toya was surprised by this. Natalia told Alice that she had grown up in such a short period of time, to which Alice replied that it had been 10 years already. Natalia was surprised by this, saying that she had planned to visit her homeland earlier. Alice, showing her figure, asked Toya about her figure. Natalia also joined her, to which Toya awkwardly thought that the noise had doubled. Natalia said with a smile that Alice had not changed at all. Then she apologized for just leaving silently. Natalia did not know which country to go to so that the half-humans would not be persecuted there, and she also did not know how to say goodbye. Natalia, leaving the barn, said that she was glad to see them and that she had to go now. Toya wanted to stop her, but Alice interrupted him. Then Toya said that everything is not so good because he has to say something before their meeting. Then Alice answered that everything will come to its place. Toya looked at Alice and said that this is why they are called family. After which Alice followed Natalia, thanking Toya and inviting him again when there would be room for the elf. Toya thought about it nervously, then said that he was happy for Alice. In the evening, in the fortress, people were celebrating, playing instruments, and a dancer was dancing near a large fire. Toya admired her dance, and Char explained that this was a dance that the beastmen were passing on to people for them. Char said that all these smiles of the people were thanks to Toya. Toya thought for a moment. Then Char said that when they recaptured the imperial capital, their hearts would be reunited again. Then Toya said that they could leave everything as it was and keep all the people alive, to which Char replied that the third prince would not give up the capital just like that. Toya said that if they win the war, the people will not stand aside. Natalia, who approached them, said that it would be a merciless war until the last blood. Then Char resolutely said that they must take back the capital for the sake of universal peace, and that is why Toya must help them. Then Toya said that he also didn't want to see people suffer. But he was not a hero, and he was not going to be a weapon of war. The next day, the guards informed the emperor that Toya had disappeared from the camp without a trace. Goris was displeased with this action. But the emperor said that Toya was not a soldier in their army, and they could no longer borrow his strength. Ar and Char stood near the emperor's tent and were sad about this news. Meanwhile, Toya was catching a big fish from the lake, thus pumping up his fishing skill. Toya and Coco looked at the big fish, wondering if it was edible. In the evening at the guild house, Tuaya was met by Ferris, who said that the bath was ready. Tuaya thanked her and said that he had encountered 2 new monsters there. Ferris listened to all his stories with a normal face. In the bath, Taya lay in the water and completely relaxed. It seemed to him that he spent an eternity next to Natalie because of Alice's request. Taya also thought about what he wanted to ask the Emperor about the Berserker. After the bath, Toya and Ferris stood outside the open window, and Toya asked her if the goddess Tartaria knew about their world. To which Ferris replied that she probably only knew the name. Toya said out loud that he wanted to know what his power was for. If it was to kill, then that was sad. Ferris wanted to touch him, but her hand fell apart, which made her sadder. Toya awkwardly asked Ferris about having a statue of him all over the country. Ferris thought for a moment and said that it would be cool. Outside the window, Kokei was laughing while lying on the ground, to which Toya said that if he found it funny, it was a good idea. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the prince was informed that Lunette's army had broken through the border and would arrive in 2 days. The servant advised the prince to wait another 5 days, to which the prince shouted angrily at the servant. The prince nervously said that he had to send his army to Leon, and if the rebels broke through, he would die, and how would he then look into his father's face? The servant next to him thought that the prince was growing. A guard came and told the prince that the Adventurers Guild had come to visit him, to which the prince was surprised. When the prince went out into the street, he saw George, who informed him that he had captured the accomplices who had helped the king escape. George then greeted the prince and said that he had captured about 50 rebels. Seeing so many rebels behind, Georgie, the prince, irritated, ordered them all to be executed. Then Georgie suggested that he find a better use for them, explaining that they were using the rebels so that the emperor could not attack them easily. One of the rebels told Georgie that he was betraying the emperor. Georgie hit him hard and cursed. Then the prince asked Georgie the price for his idea, to which George, grinning, said that he wanted the prince to recommend him for the position of guildmaster in the imperial city. Then the prince's servant happily said to use this offer, after which he agreed with him. Upon the return of the emperor who had destroyed the gate, the army's morale was lifted. And so, in front of the gate, the two armies stood face to face. The emperor shouted to his army that they would take back the capital. Then they looked at the gate and saw the prince there. The third prince, standing on top of the gate, drew everyone's attention by joyfully saying that he would kill the rebels one by one. Then George suggested that the prince show that he was serious and throw one down with his own hands. The prince hesitated at first, then he agreed with George. Looking at them, the emperor and the others cursed, calling them cowards. Shar thought about Taya and his words that he would find a way to prevent violence. At this time, the prince was about to push the rebel away when suddenly the airwaves freed the rebel and pushed the prince towards the cliff, which left his servant in shock. But the prince was growled by Taya, who appeared out of nowhere and said that if the prince died, he would have a problem. Everyone was surprised by his appearance. Taya said that for the first time, he saw the end of such a terrible kingdom. After grabbing the prince, Toya loudly told Henrietta's soldiers to lay down their weapons, otherwise an accident would happen. The prince's servant threateningly told Toya that the hostages would answer for this. Suddenly, all the ropes of the rebels began to break, freeing them, and the rebels, united, attacked the guards, telling Toya not to worry about them, to which Toya thanked them. Georgie pretended that he was sure that he had tightened all the ropes securely, to which Toya looked at him and mentally thanked him. A few days ago, Georgie and the adventurers were collecting the fragments of the destroyed gates. After that, a small stone flew at his head, causing him to look around and search for who it was. Some time later, George was carrying a large sack with him on a cart. Stopping at a cemetery, Toya came out of the sack and thanked George for helping him enter the imperial city. George stopped his gratitude by telling Toya to quickly heal his wound, which was on his forehead and was all bloody. To which Toya began to heal his wound in a hurry. Later, in the Adventurers Guild, Gorgi poured himself some wine, complaining about his wound. Sitting languidly, Georgi recalled Ibran's letters, which contained information about Toya, to which he awkwardly thought how much information he had. Georgi, drinking wine, asked Toya what he wanted to know from him. Toya said that he wanted to put an end to this war, and asked Georgi to help in this matter. After drinking all the wine, Georgie stood up saying that he wanted to sleep, but Toya wanted to stop him. Then Georgie replied that he represented the guild, and if he sided with one country, the life of the guild of the other country would be at stake. Moreover, George did not know where to start and said that he could betray him. Then Toya replied that if he were to hide the half-humans, he would hardly be Henrietta's ally. Toya then pointed to the statue that Ibran had made, after which Georgie looked at him in bewilderment. Toya abruptly closed the statue with the door and said that he heard this from Mira. recalling her words about Ibran only giving the figures to those he trusts. Toya said that he doesn't have many people he trusts, and Ibran was one of them. And if Georgie is the person Ibran trusts, then how can he not trust him? After which Georgie smiled and said that he didn't think that anyone would be so attached to Abrand. After which Georgie said that the prince had a lot of guards and asked Toya if he had any plan. After explaining the plan, Georgie said that he was the only one who could carry it out, and if the plan really worked, then everything would be over. Georgie said that the demi-humans would gladly give their lives for the success of this battle. Then Georgie asked Toya why he, a foreigner, would get involved in all this, and maybe he was looking for fame or fortune. Toya replied that in the place where he grew up, they had never heard of war, and he had never seen it or even thought about it. Now Toya has received power from someone or something, and he has realized that there are people who will die right before his eyes. Even if this power is given to him to stop it, he cannot act as if he has nothing to do with the situation. After which Georgie seriously said that he was naive, which surprised Toya. Then Georgie explained that this wine from the store was real crap. Pouring the wine completely into the glass, Georgie said that they would risk a lot and lose a lot for this plan, and he would ask a lot for it. Toya agreed, saying that he would give them his best weapon. At this time, the prince's servant was worried about the situation. Then George said threateningly that if anything happened to the king's beloved son, then everyone would be responsible for it. The third prince kicked in Toya's arms, asking irritably who he was, to which Toya replied that he was a simple adventurer. The prince then angrily shouted at Toya that some adventurer should not touch him or harm him. Suddenly Toya let go of his hands, allowing the prince to fall down. The prince began to scream in fear, and so did his servant, worried about him. Toya's hand grabbed the prince who was falling from the fortress wall by the collar at the last moment. Toya cursed good-naturedly at Prince Racket, but at the same time he assures him that he is fine. The prince, although scared, argues with Toya even in a hanging state. He is unhappy that Toya called him names. The soldiers of the prince's army froze in shock from what they saw. Toya calls Prince Rayset a degenerate and asks him to order his men to surrender. Otherwise, he threatens the prince that he will throw him off the wall like useless trash. Prince Racket continues to be stubborn and shouts that no one will follow the orders of such a thug. He shouts for Toya to let him go and finish him off because the prince cannot return to his homeland in disgrace. Toya began to speak to him quietly. Toya admitted to the prince that he alone was to blame for the destruction of the city gates, but he also said that he could use all his magic on the rear of the prince's army. In that case, the escape route for Henrietta's army would be completely blocked. Toya continues to say that if the prince's troops are damaged, they will definitely be destroyed, and there will be a massacre. Toya chose the fortress wall to capture the prince precisely so that the prince himself would help him. The prince is shocked. He finally realized that the fate of all the soldiers that his father left in his care depends on his decisions. Toya added that the fate of the prince depends on him. Only he, Toya, decides whether the prince will die or not. Toya shook the prince, still holding him in the air. Prince Russet cried out and then turned to his men. He orders them to put down their weapons as they surrender. A priest from the prince's retinue shouts to the soldiers that Prince Racket's life is in Toya's hands, and that His Highness' life is more precious than the lives of everyone present. The priest hopes that everyone understands what he is talking about. The soldiers of Prince Racket's army are shocked by the priest's words. Is the prince's life really more precious than all their lives? They all begin to throw their weapons and pennants on the ground in displeasure. The Beastmen troops, led by the Emperor and the army commander standing a little further away, see that the enemy has thrown down their weapons. The Emperor is very pleased with Sir Toya's magnificent move. Raising his hand, the Emperor turns to his men and says that their enemy has given up the fight and laid down his arms. The Emperor and all his supporters are loudly rejoicing, because it was with these very hands that they all regained the imperial capital. They can be understood. Standing on the wall, Toya finally let go of the prince and sighed as he sat down on the edge of the wall. Some warrior in a large helmet screamed in surprise. It turns out it's Alice, wearing a huge number of mismatched pieces of armor. She's surprised that it's all finished. Shar, R, and Natalia are standing nearby, happy with the outcome. Shar looks at the remains of the city gates and mentally thanks Toya. She remembers the moment of their first fateful meeting. and is sure that if they had not met then, they would have definitely died. Prince Reset is in tears, asking why things turned out this way. Toya is resting and hears Ferris calling from the necklace. He is sprawled on the floor and is glad that all the demands are finally over. The news of Emperor Lunette's return to the imperial capital quickly spread throughout the city and beyond, and the people of the country were very happy about this news. Those citizens who were evacuated began to gradually return to the capital, and its restoration accelerated significantly. As for Prince Racket and his army, they were ordered to completely withdraw from Lunette lands and free all beastmen slaves, a decision Henriette had difficulty accepting at Racket's request. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Kingdom of Henrietta, there are dissatisfied people. Someone is shouting about a temporary truce. It is Sir Larks, the hero. He is angry and thinks that all his efforts are in vain. He does not know what the king was thinking. The tearful princess informs him that the return of the prisoners and the withdrawal of the troops have resulted in huge losses on their side. Under the current circumstances, the country can no longer allocate large amounts of money for military needs. The princess says that they are all humiliated and that the Lunette Empire and these beastmen must have used some dirty tricks. She added that Prince Racket was unable to fight, so the capital was taken away from him. She believes that this disgrace has dragged on. The princess also added that her father was more upset that their family's honor had been tarnished by those cowards from Lunette than by the fact that Henrietta had been robbed of the imperial capital. The hero Larks is furious. He believes that Emperor Lunette and his disgusting beastmen are to blame for everything. He is not going to forgive them and hits the column with his hand. A few days later, at the Adventurers Guild in the Lunette Empire, Toya meets Georgie. Toya is late and apologizes, and Georgie asks him to sit down and wait until he is free. Georgie then said that the guild's adventurers had been hired to rebuild the capital of the empire and that he was very busy. Georgie had no time to even have fun, let alone make money, but he wanted to discuss the matter. Toya mentions that if it weren't for Georgie's help during that difficult time, things would have been tough. But Georgie pointedly says that he is actually a representative of the Adventurers Guild and shouldn't have anything to do with that story. However, he asks if Toya has forgotten his promise. Toya certainly hasn't forgotten and takes out several beautiful bottles of the red and white rose fertility wine from his storage. The wine increases the speed of dodging and reduces the hit. Toya asks Georgie to evaluate his gift. It is the best wine he has, and he guarantees that the wine tastes great. Georgie seems pleased. He thinks that judging by the appearance of the bottles, the wine will be excellent. But Georgie is sure that these are not all the gifts. He clarifies this with Toya. He agrees. Toya suggests Georgie to spend time together over a bottle of wine. Georgie agrees. He would like to discuss and tell Toya a lot. Georgie dreamily pressed his cheek to the bottle. He was upset that there was no time for this because there was someone who was constantly pestering him. Then his assistant looked into the room. She demanded that Georgie hurry up and write out the receipts already. Toya informed Georgie that he had actually been summoned to his castle by the Emperor to present him with a reward. Georgie casually asked what the reward would be for the hero of the Lunette Empire. Toya is surprised. Georgie clarifies that this is said specifically about Toya, and if you go to any bar you can listen to minstrels sing about Toya's bravery in saving the country. In their songs they describe his appearance and exploits. Toya is embarrassed. He considers their victory to be common. George continues to say that people's hearts are still scarred by the recent events and occupation by enemy troops. Therefore, everyone in the Empire wants there to be a hero who can become a symbol of hope for the people. Toya, walking slowly down the street, thinks out loud that perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to become a symbol of hope for people. Suddenly, a voice is heard, and Toya sees an argument between beastmen and humans on the streets of the city. The beastmen loudly accuse a certain human of selling them to the Henrietta Kingdom. Two people are sitting on the ground, a man and a child. One of them says that he tried to survive. He and his son are surrounded by beastmen, who are clearly not friendly towards them. The beastmen are aggressive. They call the fallen man dirty names, and the man and his son are clearly scared. Suddenly, someone noticed this dispute and loudly asked what was going on. The beastmen cursed and decided to run away. Toya, who saw the situation, became sad. He thought about the symbol of hope again. Toya has arrived at the palace to meet the Emperor, who is already waiting for him in the reception room. Toya is excited and dressed beautifully for the occasion. Walking down the hallway behind the servants, Toya thinks that he is not used to wearing such clothes, but he thought that it would be more suitable for such an event. In any case, he wants to quickly receive the reward and return. Toya sighs. Emperor Lunette, his daughter Charlotte, and Knight Arturia in full regalia greet Sir Toya, thanking him for coming to the reception. The great hall is richly decorated and filled with nobles, and the emperor asks Sir Toya Kisaragi, the hero of the Lunette Empire, to step forward. Those present openly whisper to each other, looking at Toya walking past them. He, in turn, is surprised that there are so many of them here. Toya approaches the platform where the emperor and his daughter are, feeling awkward. The emperor expresses his gratitude for the great work Toya has done for the country and wants to give him the greatest reward he can offer. Suddenly, the people and beastmen present in the hall became animated, many in shock. Toya, kneeling, is ready to listen to the emperor's proposal. A loud, uncomprehending scream is heard from the house, and then Natalia's uncontrollable laughter is heard. Sitting at the table with Toya and Elisa, Natalia laughs and swings her legs. She is ready to burst from laughter. Toya is outraged and thinks that she laughs too much. Alice smiles cheerfully and says that if this is Toya's reward, then it is quite appropriate. However, Natalia could not even think about it because Toya will become a marquis. Toya is embarrassed and does not know what to answer the girls. However, Alice winks slyly at Mr. Marquis. Most of all, she was surprised that there is something more than this award. Toya is silent, and Natalia asks in confusion what it could be. Toya thoughtfully recalls the recent reception at the castle. Emperor Lunette granted Toya the title of Marquis for his outstanding service to the people of the Lunette Empire. Toya was then very surprised, as were all the nobles in the hall. Did the emperor really mean the title of Marquis, which gives the right to be noble? But that's not all that the emperor has prepared. The emperor also announced that day the engagement of Sir Toya and Arturia von Milde, deputy commander of the royal guard, as well as his beloved daughter Charlotte van Lunette. Toya was shocked by this statement of the emperor, and the opinions of the nobles in the hall were divided. Some thought that this was great news, while others, on the contrary, thought it was nonsense, because Toya did not even have a position in society, since he was a simple adventurer. Goris von Milde stood up for Toya, loudly informing those present that from now on Empress Lunette and he, Goris, would look after and protect Lord Toya. Goris believes that there is a reason for all this, so those present in the hall should simply accept the emperor's decision with difficulty. A servile cry was heard from the hall that those gathered agreed with this. Natalia jumped up from her chair and screamed. Does Toya really want to say that he is engaged to both R and Char at the same time? But in that case, she, Natalia, should already be his legal wife. Toya tries to calm her down somehow. Toya had no choice. At that moment, he could only agree. But he does not want to be a marquis, and especially does not want to get married. Natalia calmed down and says that it seems she knows the reason. While gnawing on an apple, Natalia tells Alice and Toya that it's simple. It was done so that other people, using their power and influence, could not get to Toya. Alice suddenly realized after Toya's words that the only one whose position is higher than the Marquis is Mr. Goris of the Mild House, and also the head of the elves of the independent region. They are the only ones at the moment. With the engagement to the princess and the duke's daughter, Toya will have a lot of influence at court. Toya interrupts. He doesn't understand why the nobility goes through all this to get to him. Natalia says that Toya probably hasn't realized his worth yet. Natalia reminds him that Toya is now a hero who saved the country, and in this country there are many who would like to subjugate such a hero. Toya is confused and silent because Natalia is right. Toya thinks that's why they're so one-sided, and then a man in a hooded cloak enters the room and asks him to explain himself. The man in the cloak turned out to be Emperor Lunette. The owner of the establishment greets His Majesty in surprise. She did not expect to see him here. Alice is also surprised that His Majesty has come to them in person, but the Emperor assures her that she has nothing to worry about. Natalia says that she knows what he is going to do. Natalia pokes the Emperor in the chest rather familiarly and tells him that he has gone too far to tie Toya's hands with force and reward, and this despite the fact that they all owe him. And now he is supposedly in prison. Natalia does not agree to forgive the Emperor regardless of his answer, and even though it is him. The Emperor thought about it. He asks Toya for the opportunity to step aside and talk to him alone. The town square is full of people. Trade is going on briskly. No one pays attention to the two men. Emperor Lunette, wearing a hooded cloak, drinks a drink, but he does not like it and asks Toya in surprise if this is really popular with young people. Toya is thinking that it is extremely awkward to walk alone with the Emperor, while the Emperor is arguing with the drink vendor over the price. Suddenly, the Emperor's voice breaks Toya out of his reverie. The Emperor asks Toya what he thinks of his country. Toya seems surprised by the question and hesitates a bit before answering. Toya then says, a little hesitantly, that he thinks the country is quite good, since there is no discrimination against beastmen and everyone has rights. The Emperor agrees that at first glance, everything does indeed look that way, but he points out that Sir Toya has probably already noticed something. Toya's recent memories of the capital's capture came to mind and his expression became gloomy. The Emperor believes that because of his weakness, the country was captured by the Henrietta Kingdom, which led to discord between humans and beastmen. Although no, he believes that in reality, everything's secret has simply become clear. Looking at the destroyed gates of the city, the Emperor added that even if some ideal called equality were put forward, it would collapse just like these gates. The Emperor knows that there are those in the country who believe that humans are superior, that they are better than others, and rumors have reached him that they want to lure Toya to their side. Standing in the middle of the rubble of the city gates, the Emperor says that the citizens of this country no longer have the strength for conflicts and disputes, and that is why he has come here personally. Fuyou believes that his existence is nothing but a spark that can ignite the flames of conflict, and that the Emperor does not need to go out of his way to make Fuyou a marquis. All he needs is for Fuyou to leave the country. Suddenly, the Emperor took off the cloak with the hood, which he had been wearing all this time for the sake of stealth, and headed somewhere. Toya shouted at him in surprise. The Emperor rolled up his sleeves and asked the man working with the rubble if he could help him. The man was shocked. He did not expect to see His Majesty here. The Emperor remembers that his daughter Charlotte mentioned that Sir Toya could not return to his hometown. The Emperor suggests that Sir Toya consider calling the imperial capital his new hometown, even though the country is ruled by what he considers an ignorant man. However, the Emperor is determined to raise this country up again with his ideals and beliefs, and he invites Toya to stay and see what he can do in the end. Came flooding back to Toya, and the Emperor offered him to stay right here with everyone he had met, since they would all probably want Toya to stay with them. From these words of the Emperor, Toya thought how insidious it was that His Majesty said such a thing, although, however, he understood this. Silently, Toya suddenly activated one of his many skills. A bright light spread around the workers. He thinks that if he considers this country his new home along with everyone he met, it doesn't sound so bad. The people and beastmen working with the rubble are surprised, because the ruins suddenly disappeared, and this helped them a lot. Toya turns to the Emperor. He also wants to help them. With a smile, Toya is about to say that the city has truly become his home, but he is interrupted by a young man's scream. He runs and joyfully shouts Toya-san's name. Toya is surprised by the appearance of the young man, and he is already enthusiastically asking to provide everything to him, and even if he needs to practice fencing. But when it comes to this, he is a master. Toya is confused and does not understand what is being discussed, and the young man says that he needs to make a sketch first. And then the young man enthusiastically announces that, of course, we are talking about a symbol of the country's rise, namely, the erection of a statue of Toya as a hero of the Lunette Empire. The young man continues and says that since this is going to be a new attraction, his father told him to help with the installation. While twittering something about the installation of a bronze statue being a rare occurrence, the young man suddenly stopped. Toya furiously shouts that they must all be joking. Toya's cry goes up over the city that if they build a statue in his honor, he will leave the country without a second thought. The young man shouts back at Sir Toya to control himself. Thus began Toya's days as a marquis. In addition to the title, Toya received a large, luxurious estate surrounded by greenery, and about 12 servants, all of whom lost their masters and were sent to his estate. But Ferris could have handled the entire estate on her own. As an exception, Toya did not have to manage the estate and perform the duties of a nobleman. But he was constantly being bothered by someone. Some brought him gifts as a sign of close relations and offered to teach him how to be a proper nobleman. Others persistently offered Toya to have dinner together and, as a token of gratitude, the most beautiful girl would serve him during dinner and during the evening. Toya is tired and irritably shouts that he has had enough. He does not want to be a nobleman anymore because someone comes to him every day. Sitting at the table, Toya asks the maid if anyone is coming today. She answers that a merchant guild officer will come in the morning and 2 more in the evening. Toya is unhappy that there will be so many of them again. Alice, who is looking at the riches in the room, tells Toya that there are many people here who want to appease the hero of the empire. Toya wearily replies that it seems to him that he is simply being assessed and that it is such a hassle. He asks Alice if she wants to return to the kingdom of Serendi today. Alice replies that it is safer to travel by road, so she should start working as a merchant again. Smiling slyly, Alice reminds Toya that there is a shortage of materials in the country and that she definitely cannot miss this opportunity to earn some money. Toya asked if she would help him settle what they had discussed earlier. Alice sat down opposite Toya. She clarified whether he was talking about the Berserker now. Alice agreed if she found out anything, she would definitely let him know as soon as possible. Toya didn't find out anything in the imperial capital that would allow him to change his profession to a Berserker. So he asked Alice for help, because she travels around the country and can get a lot of useful information. Alice, however, does not understand why Toya needs so much information, and he cannot tell her about his desire to change his profession and about everything else too. Alice says that before returning, she was going to stop in the city of Arland. It is a small city located in the southeast on the other side of the kingdom of Henrietta. Due to this, the city was captured first, and there are rumors that the city needs help. Toya jumped up. Does Alice mean that despite the truce, the kingdom plans to strike? Alice denies the army has already left the city and it has been liberated, but something is wrong. Alice tells Toya that there is a dungeon located near the border of Arland and the kingdom of Henrietta. They say that it is full of monsters and that they are already approaching the city. Toya remembers that in the game, the monsters from the dungeon are a high difficulty level. If you do not stop the monsters, the people in the city will be killed and you will not be able to get rare items. Alice, not noticing Toya's tension, eats sweets, when suddenly there was a terrible crash that scared her. It was Toya hitting the table with his hand. Toya, with a creepy expression on his face, approached the shocked Alice and asked her to tell him more about this dungeon. At this time, in the capital of the Kingdom of Henriette, a similar conversation took place between Princess Sharon von Henriette and a priest. He informed her that there were many monsters near the borders of the kingdom, and that they could enter their territory. Sharon remembers that there is an enemy city nearby and thinks that they should have sent troops there. The king is aware that Luned is preparing an expedition to conquer the dungeon. The princess thinks that they should use more workers. The priest informed her that the king had ordered their hero Sir Larks to be sent to conquer the dungeon and subjugate the dungeon's leader before the Luned Empire could. The king is sure that there is no need to allow the hero, who only knows how to train during the truce, to continue playing a training, especially since the king wants to have some fun. The action moves to Toya's estate. He puts on his adventurer's cloak and is happy because he hasn't worn it for so long. Ferris says that if he is finished, then they can leave right now without being noticed. Toya is grateful to her, but asks to return to the necklace. But Ferris isn't upset at all. She's happy. It sounds fun to her, and after such a long break, she's happy to be able to go with him. Toya smiles happily at Ferris. He even sorted out a few things that were causing concern and also wrote a few words in a note for Charlotte and the others. He's focused sharply, and now he's thinking that it's time for them to leave. Taya, riding Kikuyo, is shouting for Arlen to wait for them. They're already on their way. Toya thinks that there might be strong monsters there, and asks if Kikuyo is scared. The horse looks at him strangely over his shoulder. And suddenly Kikuyo jumped up sharply and lashed the rider with his long tail as a sign of indignation at his words. Toya immediately whined that he was just joking. Toya and Kikuyo are standing on a small hill, and their eyes are open to a stunning view of the mountains and forest. This world is very beautiful. Toya seems happy, and the only thing he doesn't want is to be locked in the manor and see the nobles every day. He needs to go at least one more level to become a berserker. He doesn't even know the reason for his invitation to this world, so he made it his dream. Tage quickly jumps forward and shouts for the dungeon boss, or rather, the experience points, to wait for him. At the same time, in Sir Larks's chambers, the guard, bowing his head, informs him that everything is already prepared and ready for departure. Sir Larks asks that the king be notified of this. Turning around, Sir Larks, the hero of the kingdom of Henriette, confidently declares that in the name of the king and the kingdom, he will defeat the dungeon boss before the Linnet Empire. Meanwhile, in the forest near the city of Arland, where small animals are scurrying around, Toya looks up and smiles contentedly. He arrived there to level up. The entrance to the dungeon in the depths of the forest is located in the interweaving of branches and roots of large trees. The entrance looks very ominous, and from the inside, as if some kind of force is visible. A group of people in the camp are tense. The leader asks them to be careful because monsters have come from the forest. These are pig-faced monsters, which are called orcs. In a clearing surrounded by monsters, there is a group of warriors and a girl in combat gear. She is ready for battle, but she is surprised where so many monsters came from. In the forest near the city of Arland, a battle is taking place between the pig-faced monsters and Toy and Kakuyo. The war horse destroys the monsters with dexterous and powerful blows of its hooves, helping its master. Toya is a little displeased because Kakuyo went deep into the forest without permission, but now they will quickly deal with the monsters thanks to his strength and help. Kakuyo and Toya stand surrounded by lifeless orc bodies. Toya is pleased because he and his horse literally dealt with this horde of orcs in a second. Kakuyo is in his element and licks Toya's head, and Toya agrees with the fact that they do have two winners after all. About 5 days after leaving the capital, they passed through the forest, leveling up at the same time. They were approaching the city of Arland in the southeastern part of the Linnet Empire. Toya and Kakuyo's mission was to find a group of ruins in the center of the forest where the monsters had settled. And if they contained everything that was usually found in a dungeon, then it would be a chance to learn more about this world and obtain information. Toya wipes his face. He has another reason why he fled the capital. He tells Kakuyo that if they go deeper into the forest, they will encounter other, more terrifying monsters. This is probably the effect Alice was talking about. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in, and Toya instantly felt something unusual, even frightening, on his back. He wondered what it was, but it seemed like it was just his imagination running wild a little. He says that it's time to get ready to go to town, but then Kakuyo grabs him by the cloak. Toya asks what happened, and the horse looks intently somewhere. Toya, looking at the monsters lying around, remembered that he needed to collect the material he needed, when suddenly something on the ground caught his attention. Toya rushed to the side. He saw something among the bushes and dead orc bodies. It wasn't an orc. It was an unconscious girl in combat gear. Meanwhile, in the city of Arland, a dispute is taking place in the local adventurers guild. A certain girl in a sorcerer's hat furiously asks Gilmus to gather the guild and begin searching before it's too late. Guildmaster Gilmus asks the girl to calm down. Her name is Myra. Gilmus says that a certain Lisa is a B-rank adventurer and therefore it will not be so easy to accomplish. Gilmus tells those present that they need to assemble a team. The monster's attack has caused a lot of damage to the guild, and they are also short of doctors and medicines, so all their plans are currently on hold. A couple of wounded adventurers are cursing because these orcs and goblins do nothing but attack and attack them in packs. And they've never seen so many monsters in this forest. Myra recalls that Lisa originally planned to do this in order to save the expedition and prevent the orcs from going further. Lisa fought against huge monsters and took a powerful blow from a particularly strong orc with a huge axe. Myra saw Lisa fall as the orcs came at them en masse. There were a lot of orcs, a whole pack. The adventurers and members of the expedition decided to leave as soon as possible. Myra asked the wounded Lisa to leave this place quickly, but Lisa refused. She needed to buy time so that the others could escape to a safe place. Lisa refused Myra's offer to run away because she had taken an oath to protect the people of Arland. Myra fell to her knees before the guildmaster because they had shamefully fled from there and then got lost in the forest. And now she doesn't know what happened to Lisa and whether the orcs captured her. Guildmaster Gilmus says that if all this is true, then he has no choice but to ask for soldiers to be sent into the forest. Then the administrator girl ran into the room where Myra and the others were talking, shouting to Gilmus that she was already in the city. Everyone in the room rushed outside, where they saw Lisa unconscious. She was being carried by Toya, riding a huge war horse. He said that he had to return her because she was a member of the guild. Guildmaster Gilmus bows his head and thanks Toya-san for his valor and for helping them. Toya is embarrassed, saying that Lisa was just lying in the forest where he saw her and decided to bring her. Gilmas says that she wasn't the only one Toya failed to help. Gilmas is also grateful to Toya for using his quick regeneration magic to heal all the adventurers who were being treated in the guild. Toya was embarrassed again. He couldn't do otherwise. After all, how could he leave the wounded without help? Gilmas thinks that Toya is too young for such strong magic. Toya justifies himself by saying that he is simply in good shape. Gilmas doesn't know if Toya Kisaragi, a Salvation Army hero and A-rank adventurer, thought the question was stupid. Toya jumped up, surprised that Gilmas recognized him. Gilmas agrees. How could one not recognize the great healer riding a warhorse? Toya underestimated Gilmas. Information about Toya came to Gilmas through the Capitals Guild, but Gilmas does not know why Toya came to Arland. Toya replies that he came to the city without need. He did not want to make a fuss around himself and planned to sneak in quietly. Gilmas understands what Toya is talking about, although he thinks that this is not the kind of heroism they are used to seeing, and therefore he is afraid that no one will believe in Toya. But despite this, Gilmas is very happy to meet him. Gilmas is worried because Lisa is irreplaceable in the city, and it is his fault that he sent her into the forest without proper preparation. Toya wonders if Lisa is an adventurer. He asks if Gilmas sent her to explore the dungeon, and he confirms. There was a rumor that the dungeon was flooded due to environmental disasters, but the guild was unable to investigate this due to the war. Gilmas continues to say that this time there is a high probability that the flood has already covered the entire area. Toya clarifies what is the reason for all this. Gilmas worriedly suggests that it is probably caused by the war, which could cause the core of the dungeon to burst out. Toya clarifies what this core is. He remembers that in games, the core usually had a special meaning. Dungeon is a ruin surrounded by underground caves. They are formed in places where the magical power flowing in this world easily gathers. The magical powers that have accumulated over time gradually form a pearl, which is called the core of the dungeon. Monsters attracted by magical power inhabit the surroundings of the dungeon, and some researchers say that monsters are created from this very core. Toya is surprised. Can the monsters really be from the core? He asks Gilmas what is the connection between the core and the flood. A core that has accumulated too much energy cannot maintain its shape and releases magical power into the environment, and monsters become ferocious due to this concentrated magical power. Gilmas continues to tell Toya that even the monsters hiding in the forest and cave come down and attack the city. This phenomenon is called the flood of dungeon monsters. The local children surround Kikuyo and play with him while Gilmas continues to talk about how if the core gets completely out of control, there will be a lot of damage to the city, and it has only just begun to recover. Toya, listening to Gilmas, understands that he cannot spend manpower on both the reconstruction of the city and the defense of its borders. Toya wants to know if there is any way to stop this flood. Gilmas replied that the dungeon has not been fully explored yet, so he cannot give him a definitive answer. However, Gilmas is sure that the master of the dungeon, who is called the Guardian, and who is probably protecting the core in the deepest part of the dungeon, must be destroyed, and then the core must be removed from the dungeon so that it no longer accumulates magical power. Gilmas says that was their original mission. Toya remembers that in the game, the master who protects the core was a high-difficulty quest in which high-ranked players would team up to destroy him and free the core. Toya thought about it. He was sure that if anyone could handle such a task, it would be only himself and Kokuyo. Then the girl ran into the room again, telling Gilmas that Lisa had come to her senses. Lisa comes to and sits in bed, asking for forgiveness for making them worry. Master Gilmas asks how she is feeling, but Lisa is fine. She asks if Toya-san helped her. Lisa says she had no strength left and just lay down on the grass. She doesn't know what would have happened to her if Toya hadn't found her. Myra tugs at Toya's coat and thanks him awkwardly, her voice breaking. Myra thanks Toya in tears, because if the orcs had killed Lisa, she, Myra, would never again taste meat prepared by Lisa's hands. Toya is slightly shocked. He did not expect to hear anything about meat. Lisa turned to the guildmaster and asked if it was true that 2 people died as a result of the orc attack. Master Gilmas frowned. He answered Lisa that the number of orcs was growing every day more and more. He simply could not calculate the forces and, as a result, lost excellent warriors and led the orcs to the city. Master Gilmas asks Lisa not to blame herself for this, as he is sure that it is entirely his fault. He wants Lisa to have a good rest. But Lisa does not agree to sit here while the people in the city recover from the orc attack. Getting out of bed, Lisa asks to be sent to the dungeon. Taya is surprised that only after coming to her senses, she is already eager to fight. Myra screamed that she didn't understand what Lisa was saying, what orc she was talking about. Myra suggested that she go and eat meat cooked on oak chips. Master Gilmas understands Lisa's feelings, but they have very little information yet, and therefore cannot take any risks. He asks Lisa to rest again. Then Master Gilmas looks at Toya carefully, as if he is thinking about something. Gilmas offers Toya to stay at the guild in a private room if he hasn't found a suitable inn yet. Toya tries to refuse, saying that he's fine and can spend the night at the stables. The girl administrator reassures Toya by saying that her parents own the hotel, and that he won't have to pay. The guild will pay for his overnight stay as a token of gratitude for saving Lisa. Master Gilmas would also like to talk to Toya for a bit, if that's okay, as he has a few more questions. Toya asks again, surprised. He immediately remembered the other two guild masters, and isn't sure if Gilmas would be different. Apologizing for having to walk Toya to the hotel with her due to the guide being busy. Lisa remarks that the guild people seem to be busy rebuilding the city after the attack. Lisa is delighted that Toya has a warhorse. She thinks it's great because the horse is very strong and resilient. And Toya replies that Kokuyo is first and foremost his comrade. Myra enthusiastically tells Lisa that the horse is very smart because he found her among the bushes and trees. Lisa agrees. Lisa suddenly stopped and bowed to Kokuyo. She thanks him. Then Tuya and the girls notice the state of the street in front of them. He notes that the city seems to have suffered greatly from the royal army and attacks. Lisa and Myra are dejected. Lisa reveals that they were both out of town during the invasion. Toya says that he received information from a merchant woman he knew that the lord and his wife refused to hand over the beastmen, for which they were executed by the kingdom's soldiers. He asks the girls if this is true. Lisa replies the people say that the lord was indeed a good man. Myra agrees. They were good people and were respected by both the beast and human races. Ira informs Taya that after the death of the lord and his wife, her son Jay took everything into his own hands and is now continuing their policies. Toya asks what kind of person Myra's son is. She suddenly becomes embarrassed and hesitates to answer. Myra changes the subject and asks Toya if he is an adventurer and where he came from. Toya answers that he came from the Imperial City. Lisa braked sharply and asked worriedly that since Toya was from the Imperial City, it turned out that he was the hero that everyone was talking about. Toya denied it. It seemed that he was in trouble and he urgently needed to come up with something. Lisa suddenly rushes to Toya and asks if he knows Sir Kisaragi. Toya is surprised but answers that he once saw him from afar. Lisa is delighted because Toya has seen him. Lisa, in extreme excitement, starts babbling about how she only knows him from bard songs, but they say he is the hero who saved the capital and that his aura can be felt from afar. He also fought ogres. Toya thinks she has fallen in love. Myra starts to pull Lisa away from Taya and apologizes for her behavior because Lisa is a long-time fan of Sir Kisaragi. Taya asks again if she is really a fan. Lisa calms down and is embarrassed because she couldn't control her emotions and told everything. Toya hesitantly says that merchants can exaggerate his virtues, just as bards can embellish reality. But Toya is curious about why Lisa is a fan of Kisaragi. Lisa confidently replies that it is because he is a hero who saved the empire and that is why she admires him. Toya looks at Lisa in surprise, and she, looking at the destroyed streets of the city and the grave mounds, says that if she had even a drop of Lord Kisaragi's power, she would save the city. Lisa frowned and looked sternly while Toya and Kokuyo stood next to her and also silently looked at her. Evening conversations at a roadside inn. Someone says that monsters live in the depths of the forest, ready to attack any traveler, and that a good reward is given for their capture. The interlocutor replies that he is going to leave the city tomorrow. The chatter in the tavern continues. One of the patrons says that there is a lot of money to be made, and another considers him a fool for being willing to risk his life for money. Toya, sitting near the chatterboxes, hears one of them say that this city is in danger of destruction anyway and that they have nothing to lose. Someone says that adventurers have a hard time. It's the receptionist, her name is Maya. Taya asks if she's finished working at the guild. Maya confirms, and thanks to Taya, the inn has a signature dish. Toya says that, unfortunately, being an adventurer is quite dangerous, because he himself is an adventurer and knows this firsthand. And Lisa tried to save the city, risking her life. Maya replies that Lisa is very different from other adventurers. She was born and raised on this land, but her family and relatives were mercilessly killed by soldiers who came from the kingdom under the command of Sir Lurks. Maya thinks that Lisa feels responsible for the safety of the residents. Since this happened, she constantly trains and rushes to protect the city at the risk of her life, and Maya does not understand how she gets out alive and unharmed every time. Maya adds that Lisa is probably training even now. Taya is interested and asks Maya where exactly. The evening street in front of the stables, where Toya, holding the inn's signature dish, offers kokuyo to eat together. The horse swallowed the delicacy in lightning speed. Toya looks with disgust at the drool hanging from his hand after the horse grabbed the treat from his hand, and then he notices something. This is Lisa. She trains hard with her sword, striking blow after blow against the training logs, her movements precise. Toya and Kokuyo watch her practice. Toya said out loud that Lisa is really giving it her all. Tuya remembered that the guildmaster wanted to ask him something. When Tuya met with Master Gilmas, he told him that he was thinking about sending a group of adventurers to take over the dungeon again. However, the forest was very dangerous for people as it was. The guildmaster is confident that Myra and Lisa will form their own group of adventurers focused on the higher ranks of their guild. He can't tell why yet, but they can't put Lisa in danger again, and knowing her, she'll drop everything and go save the city, even if she's all alone. Toya says that the guildmaster wants him to accompany Lisa as one of the adventurers. Toya, standing next to Kokuyo, says that he didn't think that when he came to this city he would be given an assignment and treated like a hero. But if there really is a monster in the dungeon that they can't control, then the city is in great danger, and Mr. Gilmas, knowing full well who he is, still entrusted him with such a mission and asked Toya to accompany Lisa. Most likely, she really is a very valuable adventurer, and she is also a fan of Toya, and this embarrasses him a little. Toya tells Kokuyo that their vacation looks like it won't be long. The warhorse stamps its hoof on the floor in agreement. In the capital of Lunette, a few days after Toya's departure, Char finds his letter and cries out in frustration. How dare Toya leave without warning her? She would have dropped everything, but he didn't tell her. She reads in the note that Toya is going on vacation to Arland. Char orders the servants to prepare a carriage for her. They remind her that the princess still has an important meeting. R runs into the hall. Char indignantly asks if she saw what Toya left. R says that His Majesty wants to see Char. R reports that she has just been to His Majesty and he is very much looking forward to seeing Char. Char is surprised by this news. The action returns to Arland, where Toya and Gilmas discuss the mission. The guildmaster is grateful to Toya for agreeing to accompany Lisa. Master Gilmas says that they will buy all the weapons and equipment for Toya so that he is fully equipped and goes on the expedition. Toya isn't sure, as this would probably be extremely difficult for the guild. But Master Gilmas thinks that it's necessary in this case, as they're going to hunt forest monsters. Toya thinks that all this is really necessary for the expedition. He is grateful to the master. But it seems that the master is trying to make amends for what he said earlier. At the meeting, the master said that the expedition would take about 5 days to prepare, and such forays are now prohibited, but they managed to find a solution so that they could easily get there. They just need to wait a little. Toya noted that he was an adventurer, so he could easily settle this issue, and they would be allowed to go on the expedition without any difficulties. But before that, he wanted to know the real reason for accompanying Lisa. Master Gilmas realized that this was bothering Toya, but he would be told this by a man who really wanted to see Toya. He was surprised who exactly wanted to see him. Jade von Rithard, an influential lord of the town, wished to see Toya. In his residence, the lord lazily clarifies that despite the fact that Gilmas brought him, he walked for so long that the lord changed his mind about helping them, and they can go free. Gilmas is outraged because the lord promised to take responsibility for the city's governance and take command. After all, the lives of the city's inhabitants depend on this decision. The lord is clearly being insolent to Gilmas. Then the Lord indifferently replies that no one will grieve if suddenly monsters eat them in the forest. Or the Lord will simply say that the soldiers did not wait for their own. Toya is shocked. Could it really be their Lord? He suddenly said that he came up with something. The Lord smugly informs that if anything goes wrong, he will simply go and ask His Highness for asylum. He is a human being after all, so he will understand him like no one else. Gilmus is outraged. He asks how the Lord can say such a thing. He can't just leave the city and leave the people without protection. The impudent Lord lays down on the couch and says that he has already made a decision and asks them to leave his room. Toya is shocked. Is this guy the only salvation of this town? En says out loud that His Highness will send reinforcements regardless of the request, and therefore there is no particular need to do so. The Lord asked who said that, if it was an adventurer. Making an unpleasant face, the Lord arrogantly warns Toya to be careful about talking to him because the Lord is not in the best mood right now. Then the Lord turns away from them and ignores them. Toya is furious, and he really wants to hit this unpleasant Lord. Gilmus is afraid that Toya will not hold back, and then the Lord says that it doesn't matter to him which of them takes command. It could even be his sister. He doesn't care. While outside, the guildmaster cursed loudly. While they all desperately needed to reconstruct the city, this Lord was behaving like this. Toya asks Gilmus if the Lord really has a sister. Gilmus confirms and says it is Lisa. Miss Lisa Lotte von Rithard. Toya is surprised by the fact that Lisa comes from a noble family. He wonders out loud to Gilmus how a noblewoman could become an adventurer. Gilmus hesitates to tell Toya about this, but decides to do so. Gilmus remembers that Lisa was interested in fencing since childhood and would often sneak into the guild and watch the adventurers. He himself often taught her swordsmanship when she was a child. Gilmus remembers with a smile that he did not like to lose, but he lost to this girl every time, because she was a master of the sword. Toya mentally noted how warmly he spoke of her. When Lisa grew up, she ran to Gilmus asking to be accepted into the guild, but on the condition that no one would know her origin. So she became an adventurer, and no one except the master and her friend knew who she was. For the rest, she was just an orphan. Since Gilmus promised not to tell anyone, he hid her real name, surname, and origin until the very end. Toya understands why Gilmus did this, but when the city was attacked, her family was evacuated to another city, taking Lisa with them. She still can't forgive herself for agreeing to leave. Gilmus says that this city means a lot to Lisa, which is why she is so eager to fight to somehow help her people. Toya thinks that the Elder Lord understands that he cannot rule this city alone, but he does not want to admit it. Lisa is much more noble than this lord, and she can protect this city without anyone's help. Suddenly, a loud sound of bells was heard. Gilmus recognized it and could not believe what he heard. Toya does not understand what is happening. Maya runs towards them, out of breath, and reports that the alarm has been raised because monsters have been spotted near the city. Maya fell but continued to speak. Lisa and the other adventurers went into the forest to prevent the attack. Gilmus understood. He needed to return to the Lord's residence immediately to ask for reinforcements. Maya desperately yells at Gilmus that they don't have time for this because these are not ordinary monsters. These are not simple monsters, but earth dragons. These are A-rank monsters, and there are a lot of them, and they are already devouring all the warriors they meet. Those adventurers who confront the monsters are shocked because there shouldn't be any A-rank monsters here. They are trying to protect the people. Because there are women and children there, they can't let the monsters break into their city. Earth dragons are huge. They let out deafening roars and force defenders to run like crazy. But not all of them succeed. Myra tries to lead the numb Lisa away from the path the dragons are taking. She screams that they need to run away because the dragons are much stronger than the orcs. Lisa sees the bodies of the fallen adventurers and continues to think that she must protect her people. But she's not sure she can defeat an A-rank monster. But if she lets them go, then they might attack Arland and destroy their newly built city. Lisa can't allow this to happen, and so she will have to fight these huge monsters. She had asked her brother before, telling him that they had to protect the city. But her brother did not listen to her. He only made a contemptuous remark. Lisa closed her eyes and mentally asked her father and mother to forgive her. But she had to. The Earth Dragons went on the attack, jaws wide open. Myra grabbed Lisa and tried to pull her away. Lisa mentally screamed and asked not to interfere and let her go. Suddenly, the sound of bells was heard. One of the dragons froze very close to Myra and Lisa, but did not attack them. Shocked, Myra and Lisa realized that someone was coming. It was Toya, who unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield. Toya arrived riding Kikuyo. He apologizes for the delay, and in his hand he holds an unusual object. It is a provocation bell. It works for 90 seconds and distracts the enemies from counterattacks. Lisa is shocked and asks why he is here. Toya replies that he was ordered to destroy these monsters personally and that he is helping Lisa in this way. All the remaining adventurers immediately return to the city and protected from the dragon's attacks. The adventurers recognize him because he is the boy who saved their adventurer. As they run away, they shout that they will keep their fingers crossed for him, so they ask Toya to come back quickly, safe and sound. Lisa can't believe her eyes, but a B-Ranks warhorse is about to confront an A-Ranks dragon. She says that Toya is not a resident of their city and asks the adventurers to return and protect their families. Toya suddenly smiles at her and tells Lisa not to worry, as everything will be fine and they will protect what is so dear to her. Lisa is shocked by his breakdown and looks at Toya with tears and confusion, and he, grinning unkindly, asks her to just give him 30 seconds. With the bells ringing in his hand, Toya shouted out a spell to strengthen his body, and suddenly his body began to move incredibly fast, jumping along the thick branches of trees, dodging the dragons that immediately rushed after him. Myra and Lisa watch Toya in shock. Myra is not sure if they can follow them, but Lisa thinks that they can't just leave the battlefield. Lisa wanted to run after him, but Kokyo blocked her way. Lisa screams that she must help Toya. Kokyo looks at her attentively, and suddenly the warhorse nodded its huge head in agreement, as if agreeing with Lisa. Myra hesitantly asks if Lisa will be able to ride such a horse. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragons run after Toya, who continues to move quickly through the forest. He briefly wondered if he could get out of here. There were 8 A-rank monsters here now, and it might be a waste of time, but he would try to do something to stop them. Toya activates another item, Thorn Trap, which delays the enemy for 5 to 10 seconds. Throwing the trap towards the dragons, he sees them immediately start to fall into its bonds, forming a mess of earth dragons writhing and growling. Toya knows that this is the only effective way at the moment that can gather these monsters and stop them for some time. Now Toya was ready to finish them off once and for all. He raised his hands, preparing to release a ball of magical power that had gathered around his hands at the dragons. Toya activates one of his many skills, Power of the Dragon Scrolls, and magical glowing vortexes shoot out from his hands in all directions, enveloping the trapped earth dragons. Toya continues his attack, while Myra and Lisa, riding Kikuyo a little further away, see this light and wonder what it could be. Finally, they drove closer to the source of light, and what they saw there amazed them. Lisa looked at the sight in complete shock. Toya stands in the middle of the clearing wielding a huge sword and cutting down monsters, while the bodies of defeated dragons are piled up in disarray around him. Lisa asks if the dragons have been destroyed, although it is quite obvious. Toya cheerfully tells her that the dragons have been destroyed, although it was a bit difficult, but he was still able to deal with them. Toya hopes that the dragons did not get into the city. Myra screams in surprise that these were A-rank monsters. She doesn't understand how he was able to fight them alone. Toya shyly tells Lisa that dragons are not really that strong, despite their rank and size. Suddenly, Lisa fell to her knees and cried. She thinks it's terrible. Toya calls her name in confusion. She saw with her own eyes how monsters tore her friends apart, depriving them of limbs, and she could do nothing about it. Only silently watched. And yet she promised to protect the people and the city. But why couldn't she? Toya realized that he had said something wrong and tried to justify himself by saying that he hadn't meant that when he spoke of monsters. But right in front of Lisa, he received a slap in the face with Kikuyo's tail. Then Toya thanks Lisa for her help and says that if it weren't for her help, the dragons would have been able to attack the city and destroy it. But Lisa still hates herself for showing her helplessness. She thinks that Toya has nothing to do with it. Myra is upset, and Toya is about to say something to console her. Suddenly, Toya, Lisa, and Myra hear something and turn in the direction of the sound at the same time. Lisa asks if they can hear the roar of the monster from there. Toya is serious. He smells dragon blood from there, so they should stop. And suddenly someone says that if Toya is worried about something, he can tell them and they will definitely help him. He should know that. Toya lets out a surprised cry. This is Princess Charlotte. She says that the Empire's detachment will do everything to ensure that no monster gets to the city of Arland. Her confidants came with the princess as well as the Empire's select warriors. Toya yells in surprise that R and Natalia are really in front of him, to which Natalia replies that she saw a light in the distance and immediately realized that it was Toya's Rabata. Myra and Lisa are shocked again. They ask Toya if this is really Princess Charlotte, and if it is true that he knows her. Charlotte smiles and says that on her father's orders, she brought soldiers from the imperial capital to protect the city of Arland. R added that rumors about the flooding of the dungeon had been circulating in the Empire for a long time, and that is why His Highness immediately ordered a detachment to be formed and sent to help Arland. Toya still does not understand what R and Char are doing here, and why Natalia is with them. Natalia, as always, believes that they can cope without her and therefore goes with them without delay. Meanwhile, Charlotte asks the stunned Toya with displeasure if this is really all that worries him now, and if he wants to tell her anything. R supports Char and asks how Toya could leave and leave them only a letter. Char says that she didn't know what to do, and so she rushed here in an attempt to find Toya and tell him everything she thought. Myra and Lisa are watching this scene, and Myra seems to want to ask Lisa something about Toya. Meanwhile, Toya tries to justify himself by saying that he said he went on vacation to relax. Char sighs and ironically says that Toya is incompatible with weekends. Princess Charlotte smiles and says that, knowing Toya, she is sure that he is definitely helping someone. At this time, Natalia is talking to Lisa and Myra, bragging that Toya is very strong. Charlotte is sad. She came here because she got a letter, that's all. But what letter, Toya clarifies. Char and R frowned. They reported that at present the dungeons were flooding the territories of both countries, and in order for the truce to develop into an agreement on mutual peace, the king proposed a joint capture of the dungeon. Therefore, representatives of two countries were chosen. Each country gave 1 million gil to close the dungeon and prevent the flood. Thus, 2 million will be the prize reward for both countries to reconcile already. Toya is concerned about the fact that Char and R will be overseeing the process to get their hands on the prize money. He believes that they don't need to get involved in that. Natalia put him down, saying that they couldn't refuse because others would think that the Empire was afraid to do anything. To maintain power, you need to constantly stay afloat and do everything to save the name, win, and return triumphant. R confirms Natalia's words and believes that they cannot give up. Toya insists on his own. He believes that this is wrong. His father's expeditions still echo. A certain mustachioed man says that there are too many high-ranking monsters here, but they just need to follow him. Their brave warrior, Sir Lurks, the hero of the kingdom of Henriette. Lisa realized something. Could it really be a warrior? But it was impossible. She thought about what he was like. Toya introduced Lisa to Charlotte, saying that she was Lord von Rithard's sister. Lisa tried to say something to Toya, but he continued, saying that this girl would be able to lead the Arland City squad. Toya and Lisa will help Char and R to capture the dungeon. Toya suggests that they unite and stop the flood together. Toya reveals that he and Lisa also want to join the dungeon capturing squad. He suggests that they win and save the Empire together. Toya believes that Lisa is the kind of person who is willing to save her city and country no matter what, even at the cost of her own life. Therefore, she is an excellent candidate to help in capturing the dungeon and liberating the city. Well, he himself will also go with them. Char and R are happy, but since Toya himself put forward this proposal, Char has nothing against this idea. Toya is pleased, but then Lisa speaks up and angrily says that Toya doesn't really know anything about her and has only heard about her from other adventurers. Yes, she is a descendant of the Lord Rithard family, and she is ready to take risks to save her city. But Lisa considers herself too weak to help the squad in any way. Toya is surprised by her words, but then Natalia takes the floor. She understands that, seeing Toya's strength, you realize that in comparison to him, you are like a useless warrior. Char adds that Toya is also a truly powerful adventurer who is beyond the capabilities of any of them. R supports this and says that he doesn't know anyone who can single-handedly destroy an entire swarm of earth dragons. Char turns to Lisa. She heard that her parents gave their lives doing their duty as lords. She expresses her deep gratitude to Lisa on behalf of her father. Taking Lisa by the hands, Char offers her to now protect their country and Lisa's city together in memory of her parents. Lisa is very touched by Charlotte's speech. She agrees. Toya, looking at the girls, notices that Charlotte has also grown noticeably. R says that they no longer have time to return to the city, and so they are heading to the dungeon right now. They will send part of the army to Arnland to strengthen and protect civilians. Taya asks Myra to report to headquarters upon returning to the city that Lisa has gone to save the country with the Royal Guild. But Myra also wants to go with them. Lisa tries to object, but Myra reminds her that she served her parents for many years and her father's dying wish was to look after Lisa and take care of her. That is why Myra will always protect Lisa and will not go anywhere. But Myra doesn't understand one thing, namely why Toya is so strong. She is told it is because Toya's master was the great sage Natalia. Myra wants Natalia to teach her too. Myra screams that she doesn't want to go to the city. She's already halfway to the dungeon and will help them. She will also be a diligent student and will learn quickly. Natalia doubts whether she needs a student, especially since she doesn't know what Myra is capable of. Taya thinks that all this is problematic. In the end, Taya tells the others that Lisa and Myra will go into the dungeon under his responsibility. Lisa and Myra are pleased and thank him. R decides that their troops will then warn the guild that Liza and Myra went with them into the dungeon. Taya asks that the troops also carry the bodies of the fallen adventurers to the city and bury them with honors. R assures him that the troops will definitely fulfill his request. And now they definitely have to go. Everyone is getting ready and heading for the troops underground. They will definitely stop the flood. Toya and Kikuyo are also ready to go. The horse offers Toya to sit down, and they are ready to go. Toya thanks Kikuyo, and he also thinks that they are all really brave. The dungeon was in the middle of the forest, and it took about half a day to get there. When they approached the dungeon, they were attacked by monsters using their strength and numbers. They tried to pass through them and destroyed half of them. The first army is ready for battle. They rushed forward to destroy the monsters on the way to the dungeon, and their attack was very strong. Toya is delighted. He tells R that their army is well trained. She agrees with this because the Emperor has changed tactics. Previously, monsters were exterminated exclusively by adventurers. Now the Imperial Army has also decided to help and send its people to help, and this is an excellent chance to increase the level, and they still remember the events of the fall of the Imperial capital. Lisa calls out to Toya and the others, asking if they should enter the dungeon. Char says that's what they were going to do. Lisa replies that it is still quite dangerous. Myra supports it, especially since the monsters have become seriously brutal because of the attacks. Toya silently hopes that the princess is not planning her tactics with the help of the cheat ring he gave her, as that would be too dangerous. Toya asks if R and Char are still training, to which R answers yes. Toya then asks what level they are now. Princess Charlotte's level is 87, and the warrior Arturia's level has increased to 89. Toya is pleased. He thinks they are doing well, because such levels are not so easy to get. But they almost crossed the line to level 90. Lisa says, with disbelief, that if they really had such levels, they would be powerful magicians. Then Charlotte shows Lisa and Myra her guild token. Both of them are shocked. Indeed, it is level 87. Myra is sure that such tokens cannot be forged, but how could they reach such heights? Charlotte replies that she actually trained like it was her last time, clearly hinting at the difficulty of the training. Lisa is amazed, so this is how training usually goes in the Imperial capital. Myra asks the tense Natalie with admiration, is it really true that her training gives such results and increases levels? It's incredible. Tua thought he was a little shocked that the girls had increased their levels thanks to Natalie, but he didn't expect it to be that much. Out loud, Tua answered Myra that the girls probably increased their skills and magic power by using them in battle. A guard runs towards them. He tells Captain R that there are monsters of rank A waiting for them ahead. These are huge ogres. Lisa and Myra are shocked again. Is it possible that ogres have an A rank? Toya asks the girls if there are monsters of such a high rank in this forest. Lisa has only met B rank, but none that strong. Lisa wondered if the flood had really affected the monsters that much, and it also seemed to her as if the forest around had become somehow different. Toya heard Lisa's words about the forest changing. He tells her that this ogre is the highest rank A, so their warriors will not be able to handle him. R agrees. She suggests Toya to attack him themselves. And suddenly someone shouts that they shouldn't even think. It's Natalia. She took her staff because with her level, it seems like it's high time to get some experience and skill. Natalia is level 90, and she has already activated the spell to hit the A rank's ogre. Lisa and Myra are surprised again. Is Natalia's level really 90? But Toya seems pleased. Natalia attacks, holding a staff in her hands. She aims her magic strikes precisely at the target, namely the ogre. The soldiers of Charlotte's army are shocked. Even the ogre noticed something. All of Natalia's blows hit their target and hit the ogre in different parts of his body. He let out a roar mixed with steam and crashed into the forest in front of the surprised people. Lisa is amazed that Natalia handled the ogre so easily, and Myra pats Lisa on the shoulder in delight and repeats that it was amazing. Even Toya, looking at the short Natalia, thinks that it is amazing. Natalie didn't even touch the forest. She aimed all her blows right at the ogre. There are cries of admiration that Natalie defeated the ogre. Pleased with herself, Natalia accepts the admiration and listens as she is praised for her incredible abilities in managing magic. No one expected anything less from the great sage Natalia. Charlotte asks how Natalia managed to raise her level so much. Arturia supports her. She thought that Natalia only slept and ate in the castle and did nothing else useful. Natalia triumphantly says that they were wrong to think that she was fooling around all this time. After all, while they were hunting monsters, she was secretly training and leveling up. Lisa asks what level Toya has reached then. He replies that he is level 52. He shows the girls his guild token and thinks to himself that this level is quite high. Lisa admires the high level that Toya has reached, while Myra notes that it is still not very high compared to Natalie and Charlotte. But Charlotte says that Toya's abilities surpass even the strongest masters. Arturia agrees, because Toya has always been distinguished by a desire to improve his skills, and eventually, he was able to surpass the best. R seriously says that it is not enough to just have a high level. In their case, humanity plays a significant role, and not the title of a hero or a title. R says that they all need to hurry because the dungeon is already nearby. Toya remembers that R's father died at the hands of strong warriors, and that is why she still hates people like them. R remembers how she, her brother, and grandfather stand at the grave of their father. He tells his grandfather that he will never forgive the murderers. Grandfather tells them that their father behaved like a true hero and he did not beg the enemy to spare his life, so as not to be ridiculed. Grandfather reminds them that their father Garrett was a noble warrior and therefore ended his life with dignity. He's proud of his son and wants Garrett's children to be proud of him too. The time will come when they will restore the honor and dignity of their family name. One day their grandfather will go to battle for the throne, but due to his age he will lose, so R and her brother will have to finish what he and Gareth started. They are both ready to defend the honor and memory of their father and former greatness in the future. An army led by a mustachioed man and the hero of the kingdom of Henriette, Sir Larks, approaches the army of Lunnet. Both armies meet in a large clearing and wait for a moment to begin a conversation. The warriors of Lunnet whisper unfriendly words when discussing their opponents, calling someone a traitor who already thinks of himself as a king, and they remain silent in response. Princess Charlotte and her friends stare at their opponents. R can barely contain her anger. Then Toya asks if she's okay. R comes to her senses, but even if her opponents don't dream of a truce, she will do everything to get ahead of them. Toya realized that the enemy army's appearance had thrown Arturia off balance, and that she would never give up victory to them, especially since the inhabitants of both states hated each other. One of the reasons Toya joined Char and R's party was to make sure that Henrietta had the same goals of taking over the dungeon as Lunette. Now that Toya sees them, he has no doubts about it. But how did they know that the people of the Lunette Empire would be here? Perhaps Henrietta's hero Sir Larks is a player from another world like Toya. And although he once said that he has long belonged to the guild and fought monsters, is there any reason to trust his words, and how much does he know about this world? So, Toya decided that he had to make sure that his words were true at all costs and expose Larks' hero. But he had to do it very quietly and without prying eyes, so as not to give away the secret. The deputy head of the Knights of the Kingdom of Henriette decided to break the silence. He asks if his opponents really gathered for a dangerous mission with a bunch of women and children. He had heard that they were short of troops, but he did not think it was that much. He continues and turns to Natalia, who is sitting on a warhorse. Does the little one really think that they can handle the dungeon? Toya glances at Natalia warily. Deputy Chief Henriette continues the attack and suggests that the opponents go home while the adults quickly solve this problem. And the place of children is on the playground, not in the shelter of the monster. Charlotte tensed up, preparing to answer, and then Natalia arrogantly suggested that they wipe everyone out and just move on. Toya asked to forgive her for being too emotional. The deputy chief laughs. He doesn't think that the little one has enough strength for such a crowd of grown men. But then a man standing nearby advises the deputy chief to shut up if his life is dear. He doesn't understand what they are talking about. The deputy chief's colleague pats him on the shoulder and tells him that there are rumors that this short dwarf is none other than Natalia, a high-ranking wizard of the Lunette Empire. The deputy chief is shocked. Could this really be the same witch Natalia? Barnett von Gargen takes the floor. He apologizes for his colleague's harsh words, and he is responsible for this unit. He will later hold a conversation with the soldiers who behaved inappropriately. Barnett von Gargen is surprised to see not only Her Highness Charlotte here, but also Lord Garrett's daughter. Sir Larks, standing slightly behind, recalls Garrett. Barnett von Gargen offers Charlotte to make a temporary truce, since the forest is teeming with monsters and they alone may not survive and cope with them, and together they can capture the dungeon in no time. Charlotte loudly expressed her consent. They were ready to cooperate. Barnett von Gargen mentally surprised that she agreed so quickly. Upon seeing Toea's warhorse, Barnett von Gargen asked if Toea was planning on taking it underground. Toea noted that Kokuyo always followed him, and he saw no reason to leave it on the surface now. But Barnett von Gargen reminded that due to the magical powers of the core in the dungeon, the warhorse could go berserk, and if this happened and the horse attacked the soldiers, then Gargen would do everything to destroy this monster, so Toea was better off not taking it. Barnett von Gargen continues to say that now they all have to try and trust each other and eliminate any signs of conflict. Toea is worried that Kokuyo simply won't be able to stay outside and will definitely follow him into the dungeon. The cunning Barnett von Gargen is sure that none of the opponents have ever made their way through the dungeon. Char wanted to ask something, but did not. Gargen says that they were held by A-rank adventurers who have a lot of experience in capturing dungeons. They are also sure that the monsters in the caves are only of average rank and therefore not as dangerous as their leader, who has the highest rank of all. In other words, the leader's rank in the dungeon can be S rank or even SS rank, depending on the age of the individual. Gargen asks them to think about whether they are ready to go to such a dangerous place, risking their lives. Someone shouts that everyone understands that this is not an excursion, but no one is going to die there either. Charlotte also noted that high-ranking monsters are too controversial, because if there was a dragon of rank SS in the dungeon, it would hardly lie in the dungeon, fold its paws and wait. Yes, it would have destroyed everything here long ago. Lisa is afraid of the rank SS, but Toea is even inspired. He dreams of meeting him face to face. Natalia clarifies whether he heard everything that Princess Char said. Toea approaches Kokuyo with an offer to rest upstairs while he quickly runs down to the dungeon for souvenirs. Princess Charlotte is tired of waiting. She tells Barnett von Gargen that he underestimates their strength, and therefore he should stop chatting. Before him are the strongest warriors of the Lunette Empire. Barnett von Gargen says there's nothing he can do about it. He'll have to hope he can survive and retire peacefully. Well, then they're calling on everyone to follow them and take over the dungeon. They must become heroes, for the sake of victory, the ruler, and their lands. Larks shouts loudly that it is also for the sake of the prosperity of their majestic homeland. The army of the Lunette Empire listens sullenly to Larks' speech. But Natalia thinks that it came out too pompous and in general. She doesn't know where they saw such heroes. She winked slyly at Toea and asked how he felt about becoming a hero too. Toea reminded her once again that he wasn't aiming for that. But still, if he really did become a hero, he would finally be able to meet her. Then Natalia suggests that he go into the dungeon first. The entrance to the dungeon is hidden among the roots and branches of trees that entwine the old ruins and hide a black as night opening from which light and sounds come. Toea is unhappy with what he saw, and Natalia asks what he wanted. And then, they need to find the monster faster than these arrogant guys. Toya is in doubt, but he is distracted by the ball. Tuya is sure that this dungeon is similar to the ruins he saw in one of the games. He has definitely seen something like this before. But if the dungeon is really like the game, then this is a great chance to find out if the hero Sir Larks is the same player as Tuya himself.